Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's episode, quasi bad apologetics, because I've been peer pressured out of keeping the bad apologetics title on this video, as I was just saying to James before. But today we're going to be looking at the contingency argument. It's not going to be like a review of some dense academic like volume or papers or anything like that. We've just got one big video of Josh Rasmussen talking to Cameron Bertuzzi that we're going to be going through and commentating on today as we kind of think through this topic. So that is today's subject. I don't know, anything you want to say to introduce this one, James?
Yeah, I think Nathan was just telling me about the kerfuffle about the title. We've had this pushback before. I don't personally see the connection between the fact that someone is a nice person who, I mean, I don't know Josh well, but from what I've seen of his interactions and from this video, he seems like a really nice guy and genuine. So that, I want to say that up front, but I don't see the connection between that and whether you think that their arguments are any good. So, I mean, you hear Thea say this about people like Ray Moppy all the time, right? It doesn't mean that they think they have good arguments, just that they're a thoughtful person. So anyway, I've always interpreted bad apologetics to mean bad arguments or oversold arguments. And I think that there's plenty of that in this video. I think that there's a lot of bad argumentation going on here. So, yeah, looking forward to getting into it.
Part of the point, like when Alex Malpass came on, is something to do with rather than whether the arguments are good or bad, the idea that like if this isn't good apologetics, like what is, and maybe it's sort of it is a bit of a weird one, because I'm kind of inclined to think, well, all apologetics is sort of bad by definition almost. It's like we shouldn't be going about sort of trying to sell positions. We should be just trying to figure out what's true. And I think that's probably something
that's part of it.
Yeah, I think that's probably a sentiment, though, that someone like Josh would agree with, but I guess he'd still call himself an apologist. But maybe it's like in this sense, we just mean we disagree with the arguments and the kind of methodology and stuff like that. Because I do think that Josh tends to have a much healthier approach to the topic than a lot of the other kind of people in this sphere do. So it's worth caveating it up front. But yeah, bad apologetics is just the title of the series, I guess. Maybe it could have been more carefully thought through or changed in a different way, but that's just what it is. But it's not like a comment on Josh just being like a moron or something, or like even when we do stuff that is commenting on, like what Frank Churek's got to say or something like that. It's not to say that everyone who appears in bad apologetics is sort of at the same tier of sorry, it's very, very early in the morning, so I can't like put together well-formed sentences yet, but at the same kind of tier of discourse. I think Josh is quite clearly a kind of like higher tier of discourse and engaging with people honestly and trying to make progress, and there's a lot of virtues in the way that he's going about stuff. But that being said, I'm sure we still disagree with a bunch of the conclusions that he comes to and how he gets there. So
yeah, I mean, and in terms of, it's an interesting question is whether there's any good apologetics. I think that there is, but I think most of it's not good, which I don't think it's actually that strong a claim. I think most counter apologetics isn't good either. Most philosophy isn't good, right? So, but also, I have plenty of specifics that I'll bring up through, and Nathan may well as also, but speaking for myself, that I'll bring up through the course of the discussion about how I think that this video could have presented its thoughts and arguments better, and I think problems with the way it's developed. So yeah, I absolutely have like specific criticisms. But yeah, it's certainly not as toxic as many of the or just, I don't know, dare I say brain dead, as some of the apologetics that we have encountered in the past. So there's levels, right? But also, like, Craig has his label unreasonable. Sorry, that's my book, unreasonable. His label is reasonable faith, right? And like, I've never heard anyone criticize him about that. Like, well, faith's not always reasonable, or what if he says something that's not reasonable, but there's like, it's just a name. I don't know why people get so caught up on this sort of stuff.
I think it's because there's like a moral sort of like a moral claim kind of laid it in there when you're saying something's bad. And maybe we do kind of equivocate on what the meaning is, and it could have been more carefully thought through at the start. But yeah, it is a bit, at least from my point of view, it's a bit kind of making a mountain out of a molehill, because I guess the point of the series is to criticize apologetics. and sometimes that means really low tier stuff, like literally just manipulating people and abuse, and sometimes that means, you know, we just disagree in ways of doing philosophy, like can we figure out the ultimate nature of reality from sitting in our armchair or something, and that's where the criticism is going to be, and it's a bit different. Anyway, if there's anything else you want to say on this point, or do you want to go into the video?
Yeah, so enough on the name. It's annoying to hear that, especially you were saying people disliking the video before they'd seen it. I think that that's very bad form. But anyway, that's another issue. But also on the actual topic of the video, contingency arguments, I think obviously we have to say that we're not going to cover this comprehensively. In fact, it's going to be very far from comprehensive because it's such a huge and it seems particularly blossoming area of, I guess, scholarly inquiry. Maybe at some point we'll have to read one of Josh's books or the new one that he's working on.
Yeah, there's a few things we could look at, like
respond in more depth.
So I mean, obviously, it'd be good to do the Blackwell. I don't think it would be wise to lump all these things in together in one episode because there's so much to them. But I think the Blackwell Companion would be a good one to do at some point. Something like, is it The Nature of Necessity? That book, which is broadly about this topic, maybe covering ontological arguments and stuff as well. There's a few different kind of approaches, I guess, that we could take a look at some point. But in this, I guess it's mostly Josh sharing through his thinking in a more informal setting with Cameron, rather than it kind of being, I don't know, a distilled version where you're just getting, you know, like premises and counters and objections and things. So there's got to be a bit of leeway for that. But that's also, I guess, what we do on this channel a bit. The reason that these episodes are such long form is because, and people seem to sort of appreciate it most of the time, is because we're sort of actively thinking about these things as we go through as well.
Yeah, so obviously this is another thing that people seem to some people seem to think that if we are critiquing a video or a paper, that we are also critiquing everything that the author or the speaker has ever said about this topic, which is obviously not true. You can just critique one thing at a time. So here we're just critiquing this video and the things that are discussed in it. Hopefully at some point in the future, we'll be able to spend more time on critiquing looking over some of the other stuff that Josh has written and other writers about of the contingency argument, like the Blackwell chapter, for example. But one thing at a time. This is a 3-hour video, which is entitled like the best argument for God's existence, ? I think there was a question mark on the thumbnail, right?
It's just called. I can't remember what the thumbnail.
No, on the thumbnail.
Right.
But anyway, so that's what we're like responding to, and that's sort of what I'm judging it against, relative to, you know, what it is and the format and length and everything. So
yeah, I mean, it's the best with a question mark.
Yeah, I would have thought that these things go without saying. Like, well, when you respond to something, you're just responding to that thing. But apparently, we need to make these things clear because people get upset otherwise.
Yeah, and I'm personally still thinking about these questions as well. Like I think as far as arguments go, I do find these sorts of contingency arguments to be at least the premises seem to be quite strong. Like they sort of cohere with the way that I think about metaphysics. I think the problem is that big gap problem at the end, which maybe we'll get to as we go through the video, about identifying whatever the things are that you're getting to in the conclusion with anything to do with theism, really. But I guess we'll talk about that as we go through the video. And Josh has got some intuitions about perfection being this sort of relevant difference, right, between yes,
well, we'll get to that. Yeah, so one last thing is that I'm still thinking through these issues as well. There are a lot of difficult issues raised here about explanation and about modality, like possibility, contingency, epistemology, and simplicity. So many things in here that I don't have firm views on and need to learn more on myself. So yeah, I'm just speaking, and obviously Nathan as well, just speaking from the perspectives that we have at the moment, and hopefully bring you some interesting reflections on this.
And we'll both be Christians by the end. We'll both be.
Well, the argument doesn't establish anything about Christianity, but yeah.
Right. Okay. Let's get going then.
Do this.
From contingent,
I'll put it on a certain speed. If it's too fast, whatever, just let me know.
Well, I think
hands down.
What have you got it on at the moment?
Favorite are.
What's that? Sorry.
Because I actually found they were talking rather slowly.
Okay.
At least 120, 125, 125, possibly even 1.5. But we'll see how
let's try it.
Even for the existence of God. And there's one big reason for this. at least for me personally. The biggest reason is that a couple years ago at this point, I went through a period of doubt where I wasn't necessarily like an agnostic or an atheist or anything, but I was very...
I mean, I understand how uncharitable this is going to be for someone who disagrees, but it frustrates. I find it so strange. It makes perfect sense from within the worldview, but the way that doubt gets demonized in this way is if it's some sort of
we've talked
disease or
about that
something.
Yeah,
but it sort of hits me every time because there's a lot of psychological pain and stuff involved in deconverting from a religion, but one of the more liberating aspects, I suppose, is that it grants you this capacity to sort of think about topics in a way where you don't feel kind of scared about thinking certain thoughts or having your mind changed. I'm not scared that I will have my mind changed and become a Christian or a Muslim or a Mormon or what, I'm not frightened of that. I'm not like I'm going through a period of just doubting like the way I think about metaphysics and I might be persuaded of something else. Oh no, I might become an idealist. That's so scary. And I think that this is where there could be like a legitimate accusation of biases and things when it comes to how you're actually able to evaluate and assess these arguments from within particular worldviews, because it seems like already, if you're thinking about it in this framework where it's, well, if I'm kind of doubting the conclusion of the argument, then I need to I need to somehow figure out a way to strengthen it. It's not good for the needle to kind of move and for me to change my mind or whatever. I just object to that framing of the whole dialectic in the first place. It really frustrates me. But
yeah, doubt's not a period that you go through that you like suffer through, like anxiety or depression or
right.
Some other conditions or like poverty or something. It's an important part of human experience, and I'm not even sure if Cameron would disagree with that explicitly, but you'd have to look at the way that it's discussed, and obviously Cameron here is just illustrating one example of that, of how it's portrayed in a negative way as a sort of a scary thing that you need to sort of overcome, light at the end of the tunnel kind of thing. And I think that's really in general really, really toxic. And I agree that that's a negative component of worldviews like this.
Yeah, I went through a period of like really doubting the phlogiston theory, right?
Yeah, like other people don't talk like this, it seems to me.
Very, very seriously doubting a lot of the arguments for the existence of God. There was one argument in particular that I was wrestling with, and I just remember hearing like a really good critique of this argument and being like, it does kind of seem just like to come down to a clash of intuitions between like the theist side and the atheist side on here. And I can see how like any, a rational person could take this position or this objection and they'd be able to get out of this argument. And I just remember that having...
So just so I get this clear, is he saying his doubts came from the fact that he accepted that someone could rationally disagree with him?
That seems to be what he said. Yeah, that was my interpretation.
so it's like
there's a class of intuition.
Yeah, maybe he's going to say more, but it seems to me that at the minute it's kind of like, well, in order to not have doubts, I need to be convinced that another person can't be rational and disagree with me, which is...
Well, it depends how strongly you interpret that, right? So you could view this as as concern about the fact that how to put this? So it's like the outsider test for faith, right? So if other people who are just as thoughtful as me don't find this particular argument like really intuitive,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
if they're different intuitions, then maybe I should doubt my own intuitions about that. That actually seems quite reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem reasonable to say that you should only accept positions that other people can't like rationally disagree with, but maybe that's what he meant.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's a real profound impact on me, being like, that's probably the case for a lot of these arguments. And then comes the argument from contingency, the version of the argument from contingency that I found in the work of Dr. Josh Rasmussen. Now, he has in his work, he's got a couple different versions of the argument from contingency, but one in particular, I remember when I first encountered it, I was like blown away. This argument is not the kind, in my view, that you can just be like, okay, this is a clash of intuitions. Like someone could
just to pause on this point as well. I mean, people say this sort of thing quite a lot, but I mean, I genuinely really like Josh's approach, if I've not made that clear already. But in terms of having read like How Reason Can Lead to God, for example, that book just didn't do anything to sort of move me on my thoughts about metaphysics or contingency arguments or anything. I find it really strange when people say it kind of like it blew me away. It was this crazy thing when I came across, because I just haven't had the same experience. I don't know if I don't know why that is, but
which is interesting, because wouldn't that seem to lead back to Cameron's doubt from before that,
Right.
well, if not everyone shares that intuition. Well, I don't know how he distinguishes intuitions that you can rationally disagree with and ones that you can't. Like, this is one of the reasons why I don't like arguments that rely for intuitions to substantiate their premises. But we'll come back to that, because this is why one of the reasons I think that this is bad apologetics, right? Not what Cameron's saying at the moment, but the argument is that it's so dependent on just sort of introspective intuitions, which I think are unreliable.
Yeah.
But we'll come to that.
Sort of rationally disagree with this. There's good objections to it. And I no longer have that opinion. I know that may sound a bit strong to a lot of you out there watching, but that's the view that I eventually came to. That's how powerful I think this argument is. And that's what I truly believe. And I'd be lying if I didn't.
Yeah, so he did just say you can't rationally disagree with this argument, didn't he? Which is...
Yeah, he does at least say that it will sound strong to a lot of you, which is that I would say at
Self-aware.
least that self-awareness, because not everyone even has that, right? So that's at least something.
Say that I believe that. And maybe I'm wrong. It could be that I'm just not seeing something. That's always possible.
Yeah. Okay,
but nevertheless, what you're about to hear in this video, this is just the introduction for a video where I recorded a 4-part series, which was originally scheduled to be a 2-parter, but we split it into 4 parts in the podcast. And this originally was only available on the podcast, but what I wanted to do was make it available, because I think it's so important. I wanted to make it available in just like one long video for everybody on YouTube. So you could just listen to this interview that I did with Dr. Josh Rasmussen on the argument from contingency, just the whole thing through. So we split it into really 2 main sections. So it was 4 podcast episodes, but it was 2 main sections. We split it into stage 1 and stage 2. So I'll explain a little bit about what those 2 stages are. So in the argument from contingency, there was a really helpful philosopher back in the day, that a guy named William Rowe, who made this distinction in the argument from contingency between there's basically 2 parts to this argument. And so splitting it up can kind of help us see what part we're trying to focus on at the current moment. So in stage 1 is all about establishing, excuse me.
Your eye block is screwing up again.
Yeah.
I'm currently drinking my cup of Joe, as the kids definitely don't say that. And this is not even coffee. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Back to what we were talking about. Stage 1 of
that was strange.
I don't know why you didn't edit that out, but whatever.
Considering it's an edited bit, but yeah.
The argument from contingency is all about establishing that there's some kind of necessary foundation for realities. There's a necessary part of reality. And the reason why that's even like a thing is because contingency, the opposite of contingency, is...
And the reason why that's a thing is because it's necessarily so.
The necessity. So the argument from contingency gets you to a necessary thing, and that's what stage 1 is all about. It gets you to a necessary foundation of all other contingent things. So that's stage 1. And in stage 2, traditionally of these arguments, is about making the connection between that stage 1 thing that you arrived at, the necessary being, the necessary part of reality, the necessary thing, making the connection between that and God. So like these divine attributes. How do we know that this thing is omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent? How do we know that those
has holes in its hands? I do. The thing I find interesting about particularly Christian theism as compared to a sort of deism or theism, like Islam or something, would be, that language that's found in the Bible, like Christ is at the right hand of the Father, for example. Like, I mean, obviously it's analogous in some way, but what does it actually correspond to? Some physical state of affairs? Well, not physical, like some spiritual state of affairs. I mean, it seems like there's a depiction of heaven, for example, and Jesus seems to be physically embodied in heaven, and Jesus has a resurrection body. Like, where does that resurrection body go? And can you establish any of those sorts of claims, which seem to be the specific Christian theism ones, off of the back of something like a contingency argument, even beyond just like intentionality or something like that, which would...
Yeah, so Josh doesn't, they don't talk about that at all in this video. As far as they get is classical theism, and that's actually, I mean, it's fine that an argument doesn't do more than it's trying to do. I mean, it doesn't have to do everything. What I would say though is that it seems to me that overwhelmingly a lot of Christian apologetics, especially in the academy, focuses on these arguments for classical theism, because in my opinion, it's so much harder to argue for any particular religious belief. You've got the arguments from the resurrection. Those don't usually get discussed in philosophy, which itself I think is interesting because it's kind of philosophical. I mean, what else do you have? Like they're the main ones in town, it seems to me, to argue for Christianity specifically. So I think that it is... that's one of the reasons I'm not as interested in these sorts of arguments, is because they don't seem to connect very well to actual lived Christianity. They mention this very briefly later on. Maybe we can discuss it more, but it's like, well, no one not no one, but like hardly anyone actually believes in the God of classical theism. Like they believe in particular gods on the basis of, you know, the Bible they've read in Sunday school teachings and people that they talk to and whatever. And these sort of arguments have seemed so far removed from that it's just like, well, why are we talking about? I mean, yeah, there's an argument that you establish this and this and then this and this, but yeah, there's a level of disconnect, it seems to me, that it somehow just doesn't really line up with what people actually care about. Most people, anyway. Hello? Nathan, your microphone's dead. Well, I'll have to entertain everyone then.
I may have to...
you're back.
I think that this is my webcam mic though now, so I think I'm gonna have to...
Oh, I see. Well, can you play the video? Or no, you can't, right? Because you're sharing it. Well, that's fine. I'll just entertain the stream while you go. So, how's everyone doing? Yeah, so someone said this is all very vague. I don't know if that was in reference to what Cameron's saying or us, but either way, this is the introductory stuff, laying the ground set. We will get into specifics as we go forward. Although for 3 hours, I don't think they go into as many specifics as I would actually like in terms of how the argument is supposed to fit together. But we will come to that. But yeah, just to clarify, so what they're going to do is it's a two-stage process. So there's like an hour and a half on establishing that there must be some sort of necessary being underpinning reality. And then there's an hour and a half establishing why that necessary being has to be perfect or maximally great. Obviously, the second stage is necessary to get you to an actual God of classical theism. At no stage do they then take it to try to get to the God of Christianity. I suppose that would be, a resurrection argument or something.
I think something has just gone like technically wrong with my mics. Is my audio okay on the webcam?
It's okay. It's not as good, but like it's perfectly audible. Well, at least on my end. I assume that's going to be the same with chat.
People let me know in the chat if it's sort of horrible. And then I'll put more effort into fixing it. But if it's workable, we'll just go with it and see.
All right. Shall we bring the video back up?
Yeah. I've noticed as well that StreamYard have changed. StreamYard have changed the default checkbox, so as it shares audio when you.
Oh wow! They finally.
Yeah.
We've been saying that for like a year. That's funny.
Divine properties sort of fall out of this necessary foundation. So that's what stage 2 arguments are all about. And what's interesting is that atheist philosophers like Graham Oppy, and this seems to be like a trend among academic philosophers, at least in the atheist tradition, there seems to be a shift recently to where they're accepting stage 1. And they're saying that, yeah, there is a necessary thing, or there's a necessary foundation for reality. But what they do now is they jump ship at stage 2. So they say that necessary thing.
What I don't like about this is the framing of it as if accepting any part, any like constituent part of an argument that concludes in theism is somehow a concession to theism. So it's like, what atheist philosophers do now is they'll accept part of the contingency argument. They just say that it doesn't get you to theism, as if that somehow is progress made in favor of theism. It's like, I could make an argument, right, that like, if I exist, then God exists, right? I exist, and then be like, well, come on, atheists exist. Atheists are accepting premise 2 of the argument now. They're saying I exist, so this is massive progress for theism. We've nearly got Graham Oppy into it. Like that's just.
Oh, it's a framing thing. Yeah, I think it's kind of dodgy as well. It's the sort of thing I'd usually ignore. But yeah, you do see this. I think Craig uses this sometimes as well. Like, well, even atheists agree with this premise when it's often not that controversial, or the fact that they agree with it's of little importance. Well, like, Jesus existed. Well, even atheists agree with that. Yeah, but it's such a trivial claim. Like, anyway. Well, I guess it's not trivial in all circles, but some dude existed who taught stuff. Like, that's not really that. Anyway, it's just another example of making it seem more that there's more of a concession, right? That there's a rhetorical value in making it seem like your opponents have conceded when actually they haven't.
Yeah, especially if it seems like this could especially be the case in a lot of arguments for theism, where there's going to be a lot of properties that the concept or definition of God is going to have, right? Which means that it might be the case that you kind of like an atheist might agree to some kind of de dicto necessity or something, right? But then they're actually saying, well, it doesn't refer to anything in the world, or it doesn't. Like the objections are going to be complicated to exactly why an argument is failing when we're talking about these sorts of things. So it just doesn't seem to me to be much of a concession to be saying, well, yeah, some atheists are accepting that they think there's a necessary thing. I mean, why would that be like, so yeah, they're really close to theism?
Is just like part of the universe. It's not, it's not an agent. It doesn't have will or intentions or a mind. And so that's, to me, that's progress, but it's just a sort of interesting sociological note. But to get back on point, so what you're about to hear is the interview that I did with Dr. Josh Rasmussen, where we talked about stage 1 and stage 2 in this 4-part series that's been, at this point, is up until today, has only been available on the podcast in these 4 different parts. But what I wanted to do is just string them all together into one long video that you can enjoy on the YouTube channel. So that's what you're about to hear. You're about to hear this really, really good and powerful version of the argument from contingency, stage 1 and stage 2 arguments. And you're going to hear the argument that basically pulled me out of my period of doubt. And it's just, I think, one of the most important things that I've ever done on the channel, even though, obviously I was just interviewing Josh and it's Josh's arguments, but I think it's hands down one of the most important things that we've ever produced. So yeah, that's what you're about to hear. I hope you guys enjoy it. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And without further ado, here you go. Here's my very long interview with Dr. Josh Rasmussen on the argument from contingency. You guys, I can't tell you how excited I am to do this podcast.
We need to pause
it's been a long
here.
time coming.
Well, I mean, I don't know what we need to, right? So what you're seeing on the screen is not an error. This is what I thought when what the hell's happened to my YouTube? No, this is the video, okay? This series of squares that are sort of popping around. I don't know why Cameron chose to do this. It's like, it looks like something's gone wrong. I don't know why he couldn't just use a picture of him or Josh or whatever, but apparently they didn't record video for this. So instead of having something else, we get this. So this is what you're going to see for the next, well, in addition to us, for the next, I guess, 3 hours or so. So just so you're aware, like, there's nothing wrong. Do not adjust your set, right? This is what it's supposed to look like for some reason.
Well, as long as they've got a working mic, like this is so frustrating. I can see the light has just gone to red on the mic, and I have no idea why it isn't working. That's really annoying, going to annoy me. But yeah, that is it. It's a strange choice of background. Does it sort of move around with the voice or anything, or is it just this sort of?
Not that I've been able to gather. Maybe people in chat will be able to ascertain patterns that elude me, but I mean, that's another thing you can do. You can just have a visualization of the audio, which is maybe more relevant. But whatever, this is what we have.
Actually, I can see God in the patterns.
To sit down and record this back in the beginning of September, and now it's October. It's been a long time. Like I said, I've been so excited to record this podcast ever since before I did the discussion with Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic, on Unbelievable. I wanted to make sure that we did a 2-parter series on the contingency argument with you. So first of all, thanks for coming on to the podcast. We've had you on a couple times already on the YouTube channel, but it's great to have you on the podcast.
Thank you. It's awesome to be with you.
Great. So for anyone who may not be familiar with you, your work, tell us.
This is going to be a bit of an aside as well. I mean, eventually we'll talk about contingency arguments, but I find it so strange when people sharply distinguish between podcasts and YouTube, when it seems like one is just a sort of audio form and one's an audio and visual form of the other. I understand there are edited, there's heavily edited podcasts as well that are well put together. So I just find it strange, as if there's sort of this stark contrast between having Josh on YouTube and being able to visually see him while he's talking and just recording the audio, and then making a YouTube video without the visual component.
Well, I don't know. You only get the boxes in one case. I don't know.
Yeah. I just find it. I find it to be this really kind of arbitrary and contrived distinction between what a podcast is and what YouTube is. I sort of see the two platforms as just overlapping. It's not important, but it's an opinion I have.
It's a little about your background, what you do for a living. And then also, I wanted to ask a question from you specifically, because I've seen your testimonial video. I think it's on YouTube. You guys can go search it. I'll even put it in the podcast show notes. But have you always been a Christian? How did that come about? Because I know that you went through a period of doubt and then came back.
Ever since I was an embryo in my mother's womb. Just kidding. Yeah. So, I think as anybody can relate to when they go through a process of transition from their parents' worldview or their community's worldview, for me, my worldview sort of just completely shattered as I began to have my own questions about things. And so at that point, I would say I didn't really have any beliefs, and I was just on a quest to find out more about the world. And this quest eventually just led me to become a philosopher. So at some point in my journey, I just remember feeling a conflict in my soul between what I might hope to be true and what actually just seemed to be true. And when I felt that conflict, I actually gained, I would say, an awareness of the value and the courage it takes to face reality, to follow reason and evidence, to speak truth. And I just remember making a decision that I was going to just seek truth. So who I am is a philosopher, and I had to sort of rethink everything as a philosopher. Yeah, so I don't know if you want to follow up on that. I mean, there's a lot I could say about my background, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just remember you talking about how you went through this period of doubt,
Yes.
and it changed your perspective, specifically with how you interact with other people who don't believe like you do.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that a little bit. I think that was one of the things that really stuck out to me, and one of the things that I've learned from you and try to emulate is that we don't have to just be so combative, and it's like this team versus our team, you know, and we're trying to beat them, and
right.
It doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, there's a sense of community, you know, that we get from our tribe, from people who think like us, but then this can be a problem because we tend to simplify people who are sort of not thinking like us, and we imagine why they think what they think, and we tend to oversimplify and demonize to some extent. And in my case, it wasn't so much that I was demonizing people who didn't agree with me, but it was that I didn't really understand what it was like to be them. And as you remember, specifically when I was in high school, senior year, there was a friend in my biology class, and he was just asking these questions about the existence of God, and I had some arguments, and he had some good questions against my arguments, and I didn't really fully understood what it was like to be him until I had my own questions and stopped believing God myself. And then from that standpoint of just not believing in sort of the ultimate great foundation.
I've taken the video off the screen just because some people are saying in the chat that it's making them feel queasy.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And that would design the world with purpose. I realized that my friend, he had a lot of courage to ask his questions, because I knew that it took me courage to face reality, to ask my questions, and that helped to break down this, I think, oversimplified view of people. And it also just gave me a compassion and a love for people, like just as people. Like, people are just people. And I keep thinking about this, even like now, it's like a theme for me. Is I think sometimes arguments get in the way of seeing people, because we see their arguments. We think of people through the lens of what they believe or what their arguments are. Maybe they have silly arguments or good arguments. So we think of them as either sort of kind of silly or kind of sophisticated. But, you know, people are more important than their arguments, and people can switch arguments. They can switch beliefs. And so for me, it was the shattering of my worldview that also helped to break down, I think, these sort of invisible barriers between me and other people. And so now it's just all different. When I meet people who see the world differently, I have more of an exciting feeling inside. I want to learn more. I see it's an opportunity for sort of mutual conversation. And ultimately, I keep coming back to this principle, which is like that people matter the most. The person matters. And so, I don't know, it's sort of ironic when people get into these arguments, and I've experienced this, where it's almost like the arguments start mattering more than the person. And it's especially ironic if the argument is about reasons for thinking that people have value, such as maybe an argument for people being made in the image of God or something. And then we devalue people in our attempts to try to support those arguments. And so I discovered the irony in myself, and that, I think, helps break me out of that.
The idea, as you were talking of,
yeah, I think this is what this approach and the sort of things that Josh is saying there are one of the reasons why if there is like a good apologetics, I'd say that Josh is kind of doing it. I mean, I'd class him more as a Christian philosopher, to be honest, but I suppose as his interactions and stuff are being utilized by Cameron, as we kind of saw in the framing, you know, like, this isn't a viable way of thinking about reality. Let's figure out what's true. It's sort of more, if this will rescue you from your period of doubt. So the work is being framed in that apologetics context. But Josh's approach of, like, let's not just become horrible tribal arseholes to each other because we disagree on, like, about metaphysics, is something that I think is a really good sort of way of coming to these sorts of discussions with, and is one of the reasons why I dislike apologetics so much, because it seems that most people come to it in the opposite way.
Yeah, and I really appreciate him saying those things. I agree completely. People are the most important, not arguments. And it doesn't matter if you disagree with someone, you can still be polite and try to take them seriously, try to listen to what they say. So yeah, from that point of view, I completely agree. I think it is, well, from my point of view, I don't actually, obviously in this video there, Josh is presenting his arguments. I don't think he does a very good job at framing things in a way that people who have differing views will necessarily find it, like, interesting is not the right word, find it persuasive, or that interacts with alternate views. I mean, they do consider some objections, right? But particularly in the second half of the video, I think that you just get a lot of claims that come thick and fast without necessarily a lot of introspection about, look, how would someone who comes from a different worldview respond to this? Or, like, what would they think about what I'm saying here? And I do think that that's an important part of the discussion as well, even if one isn't necessarily being rude or obnoxious. I just think it's bad practice in these sort of videos or discussions to just sort of make claims without thinking carefully about or even signposting about, well, look, from someone from a different perspective, you know, they're not going to accept this, but something like that. I mean, that'll become more clear later, but I just wanted to mention that I think that's an important aspect of it as well. Because otherwise, someone can feel like that you're saying they're stupid if they don't agree with you, right? Like, well, this is just obvious, or
well Cameron did say you can't rationally disagree with the argument. Well, this argument in particular, not every argument, but this one.
Yeah.
I think something that would be interesting on particularly the sort of claims about metaphysics or explanation or whatever would be to do surveys of people who hadn't been affected by the study of philosophy in some way, to see what their intuitions actually are about some of these things, and to see, you know, how because if I make an assessment of what people's intuitions are, my kind of idea of what people's intuitions are is going to be highly colored by like my biased perspective. I don't think it's going to be representative at all, really. So I think it would be interesting if we could actually say, oh, and sort of like 90% of non-philosophers or something actually do share the intuition that I don't know, this kind of explanation is the right one to go with, or, you know, like a perfect thing is the relevant difference between this and this. I think that would at least I don't know that would convince me more, but maybe it would sort of support or justify the premises in a way that I don't think they are when it's just like, well, I've got these intuitions, or
well, the problem with intuitions is that they don't come from nowhere. They're produced by our experiences and what we think about. I'm actually quite skeptical that non-philosophers have many relevant intuitions that are of interest to philosophers. This is somewhere I'm critical of Craig, where he says that the man on the street thinks that time is tensed. My contention is that the man in the street has never thought about philosophy of time and has some sort of confused combination of intuitions which don't fit well in either philosophy. And that's precisely why we need philosophy. So I think that may not be true for literally everything in philosophy. There are some things that maybe people have intuitions on, but a lot of them I just don't think that they do. Like, does an average person who hasn't thought about philosophy have an intuition about whether there needs to be a necessary ground of all contingent facts? Like, if you ask them that, they're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, why would they have any intuition about that? It seems it's only philosophers who have even thought about these things. So yeah, I sort of agree, but I tend to think that it becomes almost hopeless if we're trying to ascertain people's intuitions, because intuitions aren't pre-theoretical, right? That you can only develop them by having read something about what the question even means. And so in a sense, you're already like influenced by what other people have said about it.
I guess part of the sort of story that I think Josh is painting is this kind of rationalist idea that we're sort of embedded with this innate capacity or something to access some of these a priori metaphysical truths or something. But so when that story is being offered, I guess part of the justification it seems like he's putting forward, I mean, we've not got to any of those points yet, but would be something like widely shared rational intuitions about metaphysical principles. Whereas if actually a really low percentage of the population had certain metaphysical intuitions, then that would kind of falsify for me this rationalist idea.
Right,
that there are so say it would be interesting to kind of gather some data on that to see, because at least that would be a fact that wouldn't cohere with that rationalist story about what's going on and how we should do philosophy. And obviously, if it was really high, it would be kind of I don't know. It would at least be a piece of evidence that cohered with that story that was being told, and maybe do something to the way that I was evaluating everything that Josh is saying. I don't know if that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe we can talk more about that later when he appeals to some of these sort of points.
How arguments can get in the way of people is mind-blowing. I'm just thinking about that as we're going along here. Well, let's talk a little bit. Let's sort of set the context for the argument that we're discussing today, which is the argument from contingency. And in part one, the episode you're listening to now, we're discussing.
Sorry, how arguments can get in the way of people is mind-blowing. I'm just thinking about that. Anyway, into the argument. I mean, Cameron was very self-aware. I mean, he said some self-aware things at the start, but occasionally he says things like that, and I'm just like, what is like, the Skyrim NPC music starts playing in my head.
Oh, those memes are so good.
Stage one of the argument from contingency, and the next episode we'll discuss stage two. So let's first try to figure out, why are we splitting it up into stages? Why is that helpful? To me, I think it's a really helpful distinction. I think it was William Rowe who first made the distinction between the stage 1 and stage 2, and I think there's even a stage 3, if I'm not mistaken. But so let's talk a little about why we want to break it up into these stages.
Yeah, I find it helpful to break the argument into stages because it sort of separates just the different parts of the argument. Like, so for example, what is this argument about? It's about the foundation of things, okay, the foundation of everything. And the 2 stages together are about a great conclusion about the foundation, in particular that the foundation is itself great, supremely great, than which there is no greater. And the first part of the argument focuses not on trying to show that foundation of things is.
I think this is something important to say. I mean, so we've sort of introduced this idea of greatness, and that's a tricky concept. I mean, is there an objective greatness?
Well, this is what I mean, right? So this is the second half of the discussion that they're alluding to. They're discussing why they're separated into 2. So you would think that this is something that, all right, we want to make sure that we're on the same page, or at least that you understand where, say, Josh is coming from, what we talk about what he means when he talks about greatness, and acknowledge that obviously this is a tricky concept, blah, blah, blah. Does he do that? I would say not really. Well, we'll get to that, but there's very little discussion of what it even means to talk about like a maximally great being or what a great making properties. And he appeals to intuition in, I think, a very loose way. But this is the sort of thing I mean, or why I start putting this in the bad category, when you just throw out these things that are very difficult to work with, very loose concepts, and things that different people will obviously understand, well, I think fairly obviously understand differently, and then kind of assume that they're just going to be carried along with you. Or I guess the alternative is maybe you're not assuming that, but you just sort of don't care. Maybe you're just talking to the people who already agree. But I also think that that's not how good philosophy should work. So anyway, but it's things like this that irritate me when people are not careful. You just throw out ideas or concepts that are going to be tricky and don't even acknowledge that or try to say anything about that. And I think this happens quite a lot. And this is the first example.
Thanks, John Buck, for the super chat, by the way. Have a good sleep, John.
Cheers, John. Hopefully we won't be going when you come back, because I don't want this to go too late, but we will see.
I think
sleep, I guess.
I think of the category of things that I think plausibly could be sort of abstract objects, like having some real kind of independent existence. Maybe numbers and certain other mathematical entities, perhaps moral facts, or moral properties. But greatness is one of them. It is one thing where, it just doesn't seem to be like those in relevant respects. It seems like greatness is really, really dependent on context, in a way that something like maybe the number 3 or whatever isn't, you can't be like, oh, it's 3 relative to some particular situation or whatever. Whereas greatness really, like this is a great mouse for a computer, or he was a great father, or in these contexts, it's not, there's not like this. I mean, that's just to assert the conclusion to describe that sentence, I suppose, to say it's not like there's this Platonic form or something, or objective standard, but its definition seems to be really malleable, to the point of almost meaning completely inconsistent things when applied to different objects in different situations. So then to just say, that greatness is irrelevant, different. Well, what kind of greatness? Like the same kind of greatness in the sense that someone is a great father, or the same kind of greatness in the sense that this is a great mouse because it prevents carpal tunnel or something like.
I think we can come back to that in the second half of the video, but I think that these are really important considerations, because I just think that they're not really addressed at all in this video.
God or supremely great, but it focuses on something much more modest. It focuses on rather just that there is an ultimate foundation and that it has a nature that allows it to explain all the contingent things that there are. And the reason to separate the stages is because these 2 conclusions, the first being that the conclusion of stage 1, that there's this foundation that has this nature that allows it to explain the contingent things, is something that people could think is true independently of whether they think that God exists, independently of whether they think the conclusion of the second stage. And so I like to think of the argument as it's almost like a bridge with many steps. And so certain steps take you to stage 1, and then more steps take you to stage 2. And so by separating it, we can sort of focus and get clear on what we're talking about.
I want to provide a little bit more clarity on stage 1.
Yeah.
But before that, let's talk about some of the terminology that's going on, because you've already talked about contingency, you talked about foundation.
Right.
Let's cover some of the basic terms that we're going to need to understand what's going on, because these terms are actually pretty technical, or at least they require some kind of technical definition so that we know what we mean when we're using these terms in this argument. So what are the basic terms that we need to understand?
Yeah, okay. So first, I think it can be helpful just to even say, like, what's the purpose of the argument? And the way I think of the argument is it's a tool. So as I mentioned just briefly, we can think of the argument from contingency as a tool for investigating ultimate reality. Okay, what's ultimate reality? Well, ultimate reality would be what you might think of as sort of like the ultimate explanation of things, if there is such a thing. And the argument from contingency is a tool to get insight into ultimate reality. And so then some of the key terms, obviously one of the terms is contingent. So what does that mean, right? Basically a contingent thing is just something that doesn't have necessary existence. So what does that mean? Well, for example, take a leaf. So a leaf doesn't have necessary existence because you could smash the leaf and it could be completely annihilated. Maybe its parts still exist, but that particular leaf doesn't still exist. So as long as its non-existence is an actual possibility, then it doesn't have necessary existence and it counts as contingent. We need to distinguish contingency from dependence. Sometimes these are confused in popular language. And I think it's because there is a use of the term contingent that does just mean dependent. For the purposes of the argument from contingency, contingent doesn't mean dependent. So dependence, for example, a leaf will be dependent on the causes that produced it. So, the leaf comes up from the plant and the leaf, its existence ultimately depends on whatever ultimately produces it. Without its underlying causes, the leaf wouldn't have existed. And so in that sense, the leaf is also dependent. It's contingent and dependent. And you might think that whatever is contingent is dependent, but that's a further step.
I think what makes this even more confusing is that when Thomists talk about contingency, they do mean dependent, right? And not like this kind of could not exist, but they literally mean this per se chain of ontological dependence.
Yeah. But I think as someone who's moderately familiar, I guess, with this sort of language, I'm finding this explanation unclear. So I don't know how helpful, I mean, maybe I'm just a bit thick, but I'm not sure how helpful this is going to be for people for whom these terms are unfamiliar. I would also say that that there's a problem with the way he defined ultimacy. He didn't actually define it, right? I guess that's a problem. He used the phrase ultimate quite a lot. So he said, like,
yes.
We're going to look at ultimate reality, and ultimate reality is like the ultimate explanation of something. Well, what do I mean ultimate? I guess it probably means the explanation that if you ask for an explanation of the explanation, then there's some sort of chain of explanations. It will be the foundational one that has no further explanation. So that seems close to necessity, although it's not obvious that it's the same as necessity. But I guess the point I want to make there is it's not even obvious. Let me take a step back. There are many issues here that are being muddied. And I guess one of my concerns is it's a bit unclear who the audience is. It appears that the audience of this video are people who are not that familiar with philosophy. So I can understand that he's not going to want to make everything very technical. But then sometimes he does use technical language. So I do find that confusing. But from this point of view here, if we just want to distinguish the difference between contingency and necessity, then I think that presenting a very clear explanation of what that is usually thought to mean philosophically would be important. And from that point of view, I don't know what ultimacy adds to anything, right? I don't think you need to talk about ultimacy or explanations even to talk about the difference between necessity and contingency. Necessity is usually described as something that exists, say, in all possible worlds, or that couldn't fail to exist. And contingency, or things that are contingent, exist only in some possible worlds, or they could fail to exist. They may exist, they may not exist, right? It depends on certain factors that may go either way. That's the core difference as it's usually understood. I don't think you have to mention anything about explanation or anything about ultimacy in order to make that clear. And so already I feel like that things are being muddled by including these extraneous aspects.
Yeah, it's sort of, if you think about Josh's paradigm example there of something that's contingent, like a leaf that could be squashed out of existence, whatever, okay. And then think of something that's necessary, like some mathematical truth, 2 + 2 = 4, right? Is one more ultimate than the other? Is the existence of this cup less ultimate than 2 + 2 = 4? I mean, how do we judge ultimacy? What does ultimacy really mean? Like, is it?
Well, my point is you don't need it. You don't need it for this distinction. So why even talk about it? I mean, I'm not aware of the word ultimacy or the concept being particularly important in these discussions. Maybe it is, and I'm not familiar with that literature, right? But normally you just talk about necessity and contingency, and you might ask questions like, in virtue of what does something have a cause or an explanation, or is it a brute fact or something like that? I don't know what ultimacy adds to anything. So I think it's an unnecessary confusion to introduce it that way.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm just thinking it through. Like, does it actually make sense to talk about necessary truths as more ultimate than contingent?
Well, if they give rise to contingent truths, it may do, but not all necessary truths. Like you've got to be careful here because there's logically, so there are truths that logically imply others. So any necessary truth logically sorry, I said that wrong way. Any contingent truth necessarily implies any necessary truth, because necessary truths are necessarily true, right? So you don't need any premises to establish them. Like 2 + 2 = 4 is necessarily true. So that is entailed by any proposition. There's that like logical entailment aspect, but then there's like an ontological dependence aspect, which may mean something like gives rise to or is caused by.
Right.
And so
but
obviously
Josh has drawn that distinction, right?
Numbers
already
don't cause anything, right? So it doesn't, in that sense, it doesn't make sense from my point of view, at least, to say that numbers or sets or equations cause cups, because they don't cause anything. Like, so in that sense, they're not ontologically more ultimate. Now, I think the sense of ultimacy that Josh is going to be, well, that he is alluding to is God, and God is the ontological ground of everything as well.
Conclusion.
Well, partly, yes. It seems like we're building the concept, the very concepts in that we want to, that we want everything to be there.
Establish,
that we want to establish. So again, there's different things. There's like logical priority, or what you can logically derive from something else. There's causal priority. Then there's explanations. So something may cause something else. Does that necessarily mean it explains it? Maybe, maybe not. Like these are separate concepts, which may be the same, maybe not. But we have to be careful here. And that's why I don't like ultimacy, because it could refer to any of these, or maybe something different. So it's just unclear.
I think this is probably part of the problem with introducing these ideas in the context of, like, for other Christians, perhaps, is that you're able to then introduce the kind of premises with the conclusion baked in to some degree, where it's like, well, when we're talking about necessary, you know, because when you're teaching someone a new word, like the distinction between necessary and contingent, and you know that the audience you're speaking to is Christian, you can be, you know, like necessary truths, like ultimate things, like God, you know, like you start drawing those connections.
Yeah, it almost sounds like when it says ultimate or ultimacy, that's like a what's the word? A dog whistle to God. Like, it's not. Yeah. I don't want to imply bad intent, right? But it almost seems.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
That is what Josh has in mind, right? So I don't think it's not bad intent that I want to appeal to here. It's more like just, I don't know, a bias or a presupposition, maybe, is a better way to say it. Like that's what he has in mind, right? So he's going to use language, and he can't just say that, right? Because then it's obviously question begging. But then if you start talking about ultimacy and you come from a different view, like, well, what could he mean by that? It seems like almost the only thing that fits with how he uses it is God, or something very much like it. And so that's sort of where the problem is from my point of view. It's like, well, we're not really considering how other people would respond to this, or trying to approach from at least maybe there's no truly neutral position, but a more neutral position, where it's like, well, let's start with establishing necessity and contingency as they're normally understood, and we'll work from there. No, instead we'll start talking about ultimacy in this confusing way, which almost sounds like it's God. That's not, I think, a good way to start an argument like that, or start to present a position, you know, an argument like this, a discussion like this.
That's a further argument to be made. Just as far as defining terms, we have contingent, we have dependent, and then we have necessary. And so something is necessary if it isn't contingent. It exists, but it doesn't have contingent existence. So then it'll count as having necessary existence. Those are some of the main terms, the key terms for stage one.
The way that I like to frame contingent is in terms of, like, this thing can fail to exist. And you mentioned that with the leaf, like, if you smash the leaf or if you burn it. I mean, another easy example to think of is like a chair. If we threw a chair in a furnace, then it would be eaten up, destroyed, it would turn to ash. So that chair is contingent. It didn't have to be there.
These are such violent examples, like burning a leaf or destroying a chair in a furnace. Like, as opposed, I don't know, like moving my cup from here to here or something. You know, like,
probably wasn't there for all of eternity.
If you can pause there, though, because
we know in our experience.
So defining something as contingent if it could cease to exist, or sorry, let me start again. Defining something as contingent if it could not exist, I think, is okay, but you have to be careful what you mean by could not exist. Cameron's analogies all relate to something that does exist but ceases to exist. And that's not the same thing. Something that exists but ceases to exist isn't the same thing as something that could not exist. There may be contingent things that cannot cease to exist, but could have not existed in the first place, right? You see the difference. And so, again, you can say, well, look, he's just giving an analogy to help people understand. But I think this distinction matters, right? Because contingency is about what could have been. Yes. And contingency doesn't have anything to do with chronology. It's about what could have been, or other ways that things could be. So one way that I like to describe it is, as far as we know, it could have been so-and-so. And if so, then it's contingent, right? So as far as we know, that leaf could have not existed, right? There could have been, the tree could have not been there, or it could have been a different leaf, right? To use that example. Whereas you wouldn't say, as far as you know, 2 + 2 could equal 5. Sorry, as far as we know, 2 + 2 could have been 5. That seems wrong, right? once you get your 2s and your pluses, it has to be 4, right? So I'm not saying
here's
that's a
an
perfect
example,
definition,
maybe.
but I think that's a better way to think about it than if you can destroy it, then it's contingent.
Yeah, like in the fine tuning argument, they'll want to say, well, the fine tuning constants could have been otherwise, but they'll also want to say that throughout the temporal duration of the universe's existence, for all of time,
that's a good example.
one of the constants is the same value.
They can't change.
It doesn't change.
Yeah.
But it's not like a necessary truth that the constant is the value it is, or whatever.
Yeah, that's a really good example. Yes. I think that's sort of a misleading example. And this is actually a meta-criticism that I have about, maybe this is more Cameron than Josh, because I think Cameron gives a lot of these analogies, but Josh doesn't pull him up on it at all. The criticism is that a lot of the analogies that are given are with respect to ordinary, middle-sized artifacts. And I think that's an absolutely awful way of developing an intuition for arguments that are about contingency and necessity of the cosmos. And I'll talk about this later as they give more of these. But you think about, look, if we're asking, could the universe have not existed, or does it necessarily exist, for example? And then Cameron gives analogies to like artifacts, cups, or microphones, or hard drives, and other things that he gives. Are these good analogs to help our intuition to think about the universe as a whole, or all of contingent reality? I suggest that they're a terrible way to think about it, because artifacts are so very different. If I was in the mood, I might call it a category error. I don't actually like that term very well, but the point is, it's not going to help our intuition. Our intuition's so unreliable as it is, and then using one domain of discourse to understand an entirely different one, I think, is a recipe for problems. And so that's a meta-criticism that I have, that using ordinary, everyday size sort of artifacts to help with these sorts of things is, I think, a bad move, because people are going to be like, yeah, that makes sense, because a leaf could not exist, right? Yeah, but that's not really helping you understand the concept, because we're applying it to very different sorts of things.
Well, this is, I mean, again, I don't want to go on too much of a rabbit hole, but this is something that's really interesting. That James Ladyman talks about as well, where he sort of says, well, because we're very well, our cognitive faculties are very well accustomed to thinking about medium-sized objects. So you might sort of model the way an atom works or something as being something like something like a tennis ball or whatever. And then when you think about what's happening at a small scale, you think of this thing that behaves like a medium-sized tennis ball or whatever, and is maybe like in a metal, it's suspended in a lattice or whatever, however you think about these things. And then you think it's got certain intrinsic properties, which you're inferring from those medium-sized objects. And then you think, well, then the way that things are at that small level sort of supervenes on the intrinsic properties of those small things. And then you've sort of been led astray then in thinking about how things are, how our best scientific theories say things are at that really small level, or similarly at the really big level. And it's all a kind of case of this bias of our intuitions being good maybe for those medium-sized objects like catching balls, whatever, but then just not working when we get down to those smaller levels, or up to those big levels. And I agree. I think if we're going to be doing these big scale, like what can explain the entire universe, or especially the causal type arguments, then we should really be trying to build our intuitions off of big physical examples that we can sort of point to, and that's going to give us a bit more justification then for how we're thinking about these things, than sort of modeling like, well, if I think about this cup, right, it can't just pop into existence out of nothing.
Well, yeah, we'll see that coming up later. Yeah. Just one thing from chat. So Meat Machine has said that 2 plus 2 is not an absolute truth. It's only true within the system of mathematics. There's no such thing as a necessary absolute truth. So what I'd say about something like that is, I think it's a good example of how these things are often how people think about these things differently, right? So you'll notice I don't think I mentioned anything about absolute truth, right? Because I don't think that that's a standard term that's used in these discussions philosophically, and I'm not really sure what it means to say that something is an absolute truth. Obviously, mathematical truths are sort of true with respect to mathematics. I mean, it's sort of unclear what else they could be true with respect to. So I don't want to get into a whole big discussion about philosophy of mathematics here. All I wanted to emphasize is that we have to be very careful to use it when we're engaging in these philosophical discussions, to make sure we're using the right terms. So Josh started off by talking about ultimacy. and we were critical of that. We're now talking about contingency and necessity, and someone in chat here has introduced the term absolute or absoluteness. These are all different things, right? And we have to be very careful about interchanging them because they don't mean the same thing. Now, they may refer to the same set of things, perhaps. Like an example would be maybe you think to explain something is to cite its causes. This will be something that's relevant later. But even if you think that these things are sort of refer to the same thing, that they're not like identical. So you have to be cautious about just slipping from one to the other. And I think that that's a general point that is relevant to this discussion as well, because I think Josh does that sometimes, or is insufficiently clear about distinctions between concepts.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of chat comments. Just
no, the reason I mentioned that was because I thought it was important to mention that, because people do this quite a lot. They'll slip from one word to a different word doesn't mean the same thing.
No, I agree. That's right. I meant sorry about this comment. I didn't want to.
Yeah, well, let's not go into that.
Topic.
All right, let's keep going.
Chairs are made by humans, so it didn't always exist, and then it can be snuffed out. It can go out of existence. So this is a contingent thing. It can come into being. It can go out of being. And then I also like to just say, well, a necessary thing is like just the opposite of a contingent thing. It's like,
yes,
that's something that cannot fail to exist. So it has to always be there. It has to be there for eternity. It has to always exist in every, and this is more philosophical jargon.
Yeah,
it has to exist.
I think what the problem is with what Cameron's saying is that because he's talking about failure to exist, whereas it's more about possible worlds, right? That's the distinction maybe that Cameron's sort of blurred there, because failure to exist or always existing isn't like the thing that makes something necessary or contingent.
Yeah, that's right. Another point. Sorry.
Sorry.
Did I mute myself? No, I'm not mute.
No,
yeah. So another point that I was going to make about that is that here I think Cameron is not distinguishing between necessary truths and necessary states of affairs. So again, this might seem like a nitpick, but these things do matter, right? So to say that something is a necessary truth means that it is like, it can't be false. So mathematical truths are a common example of this, right? Or perhaps tautologies like bachelors are unmarried. Now, there's a difference between that and saying that something necessarily exists. Now, which would be some sort of state of affairs or perhaps an object or substance, right? Now, what's the difference, you might say? Well, because a truth is not the same as a thing that exists. So a good example here is mathematics. A mathematical proposition or statement could be necessarily true, but it doesn't thereby follow necessarily that anything exists that corresponds to that, because that depends on your philosophy of mathematics, right? So if you're a Platonist, then there's something that exists that corresponds to that necessary truth. But if you're not a Platonist, right, if you're a nominalist of some sort, like William Lane Craig is, for example, then there isn't any sort of thing that exists that makes that, or at least many forms of nominalism, there isn't anything that exists that makes that proposition true. So you have to distinguish between, a necessary truth and a necessary state of affairs. And again, in the case of God, the distinction is probably not that important. But in general terms, I would say that it does matter, right? Because truths are not the same things as states of affairs. Truths are like the values of propositions, right? You can say it's true or false, whereas states of affairs or things, well, that's like stuff in the world.
Yeah, and I guess there's a lot that can be said on that point. Sort of one of the thoughts I was having was the one about existential import, right? So for example, it might be the case that all men are mortal, but you can't necessarily derive from that there is some man. And that was actually, for the longest time under the Aristotelian system, that there was for some reason this assumption that from kind of universal predication, you could derive that there's at least one thing that exists under that, which I don't really understand why that happened, but I think George Boole was one of the first people, probably someone before him, but he's one of the first people to sort of formally write down, you can't do that. And then the other one is the de dicto and de re kind of necessity, right? Where is it like necessity of a dictum or necessity of a thing that exists? And when we're talking about descriptions or concept, I mean, that again, there's so much literature and so much complexity in all of this stuff, but are we talking about like a concept of a necessarily existing being, like, or a being that's that than which nothing can be conceived? Is that like a description, or is that a thing that something has? Like, how do we kind of draw that out or think about that or come to figure out if something like that has to actually have existence or if it's just the description? Really difficult and weird problems. I think that's why I find the ontological argument so weird and keep thinking like, oh, it seems like it fails, but then I'm like, have I got something wrong? Like maybe it has to work, and then but I just don't think we're very good naturally at thinking about those sorts of things, and it gets really tricky.
Yeah, and the reason I draw so the reason I'm drawing some of these distinctions, one is to help, because these videos I take it to help people think about these things for themselves, not saying I have all the answers, and I'm limited in my understanding obviously as well. But the other reason is because some of the time, and maybe later in this video, we're going to come to issues where I'm like, well, hang on, I don't agree with that step there. And it's going to depend on distinctions like between use of this term and use of this other term, for example. Just because something has an explanation doesn't mean it has a cause, for instance, or vice versa. Or just because something is necessary doesn't mean that it is, or just because something's contingent doesn't mean that it needs an explanation. And drawing out distinctions that don't necessarily allow you to just jump from one thing to the other. So that's why I think it's important at the ground. At the outset, I was going to say the ground set. That's combining. I keep doing that in these videos, combining my metaphors. At the outset, to be clear about these sort of concepts and make the distinctions that are often important later. And I think that Josh's discussion here isn't very good at doing that. Now, if this were just a 20-minute video or a 30-minute video, that would be one thing. But it's a 3-hour video, so I'm holding them to a high standard there. As sort of what I expect is reasonable.
In every possible world. But I like how you distinguish between contingent and dependent. Yeah, if we can, what was your definition of dependent one more time?
Well, actually, I don't have a definition because I think it's sort of a basic relation, but I was trying to illustrate it with an example. So
okay,
if the leaf is produced by some prior causes that allow that leaf to exist, then we can say that the leaf depends on those prior causes. Maybe if you want to have a definition, you could say X depends on Y means that X would only exist if Y exists. There's actually problems with that definition because we can think of necessary things that would only exist if other necessary things exist, but they don't actually depend on each other. But that sort of technical worry aside, generally X depends on Y. Then
this genuinely does make these arguments more confusing, because that just is what's meant by necessity in the third way of Aquinas, really. So they're going to talk about contingent beings, meaning dependent beings, but using the same noise, and then it's going to kind of like muddy the waters and stuff. I mean, maybe that's just one of the ways that Thomism survives, right? I mean,
yeah. Again, I don't know so much about Thomism, but yeah, I think that what Josh said there, distinguishing dependence from necessity, is fine. I would say that. What was I going to say about that? Yeah, the notion of dependence is tricky again, because there's logical relations of dependency, there's causal relations of dependency, there's ontological notions of dependency, which may be the same as causal but may not be. I think logical dependency is particularly difficult, right? Because in a logical system, right, you can start with some axioms and then prove other results. And in one sense, you could say, well, look, these results depend on the axioms. But if you axiomatize it differently, you could derive, could derive those axioms from different principles, right? And so you might say, in what sense does one set of propositions depend on the other? It kind of depends on how you axiomatize the system. But the thing is, they would all be necessarily true, assuming the system's like consistent or something. So there's one sense in which maybe they depend on another, but in another sense that none of them depend on each other. It's a bit weird, actually, if you sort of think about it.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily have a clear view about how to think about that. But I guess I would say that I would dispense with the notion of dependency because of these difficulties and clarify it by maybe talking about causal dependency. But the thing is, I don't know if Josh wants to specify that it has to be causal, although it does sound like that's what he's talking about. The thing that, how did he say it? The thing that if it weren't the case, X depends on Y. If absent Y, X wouldn't have existed. Right. That sounds like a counterfactual theory of causation. So I think that would be clearer if he did define it that way. I'm not sure if he would want to, but I think that when you talk about dependency in a general sense, it
did he say
a little unclear.
Did he say if X ceases?
Yeah, why don't you replay it and we'll get exactly what he said.
Each other, but that sort of technically think of necessary things that would only exist if other necessary things exist. There's actually problems with that definition because I means that X would only exist if Y exists.
X would only exist
if Y exists. Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. So he didn't say,
which I guess is the contrapositive of but
yeah, I guess that's fine for the sake of argument. But there are issues, as he said, with what was I going to say? With necessary. Yeah. Anyway, we can move on from that.
Actually, problems with that definition, because we can think of necessary
Well, he's
things
saying
that would
there's
only exist if
problems
other
with it,
necessary
so
things
yes.
exist, but they don't actually depend on each other. But
That's
sort of
why I
technical
wouldn't
word
just use
aside,
dependency as a
generally,
general.
X depends on Y, then X wouldn't exist without Y, sort of the idea.
Maybe I'm trying to think of an illustration that would help. So if we're thinking about a movie, okay, a movie is made by humans. So a movie
Yes.
is dependent upon the existence of humans, at least the movies in our world.
Right.
Right. I think that's an easy way to think about it. If we take away the
And
humans,
movies wouldn't exist.
What about Boltzmann movies?
Again,
That's right, like
this is
Contingency.
so that example there is not really problematic, but it's just like,
Well, the problem is that human is like an abstract sort of concept, right? It's not like like movie isn't really dependent on humans' existence. That was why it went with like the bot, because it could be the case that, you know, the atoms could just sort of randomly come together to make a film tape that had a movie on it.
yeah, well, that's sort of what I mean about the lack of clarity. So if we mean causally dependent, then we would say that, I mean, in the actual world, all movies are causally dependent on humans, right? But we can imagine possible worlds in which movies could come into being spontaneously. Perhaps if the constants were different and they just sort of somehow produced movie. I mean, you know, you can kind of imagine how that would happen if there's some mechanisms that give rise to bunches of dots, and then sometimes they'll sort of take the appearances of movies. You know, again, this is possibility. It doesn't have to be likely. So in that sense, I don't know that we want to say that movies like have to be that they're necessarily causally dependent, right? But maybe they're contingently dependent in this world. So this is how these concepts get tricky, right? Because it's not clear whether this means necessary dependence or contingent dependence, or whether we're specifically talking about causal dependence.
Even less weird example, right? Aliens can make movies, like human or aliens.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess one question would be, what is the criticism? I mean, what's the constructive part of this criticism? Should Cameron just not be saying anything here? Should Josh be saying, well, actually, that doesn't help to clarify. Maybe that makes things a bit more confusing.
Oh, well, what I was going to suggest is not to use an example of like everyday artifacts, which is the criticism I made before, because apart from the issues that we just discussed, there's the issue that those sort of examples are not controversial. Or it's not even they're not controversial. They don't really connect to the typosphere that we want to talk about. So maybe pick something that's a bit more relevant. It's sort of unclear what that would be, because I don't entirely know why we're even talking about dependency here. I don't know that you need it. But if we do think that we need it, maybe give an example related to, I don't know, laws of physics or something like that. Not things that humans make, right? Because that introduces the whole notion of agency into it, which I think makes it a lot more complicated than it needs to be. We don't want to tie what we're talking about here to things that humans do, presumably, because that grabs onto a whole set of intuitions that are probably not relevant to the argument or not applicable.
Produce them.
Yeah, right.
That's the idea.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to, we're still talking about stage one and why this is important. So what you already mentioned, the goal of stage one is to talk about the foundation of reality, how it's a necessary kind of thing.
Yes.
So let's also talk about, this is something that I really like to emphasize. And I also did this in my discussion with Alex, was atheists can endorse stage one. You don't have to jump off ship, right? At this point in stage one of the argument, you can actually accept stage one, and then you can get off at stage two, right? So let's talk about that a little bit, and how the reach, I suppose, maybe that's a bad way to put it. Stage one can appeal to all sorts of people. It doesn't have to just appeal to Christians, to theists. It can appeal to anybody. Yeah,
right. So, in the exchange I had with Graham Oppy, for example, he would accept the conclusion of stage one, or at least that's his preferred theory of things, that there is a initial item, foundational item that has a necessary nature. It cannot fail to exist. Its existence is necessary. And yet he would decline to think that this foundational thing is supreme in nature. So that's something we'll look at when we look at stage two, but one could be an atheist and endorse the conclusion of stage one. And I recommend that. So if you don't believe in God, I recommend stage one. And I recommend it just because, to be very honest with you, I think it's a sound argument.
Okay. Well, let's move on to, in your work, and what I've noticed, because I read a lot of your work, you may not know that. People may not know that. I'm joking, of course. But
I mean, that's kind of problematic as well, because say you don't think it's a sound argument, right? Then is Josh's thinking it's a sound argument supposed to convince you? I mean, and now you could say, well, he's a relevant expert, right? So he's not, it's not that he's like your epistemic peer if you're me. He's like the expert. So that should do something to my credence, maybe, that he thinks it's a sound argument, and Graham Oppie thinks it's a sound argument. Maybe that should be something that sort of pushes me toward accepting it. But it's not really a reason, you know, like if I've got some specific objection to what the soundness of the argument, it's not specifically a reason that's going to like explain to me why it is sound if I object to it.
Yeah, well, I would have said that it seems that he's just telling us his position, which is fine. But it did seem that it came across as a recommendation, like he specifically said that, right? So I don't know why you would say that, unless it's just an appeal to authority. But that seems a little odd. Yeah. So yeah,
I'd recommend that you accept this because I believe it.
Especially we haven't heard the argument yet. Like, they've been talking about it, but we haven't got an argument yet.
Yeah, just accept it. No, I don't know, like because I am sort of convinced by stage one of the argument, but again, it's not one of those things, you know, like circular, in either infinite regresses of explanation or sort of like circular dependency of contingent explanation or something. I just don't really have strong intuitions about distinguishing between those sorts of things.
Well,
I think it's
does the presence or absence of strong intuitions play an important role in your philosophy? Because I actually do have an intuition that things need explanations, but I don't necessarily well, not just things, but like I have an intuition that the principle of sufficient reason is correct or something like it. Yeah. But I don't place much weight on that.
Maybe that's.
I mean, maybe you do, right? That's why I was asking.
Well, I think I can't really. I sort of do. I definitely do doubt my intuitions, but when it comes to thinking about these sorts of things, if I'm going to think about them at all, I've got to work with something. And I've only kind of got my intuitions about them. But that sort of dramatically lowers the credence that I place on any conclusion that I get to by reasoning about those things anyway.
I don't think it's true we have only our intuitions. I think we start with intuitions, right? But we have then arguments and evidence, and that's not the same as intuitions. I mean, unless you just define intuition as like whatever we happen to think about something, but I don't think that's what intuition means. If so, just say belief. Intuition seems to be used to describe some sort of pre-theoretic or inexplicable, like unexplainable, unanalyzable sense that something is the case or not the case.
Yeah, maybe I'm using.
That's what I mean when I say it.
Well, maybe I'm using intuition there in a way where I should be using belief as well. But I suppose I didn't. Before I ever thought about any of these things, I don't think I would have sort of categorized the plausible options as either there's a finite regressive explanation, an infinite regress, or a circular dependency or something. You know, like that's definitely something that has been informed by the study of philosophy and these, you know, this kind of like meta problem of things where there's kind of chains of this sort. So maybe it would be more appropriate to talk about that as a sort of belief, but even so, I don't understand. I mean, it's complicated, but what are what's the court of appeal for kind of deciding between those things? It seems like theists have got one sort of package that they can sell, but no, I mean, who's really defending the circular explanation model, right? And putting it out there and saying, well, here's why. Here's what I can kind of sell you on with this model and how it compares to the theistic model. And so I just don't really have.
For any philosophical position, you can almost always find some academic philosopher who defends it. The issue is that they don't get paid money to go on book tours and have jobs at universities that are explicitly pay them to develop better arguments.
The circular dependency of explanation,
which is the issue, right?
The Church of Circular Dependency.
Well, that's for the apologetics industrial complex episode, which we'll get to at some point. Anyway, let's continue with this video.
What I wanted to say was that I've noticed you use a lot of different routes in establishing your conclusions. You like to have a lot of different, maybe bridges is the right term. You like to have a lot of routes, a lot of roads to the same place. So let's talk about some of the different routes that you've discovered, or that you also mentioned that you like to be a sort of creator of these new ideas and help to think creatively. Yeah, so let's talk about some of the ways that you've defended stage one and go from there.
Yeah, so I mean, just right away, I want to just address the worry that someone could have. So you might worry that maybe I'm sort of starting with the conclusion in mind, and then I'm just trying to find routes to that conclusion. And you might worry that that's not really a reasonable way of like finding truth, right? This is post hoc rationalizing. But on the other hand, even before I respond to that worry, I want to acknowledge that worry. Like that's a legitimate worry. So I think when we're looking at these pathways, we want to, keep in mind kind of like what's our goal. So if our goal is truth, then, we want to find out, okay, are these pathways actually reasonable? Like, do they actually lead us to truth? And one of the reasons that I've explored many different pathways is because, well, it really was inspired originally. I first started this back in college, and it was inspired by just this curiosity about whether I had made some mistake in my thinking. So, first I found a kind of simple pathway where we argue from a principle of explanation. And perhaps the simplest way to put it would be, we want to try to explain contingent things. Ultimately, we can't appeal to just contingent things, provide an ultimate explanation of contingent things.
So that, notice what was just said there, though. If we want to explain contingent things ultimately, but why should we want to explain contingent things ultimately from a neutral starting point?
What does that even mean? Because he hasn't defined ultimate so forth. Also, I think this is important, right? Because when I was listening to this video earlier on, I'm like, yes, I think that is a concern, right? Especially when Cameron just said that Josh likes to develop lots of different arguments for the same conclusion. It does sound like that you're just trying to find arguments to justify a conclusion. And then Josh says, yes, that's a legitimate worry. Now, what I missed on the first listening is what his response to that was.
Yeah.
Because it feels like he just changes the topic. So I may have missed it. So I'm encouraging people to listen here because I'm actually interested in what his answer is. And
right. It's a legitimate worry, but here's why.
Does he respond to it?
Yeah.
Because that would be circular. That's like creating the chickens in terms of chickens. Like, I mean, even if you have an infinite regress of chickens, you don't have sort of an ultimate explanation why there are any chickens at all, just by appealing to chickens, right? So in a similar way, even if there's infinite regress of contingent things, you're not going to explain why there are any contingent things at all. You're not going to have
like there's no ultimate explanation of why there are chickens at all, for example. I mean, in the infinite regress case, the explanation of any chicken is going to be the prior chicken, and that's true of every chicken. So isn't that ultimate? Like what? Again, how
I think he probably means unexplained explainer.
Yeah,
I think that's what he means. It would be nice if he defined it. He never does. He never defines ultimate. The question would then be, why think there is an unexplained explainer? The mere intuition that there ought be isn't, I think, a very good reason. As I was saying before, I have this intuition, at least to some extent, but what's it worth? Like, why should there be an unexplained explainer just because you think that they're... I mean, I'm not saying that's the only argument, right? But at this point, and later we'll see that it appears to rest strongly on that intuition. I think there are other arguments that are given later, and we'll assess those, but that alone I don't think is enough.
It's just that, yeah, I mean, it seems sort of weird. Like, it's weird to think about an infinite chain of chickens or whatever, but when we're in this like weird realm of thought experiment metaphysics, when we're in this weird realm of
contingencies, or there could be sort of a circular chain of explanations or two other options.
But in those cases, it seems that sort of thought experiment, all the explanations needed are fully fleshed out by things that aren't ultimate in the sense of a deity. Like that's what I'm not getting here. I'm not with it. Like it's weird that state of affairs exists at all, but the full explanation seems to just be the prior chicken. For any chicken. I don't know, maybe. Yeah,
that's actually interesting. Craig mentions this at one point, just where he says that you don't necessarily... Oh, let me rephrase that. An explanation can be a good explanation, even if you don't have an explanation of that explanation, which I think is true, although it devil's in the details there. But so, we could give an explanation of where chickens come from in terms of other chickens. That doesn't mean we have to explain where chickens came from originally. Like, that's still a good explanation of where that chicken came from.
What explains why there are explanations.
Yeah. So at some point there may just be, but it's actually very interesting, right? Because there are some people who think that you can always give, like, for any why question, why this, there's always, at least in principle, an answer that you can give. Like, we may not know the answer, of course, and we may not have time actually to give it in our lifetimes. But this is like a version of infinitism, but it's not about justification. It's about explanations. So if I ask why this, you can say, well, because of this reason. Well, why that? Well, because of this other reason. And there may actually be no bottom to that. And I have some sympathy to that, because it's sort of not obvious. It may be unsatisfying. It's like, well, there's no ultimate explanation, but maybe there's just always more explanations you can give. I don't know why we can feel that we can just rule that out on the face of it. I don't see any obvious problems with that, other than it may just not be satisfying. Because remember, an explanation isn't the same as something that exists in reality. You might want to say that, look, there can't just be infinite, like, there's no bottom to reality. There's just like always smaller particles or something. That's a view that some people have considered as well. But explanations aren't like, that's not the same thing as saying there could always be more explanations, because explanations can just combine existing things in different ways, essentially, or say more things about them. So it's not like you have to have no bottom to reality to consider that view. It's just that there's always more reasons you can give. And it's not obvious, so we can just rule that out.
I guess what I'm thinking of is something sort of like Aristotle's third man argument against Platonism, but like an explanation kind of version. Which it seems to be so like in terms of the form, that seems to be sort of what you're getting at, because for any given explanation, you just go, well, sort of like, why does that explain that? And then
unless there's something that's not
we're on ultimate explanation,
and by definition, the only thing that isn't contingent would be a necessary thing. So this is one pathway to a necessary foundation for contingent things. But I remember when I was in college and I was asking people what they thought about this pathway of reason. And one of the questions people would ask is, like, well, why think there is an ultimate explanation? Maybe some things have an explanation, but maybe when it comes to the ultimate explanation of contingent things, that's just brute, right?
Yeah, because he's talking about the question of why I think there is an ultimate explanation, which we were just discussing. I feel like we've now moved well away from the original question, which is that how do you know you're not, or aren't you just coming up with justifications for a pre-existing conclusion? This is why I say I might have missed it, because maybe he comes back to it and I just sort of lost track of it. But I don't think he does. I think he just goes on this thread and then they start talking about something else. So
yeah, I didn't hear.
I don't think he actually answers the question, which is unfortunate, because I think that that's a legitimate concern.
I mean, it's great. It's great that he's acknowledging that sort of thing.
I'm glad that he mentioned it, but it would be nice if he actually answered his own question.
Yeah, but the question for the critic, which in this case is us, is like, what? Well, I mean, if that is a legitimate concern, that's going to do something to our sort of credences about the conclusions that are coming from this person who might have these biases. So, I mean, absent any defeater, absent a defeater, then shouldn't that sort of like reduce our confidence in, for example, well, I'd recommend this argument because I think it's sound, those sorts of statements, right? Because you said it's a legitimate concern that these biases are in play.
And so, I mean, one response is to give arguments for thinking that that there is an ultimate explanation. So that's one pathway that I explored. But a different pathway I explored is instead to take a route from possible explanation. I remember I just asked, well, do you think that as far as logic goes, it's logically possible for there to be an explanation for any contingent state of things? And many of the people who were skeptical or who questioned whether there's an ultimate explanation found it quite plausible that there was at least a logically possible explanation. And so then I found a pathway that moves from a logically possible explanation to the possibility of a necessary foundation of things. And then using recent developments in the logic of necessity and possibility, I was able to show from there a pathway from the possibility of a necessary being.
Is that recent development S5?
But here's two.
He doesn't go into this in detail, and I haven't read this, so I don't know. This is another criticism, right? Like, this is like, he doesn't actually explain the argument. He says, well, I argued this, and you could argue that, but I also argued this, and then he presents it very briefly in ways that we can't assess because it's too real brief. We don't actually get the argument. He said, oh, I find ways to argue this. Well, how is that useful as a critic, that you found ways to argue it? Unless this is just an advertisement for his books, which I'm given it's 3 hours. I don't think that's all it's supposed to. I mean, I don't mind if he advertises books. That's not the point. But the point is this supposed to be presenting an argument in a way that it can be assessed rationally? And I don't think that was, right? Because he just said that he has argued it. He didn't say what the argument actually is. I'm guessing that it relates to using axioms of modal logic to establish that the possibility of something being necessary entails its actuality. We've talked about that at length in previous BAs. But I just think that's a really bad way to present an argument, like to just sort of say that you've made it, but not actually explain it.
Yeah, I think that's mentioned in the book, but I'm not 100% clear what he is referring to when he's talking about where he's argued for things, whether he means just in general, like if you sort of are familiar with all of my stuff, you'll be able to piece it together. Or if he means,
but this
like,
is 3 hours of him giving the argument from contingency. Yeah. Like, surely we can at least have the argument, not just a footnote to refer to the argument. I don't think that's good enough.
Maybe this touches back to a sort of sociological critique of what's going on here. So rather than the kind of dialectical space, rather than it being fleshed out by people who are just trying to figure out what's true, it's fleshed out by channels with positions and kind of stakes in the game, Capturing Christianity being a channel with a sort of stake in the game. And then part of the dialectical context is that, you know, Josh is on the board for Capturing Christianity. There's this kind of like mutual, I forget what the word is. You scratch quid pro quo, that's it, kind of thing, where it's like, well, you know, you get a bit of a plug for your books and things, and I get to have some content. And maybe that is our part of this, which is playing a bit of a role. And the idea is, well, situated within this wider dialectical context, now you as a listener can make yourself aware of these things by buying and reading these books. But it's not, I mean, and not that there's necessarily something wrong with that. Like, it's fine for people to write books and sell them. But yeah, it means that as a standalone argument for what does Josh think about these contingency arguments, this isn't like doing that work. You have to now go and sort of like read these things, and you know, you've got to visit all the footnotes, as it were. So then it sort of makes this podcast a little bit redundant.
Two kinds of paths, one from actual explanation and then another from possible explanation. Would you like to comment on any of those paths at this point?
No, I'm just listening. I'm actually waiting to hear, and I don't know if you're actually going to discuss it or if you were planning to, but in your work and on your YouTube videos and stuff, I've seen you actually use another pathway, even from dependence. And that one I haven't seen anyone else defend. And maybe that's just a matter of me being so focused on your work because I love it so much. But let's maybe talk about that one a little bit, and we can come back and discuss the other one, because I do have some things that I want to say.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, and by the way, there's my website, necessarybeing.com, where people can sort of explore for themselves a number of pathways. Because there I just ask questions, and then based on your answers, I ask more questions. And so, yes, there's many different pathways. A more recent pathway, I mean, this is after finishing graduate school, and as I began to just think again about these things from another angle, I was struck by, I'm always looking for like, what's the clearest? Okay, this is like a tool that I use in thinking about things. If things are unclear, then I try to find, okay, what's the clearest? And one of the things that struck me as being clear is that there can't be a cause that exists outside of all that exists, okay? Because if there were a cause that exists outside all that exists, then since it's outside all that exists, then it doesn't exist. But then if it exists...
I'm just going to pause here. Well, yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking, I think this is where me and Josh also would differ in our intuitions. So like in this case, I don't think that this is particularly clear. And something that came to mind is in the book, How Reason Can Lead to God, I remember actually thinking this as I read one of the chapters where he talks about marble as being uniform in the sense that it has the same properties throughout or something. And then he was like saying something like, well, is reality like that? And then using that to kind of like draw these conclusions about the ultimate state, you know, like necessary truths about metaphysics and stuff. And I remember thinking, I'm not sure that marble is like that. You know, like there's going to be different pockets of density. There's veins in the marble, right? That's what artists use to chisel away and make statues, whatever. And it, to just kind of simplify what we know empirically about the way reality is as like, well, it sort of seems the same throughout. You know, it's like this white stuff, you know, whatever. It's like this white rocky stuff throughout, and therefore, by analogy, is this metaphysical principle more like marble, or is it more like whatever? I forget what it was being compared to. Well, it's more like marble, so it's the same throughout. And it's like I don't know that we can think about these things in that way. I don't know. Maybe that was a little bit random and off topic for what's specifically being said here, but I just think I kind of, however Josh thinks, like his thought structure and how he reasons about these things just seems different from me. Like it just doesn't appeal to me to think in this way. The same with the comment of clarity here. Like I just don't find this stuff clear when he starts talking about when he starts articulating stuff in a clear way. It's actually quite cognitively taxing for me to think about the things that he's saying and try and evaluate them and what they mean and whether they're true or not.
Yes, I mean, from what I've heard of Josh, he's I want to be careful here. He approaches things in maybe a very characteristically, analytically, philosophically way. I think is a fair way to say it. And that's not intended to be a criticism or praise. It's just supposed to be sort of a matter-of-fact statement. And I guess from my point of view, that's not necessarily good, right? Although there's power to those approaches. I think philosophy needs to be informed a lot more by the sciences, essentially, is sort of my view. And a lot of mainstream philosophy doesn't do that. So that's going to be a general critique that I'll bring on board, and relies a lot on our intuitions of things that I don't think that our intuitions are reliable about. That is not a specific criticism to what Josh is doing. That is the point of view that I'm coming from in combating this sort of stuff. And like, I think maybe a stronger form of that kind of hesitancy towards this style is what Doug Pine Creek shows, right? Where, you know, that time we had someone on his stream where it's like, oh, you must be a philosopher. And he took that as a compliment, whereas Doug meant it as an insult. Now, I wouldn't go as far as Doug does, right? But maybe that could illustrate the sort of point, right? Like, how useful is this general sort of approach? And I'm a lot more skeptical about it than maybe Josh is. Well, I think definitely than Josh is from what he said. Like, he said before, he really wants to understand reality and know it's true, so he became a philosopher. I would say philosophy is good, but it's better to become a scientist interested in philosophy than the other way around, or even worse, than a philosopher who's not interested in science at all, which is too common, I think. But anyway, so that that's different to what you said, Nathan, but maybe it comes to a similar point there. I'm just going to approach a lot of these things quite differently, where I'm going to be heavily influenced by, I think, our best scientific findings, and then try to incorporate that into perspectives from philosophy, rather than essentially come at it from the other way or not have too much to say about it. And you'll see that, for example, when they talk about quantum mechanics a little bit later, where it seems like that quantum mechanics is this kind of inconvenience that they have to sort of deal with the arguments, rather than actually an insight into the best insight into the fundamental nature of reality that we have, I argue, which then we need to tackle philosophically. Not so it's about what you see as sort of more important and what to approach first, I think.
It doesn't exist, that's a contradiction. And it seems like manifestly clear that there can't be this contradiction of something that exists and doesn't exist, right? So, but now, even though it's so clear, even though it's clear, it's not actually a trivial thing that there's no cause outside all that exists. And same for explanation. If there's a difference between cause and explanation, we still have the result. There's no explanation outside all that exists. There's no ground outside all that exists. There's nothing, right, outside all that exists. And what this implies is that if you think of existence in total, there's nothing beyond existence in total that explains it. And this is actually pretty puzzling, because when we think of examples of things that exist, both small things and big things, both individuals and wholes, both individuals and plurals taken together, like the plural of laptops, let's say, there is a cause outside of them that explains their existence. And this is sort of puzzling. I mean, like, let me just use an example. So I'm thinking now about my laptop. It exists, and there's a cause that explains its existence. And it's because the kind of thing that the laptop is, it's just the kind of thing that depends on other things. It wouldn't exist without other things, having produced it. But now we can just like imagine in our minds that we subtract out everything outside of the laptop. We just subtract out like the rest of the universe, so that the laptop is all that exists. Okay. So in this imagination, the laptop now occupies the totality of reality, the totality of existence. But now, by subtracting everything out in our mind, we realize that the laptop, in this case, in this sort of imagined world, doesn't depend on anything else, because we just subtracted out everything else that it could depend on. But
is this clear to you? This is supposed to be the clearest way to explain.
Well, this is just the sort of thing. This is just the sort of thing that I have problems with, though. So I think actually what's gone on there is a kind of semantic or perhaps linguistic manipulation, where there's a sentence, right? Like a laptop existing within reality, and that sentence, as you come to understand it, causes you to represent some state of affairs as a kind of picture. And then you can sort of say, well, now subtract the rest of reality from that picture. And you think you're sort of representing something in your mind, but you've got no idea, really. I mean, what does that actually say about reality? What does that say? And what can we infer from? I mean, I know where it's going, right? It's going to kind of say, well, you'd be like, well, there needs to be some explanation of why the laptop's there. So why don't we think the same about the entire universe? And it's like, but are they really the same? Is me being able to sort of manipulate a pictorial state of affairs that's kind of similar to the state of affairs in front of me right now? Like, I can see that picture, I can sort of duplicate it and just try and subtract everything else and just see the laptop. Is that really similar to what the edge of the universe is like? Like, I've got no idea. What the hell does the edge of the universe even mean? Like, can I reach out and put my hand through it? Like, what? I don't even know what I'm talking about at that point. So to think that I can think about whether or not it needs explanations, or whether it's kind of similar to my laptop or whatever, just seems kind of weird to me. It doesn't seem like the right way of thinking about it.
Yes, and you remember I said before about using sort of ordinary middle-sized artifacts as examples. We see that again. So obviously, you know, you can't just have a laptop that is the totality of reality. That doesn't really make any sense, right?
Well, where's the contradiction?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say that it's logically contradictory, but at the very
Yeah.
least, we could say that that's a pretty bizarre state of affairs, right? But is that a relevant criterion? Like, what about a quantum singularity that is all that exists, or, you know, empty space-time? Like, what about things like this? Would it make sense to think about that existed without anything else? That's a more relevant comparison. Or what, even just a disembodied mind that wasn't all powerful? Like, there's so many options you could consider that are more relevant and plausible than a laptop that is the only thing that exists. This is my criticism about they're trying to appeal to intuitions, which themselves are unreliable, but they're doing them in the like least relevant way. Which is like, well,
it's
why
an
would you use a
analogy.
laptop as an example? It's a terrible analogy. Like,
it's a really weak analogy. It's
exactly.
Because in what respects is a laptop like the universe? Well, presumably,
exactly.
Well, everything as well. So, I mean, everything for a Platonist or whatever is going to be different from just physical stuff. But presumably, a laptop is like everything in respect to it being physical or something, and it having extension and boundaries, and presumably the universe does. But I mean, is that it? I mean, like, what does it even mean to say you scale up the laptop to the size of the universe? Like, what fills up the space, or does it just
more
become
laptops?
You know, it's. I just don't really know what we're thinking about at that point.
Anyway, let's continue. But I think that's a really weak analogy.
That seems like a problematic world to imagine, because it seems like the laptop is the kind of thing that does depend on things, and so it's
but is everything like the laptop in that
nature, no matter like what other things happen to exist or not. It's sort of like the nature of the laptop to require other things, and so this takes us back to the puzzle. How can there be something that doesn't depend on other things? Like, merely adding up dependent things together, dependent laptops together into an infinite stack of dependent laptops, doesn't seem to yield an independent kind of realities. Like, dependence can't add up to independent.
Well, this just is like a Socrates paradox type thing, then, isn't it? It's like, well, if you think of,
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's sort of like, well, think of a constituent part of reality, and then now just keep adding one more part to that reality. Like, when does it stop being? When does it kind of acquire this relevant difference to that smaller fundamental part, which is not being? And, you know, like, I don't know, but I also don't really know when, you know, a grain of sand becomes a heap or whatever, or when, you know, like, when adding logic gates together sort of becomes a computer or something, as opposed to like a simple. So I don't really know where those strict boundaries are.
Exactly. And there's no real argument here. We're just sort of supposed to accept his conclusion because it's sort of obvious in the case of laptops. So sure, I'll say, look, you're not going to add lots of laptops together and suddenly have a laptop universe that doesn't need explanation. That's pretty bizarre. I'll agree with that one. But what follows from that about anything else? Like, can there be other types of contingencies that you add together to get necessity? Maybe. I don't know. Just because there's one that doesn't work, it doesn't mean that nothing can work. Again, obviously, I'm going to assume that Joss has a lot more to say about this, but I'm critiquing this presentation, right? And the presentation is wholly lacking because we're not even acknowledging that that the argument just doesn't even make sense here. Like, if he just said, look, this isn't really the argument here, this is just an analogy for it, and if you want more details how I develop this, have a look at this chapter of my book. See, that would be one thing, right? Because then you can understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to give you a taste of it and then present clearly as to where he develops it more in more detail. But he doesn't say any of that. I'm assuming this isn't actually supposed to be the argument because it's terribly weak. But he doesn't acknowledge any of the problems with it or trying to explain why he's presenting it this way, or like none of that happens, which is why I think that this is a bad job. Like, I don't think this is a good way to present this sort of, or have this discussion.
Maybe a way of thinking about it. From dependence only comes more dependence. In my recent book that I'm writing, I call this construction error. You can't construct independent reality or an independent totality of things purely from dependent things. But then this brings us back to the puzzle. How can the totality of things?
But that kind of...
he hasn't established that. He's just asserted that. Well, what's the argument for it? Because we can't do that with laptops? Is that the argument?
He hasn't established that, but he also hasn't established that all of reality is composed of just dependent things.
Yeah, that's
because
that's right.
Because someone might believe that all of reality is composed. I mean, obviously that's also his position, but one of those non-dependent things is God. But he hasn't established that you can't talk about all of reality as being, you know, natural in some sense, with absent God and having some non-dependent parts or whatever.
have an independent nature. And the only solution that really makes sense to me is that reality in total has to have within it something that is itself independent in its nature, something foundational that then can explain why reality in total.
Well, I suppose that is what that's what I just said, what he's saying now. So maybe you should have just let it play out.
Doesn't have an outside cause or explanation, because the idea is the foundation of reality can't itself be cause. It has an independent nature. And so this independent nature is the source of the fact that reality in total has no outside explanation.
So
Okay,
if you pause there, though,
I
I don't know that those are the same thing, because there could be multiple necessary things that make up reality, and none of them may be the foundation of reality. They may collectively be the foundation of reality. Well, there's an assumption of uniqueness here, which isn't justified, it seems to me. Again, I think that's coming from the direction of the argument, which is pointing to God, which is supposed to be one, but also three, but put that aside. Yeah, there could be many fundamental things, like perhaps different forces or initial conditions of the universe or Platonic objects, which come together to collectively give rise to all of contingent reality. So there could be a small set of it could be a large set, for all we know, of building blocks of necessary things. Why would there have to be one? Now, you might try to make a simplicity argument, but that would only follow. That only follows if the entities have the requisite causal properties or powers to bring about the effects, right? And so you might think that actually each individual, like a bunch of laws of nature plus boundary conditions that are necessary, individually are simpler. Well, individually and then combined together are simpler than an omnipotent God, for example. Obviously, you have to have a way of assessing simplicity. But the point is, it's not merely the number of objects; it's their properties and powers and how you assess the simplicity of that. So just because there's only one under the theistic view doesn't mean it's automatically simpler, because it's not the number of words that counts. And therefore, I think that it's absolutely an open question as to how many necessary things might undergird reality. So just because we establish that there is such a thing, it doesn't mean, I mean, I guess that would be granting the first part of the argument, right? And we're talking a bit about the second one. But I just want to highlight this, because this is a consistent problem, in my opinion, with Christian apologetics, is that it presents, it often assumes or presents as if the only two options are their version of Christian theism and like some sort of atheistic, nihilistic naturalism. And ignores every other possibility. I mean, here it's not even atheistic naturalism. It's just like, I don't even know what the alternative here. Like, but the point is, you can accept all sorts of contingencies, all sorts of necessities. You can accept those without in any way being led to God. I mean, that was mentioned before in terms of Graham Moppy. But the way the arguments are often framed is as if, like, for example, we don't even talk about the idea that there could be more than one necessary entity, right? We saw that here because he talked about a foundation of everything else. That's assuming that there is one necessary thing that is a foundation for everything else. The fact that there are at least one necessary entity doesn't imply that it is the foundation of everything else, because there could be multiple such things, none of which individually is the foundation for everything else, but collectively give rise to other things. So that's what I'm trying to say here. It's that there's assumptions kind of built into the way that argument is even presented, which lead to specific outcomes or sort of help to develop specific outcomes without having those assumptions fleshed out.
Some people are confused by my comment about the Socrates paradox. I guess what I meant by that is, so it seems to me that what Josh is saying is something like, well, you keep adding dependent things together, you don't get an independent thing.
That is what he said.
But
yes.
But if suppose someone thinks that you do, right? Is the question is just going to be this sort of like, well, where's the boundary of something? And that would be a sort of Socrates paradox. But I'm also thinking maybe that is the wrong way of thinking about the question at all in the first place, because it's not as if reality is like I don't know, reality is sort of being constituted, and it's like, okay, it's dependent, now it's independent. But reality might just be like a whole, right, which is independent, and then the parts within it are dependent. I don't even know. Maybe it was confusing to sort of bring the Socrates paradox into it. I was just thinking about
maybe
what
it makes sense to me.
Saying.
Because he says if you add a lot of things together, add a lot of contingent things together, you don't get a necessary thing. But that's like saying if you add a lot of grains of sand together, you don't get a heap of sand, which is false, right?
I think this is where
because a single grain of sand isn't a heap, which is what he said. Right? He said, look, one laptop is not by itself is not necessary, even if it was the whole universe. 2 laptops together aren't necessary. Therefore, any number of laptops together won't be necessary. And obviously, I mean, maybe that's the case for laptops, but is that the case for any contingent thing? Is any number of contingent things combined together, can that never give rise to a necessary thing? And I think that is analogous to the sororities paradox, because it's not the case. It's not obvious that it's the case that just because a small number of those things of contingent things can't be necessary, that therefore no number of them can be necessary.
Yeah,
I guess like a few grains of sand aren't a heap, but a large number can be a heap.
And I guess if someone were to ask, well, what's sort of motivating that, it might be the view that, well, reality just is composed of dependent things, which altogether do compose an independent whole. So yeah, I guess that's one thing. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I can't remember what else. I had something else I was going to say, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, this was. I think that this was actually the point in the book where he was talking about marble. So when he was saying, reality seems to be composed of dependent things uniformly throughout in the same way that sort of like marbles. I think that's right. Maybe it was about a year and a half or 2 years ago that I read his book. But
I haven't read his book.
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying. And then in that case, it's not clear to me that marble is a relevant example, because maybe the sort of white areas of a particular density would be the dependent things, and maybe, in the analogy, and then the veins or the areas of less density, whatever, would be independent. And if it's like, well, if it's a perfect analogy that holds between the way marble is in the world and dependence and independence, then maybe there is like independence built into parts of it. Like, I don't really know. I'm just sort of critiquing the idea of using the marble analogy at all.
Yeah, well, I won't comment on that because I haven't read it and he doesn't mention it in this video. But it is, one has to be cautious using any analogies for these sort of metaphysical claims, because it's sort of very hard to see how good an analogy is it. I mean, no analogy is perfect, because otherwise it's not an analogy, right? But yeah, I think it is hard to assess how accurate or relevant any particular analogy is, such as the laptop one, which I think is pretty bad.
Come back to me. Tell me where you would like me to clarify.
Well, let's be honest. All of this is going to be really abstract. We're talking about contingent things and like a necessary foundation for all of contingent reality. It's like when we start to talk about these terms, and especially when we're talking about dependence and adding dependence, and you can't get independence from dependence. Like this language just starts to get really, it boggles the mind. Especially, like you can try to slow it down,
saying he didn't understand
ultimately we're going to lose people.
Said.
And so what?
Because I'm not sure I understood
it. Not that clear. Yeah.
This was supposed to be the clearest way he thought of explaining it.
Well, I thought Ian's comment earlier, when he said, that our language has gone on vacation or whatever, when we talk about these sorts of things.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I thought that was quite apt to this sort of thing.
Just a comment. Sorry. Remember the question about, is he just making arguments to try to get to a conclusion? So I listened to that again. I'm pretty sure that was just completely dropped. Now, I don't want to say this was like deliberate. He probably just thought, because you lose track of things. But I think it's a missed opportunity. That's an important question, and it was dropped, and Cameron also didn't notice that it was dropped. So I just think that's a shame that it wasn't addressed.
I can just suggest that if you're having trouble following along, remember where you are and just go back and listen to it again, or even go check out some of his YouTube.
Just projection from Cameron. I guess this is people.
I think
he's not summarizing what was said. He's not actually helping the listener. He's just saying that, well, maybe you're confused. Like, thanks, Cameron.
I think part of the problem is that if you go back and just listen to that over and over again, there's not going to be new content. You sort of need. I mean, it was quite dense, but I also think that you need something else pointed to and explained rather than just listening to the same content there over and over again, because there's like contentious aspects and things that maybe don't make sense. It's sort of intrinsically in the statement that he made.
Videos, like he does it in a really nice presentation on his YouTube channel, which I'll have in the show notes and everything, so don't worry about that. But if we can try to sort of summarize, and I'm gonna see what I can do here. I'm thinking about, because I've actually watched pretty much all of your videos on this, and this pathway for stage one is one of the more interesting ones to me, because maybe just because I'm more familiar with the other ones. Those are the ones that I sort of, when I was getting into apologetics, William Lane Craig uses the version of the explanation of everything. So the independence, the dependence route is really, really different, intriguing. So I think I was actually trying to think of an illustration that might help. So like if we're imagine
So
we
I
have a
think that
swimming
was all
pool
thinking
and we're
time for
pouring water in
Cameron
it
to
slowly.
figure out what to say next, because all of that was just fluff, right? Why do we say all of that? Oh dear.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
We're not going to like fill
No, go ahead.
up the swimming pool with water and then suddenly get fire. That's not going to happen. And it sounds like that's the same type of situation that
Right.
is going on with these dependent objects. So you talked about,
You know, like it's like I'm not going to fill the microwave with grapes and suddenly get plasma. Like, well, that's the thing is, I mean, I would never have guessed it from this kind of thought experiment, but you will actually get plasma if you cut a grape in half and put it in the microwave. Like, I don't know, you know, like I just don't know.
Well, so they carry this analogy forward a little ways, and I think that in terms of in terms of talking about two different classes of things, contingent and necessary, I guess you can use water and fire if you like. They're supposed to be separable things that you can't have both at once. Okay, insofar as it goes,
What
that's
about
all
that
right.
fire in the sea? You know, the oil fire.
Well, yeah. That's
like,
where everyday analogies can draw short. But in general, I think that that's okay as a starter point. But the issue is that it seems to be it's doing more than just work as an analogy to establish two sort of mutually inconsistent properties or types of things. But it's supposed to be an argument as well. Like you can't, what is it? Have a bunch of water and get fire out of it. Well, obviously that doesn't work for water, right? But I guess the question is, can you get fire out of things that might not obviously give rise to fire? That would be more relevant to the analogy, right? Can we get necessity out of things that don't obviously contain necessity in them? That's the question.
What would happen though if you added so much water together that it had the kind of like density to create a star? You know, like.
Well,
presumably,
it would start
oxygen
fusing, right?
Yeah.
Well, hang on. So. So it's mostly hydrogen. Yeah, so it could start fusing. I mean, if stars have too much oxygen, I think that that inhibits the fusion process.
Okay.
But I think we're overthinking that. But I guess the point is that even in humdrum analogies like that, in extremes, it's actually not clear that it's true. Like maybe if you put enough water together in a small enough space, it actually forms a star, and in a sense gives rise to fire. If you want to call the star fire, right? And it's another question, but it's not really but like it depends what you mean, obviously.
Radiation.
But I guess this is the thing. If that's true for even the most humdrum comparison of like water and fire, why would we trust any other type of intuition or analogy that we come up with, right? Like, how do you know what happens when you extrapolate it out to the nth degree of time and space? How do you know that no combination of contingent things can be necessary? I don't know that. Like, it doesn't seem obvious how it could, but that's not an argument for it being impossible. What's the argument?
This is where I feel like there's more careful thinking that needs doing, because maybe the physical analogies like don't work and don't hold, but it feels to me, which is a good guide to reality, that necessity and contingency are kind of like different to physical aspects of reality. You know, it seems like and I don't know, there is some difference to them, but then I can't kind of like, I just don't think I can really point to the world and be like, oh yeah, this is contingent, and over there on the other side of the universe, that's contingent as well. Like I just don't think I can do that in the same way. Yeah, I don't really know. You know, again, I just don't know what we're talking about at this point when I really try and tease it apart and figure out what's being said.
Yeah, well, I think standardly I think a lot of people would say, unless they say everything is necessary, they would say that pretty much all material objects and states of affairs are contingent. So already using physical states as an analogy is not that helpful, because like those things are generally agreed to be contingent. Except for maybe the initial conditions of the universe. But that's what I mean is,
what about the whole set of things at any given moment? Well, I suppose that's contingent because there's change in it. I don't.
No. Change doesn't imply. So you can have change with contingency, right? As long as it's determined. Yeah. Also, as we'll see later, Josh countenances probabilistic causation, which actually opens you up with a lot more options. So probabilistic causation is to say that something can cause its effect probabilistically, so not deterministically, right? So it can give rise to maybe two different options with 50% probability, for example, and that there's nothing deeper that determines that probability. It's just sort of is what it is, and that is one proposal for understanding quantum randomness, which Josh actually mentions later in that context. But the point there is, if you countenance probabilistic causation, then you can actually have everything in the universe be causally determined entirely by the initial state of affairs and still be.
Right.
So in that sense, they're necessary, but also not
chancy swerving of atoms.
But also, yeah, it's actually contingency and necessity becomes a little tricky there, because in a sense they're causally determined, but still contingent, because they could have gone differently. So the point is, if you countenance probabilistic causation, you can actually have something that is caused, like entirely caused, but also contingent. Which ordinarily you'd say, look, if something's entirely caused, it's actually, if something's entirely caused, then it's contingent if and only if the cause is contingent, and necessary if and only if the cause is necessary, right? So the idea would be, if the worry here is if the boundary conditions and the laws of physics are necessary and they cause everything after that, then everything is necessary. And that's a type of modal collapse that's often not viewed as a good outcome, although some people defend that view. But the point is, if you countenance probabilistic causation, you can get around that. You could say, look, the boundary conditions and the laws of physics may be necessary, but everything actually after that can be contingent. Why? Because it was caused, but probabilistically, so it could have gone the other way. So Josh is actually okay with that, right? In which case, it seems that there's even less of a problem to say that we might have these combinations of contingent things which themselves are necessary. So perhaps, for example, the decay going one way was contingent, but if we have some sort of ensemble of the decay going all possible ways, that would actually be necessary.
Right.
It's like saying it's,
I see what you mean. Yeah.
If I get a head or a tail, that's contingent. But if somehow I have an ensemble of the possibilities, then that would actually be necessary, because there can't be anything different.
Well, it's necessary that you get heads and tails.
It's necessary that I get one of the two.
Yeah,
exactly. That's a better way of saying it. So I'm not fleshing out what that looks like. Maybe it's some sort of quantum superposition thing or something else. The point is, though, with probabilistic causation, your options are opened up dramatically in terms of how to make sense of putting contingent things together and getting necessity out of that, or getting contingency from necessity.
Right. Yeah. That's weird. But
this it is weird, right? But and that's one of the reasons I think some people don't like probabilistic causation. They want to say, no, causation has to be absolutely deterministic. But I think it's interesting. But I just think that this argument here is dramatically under motivated and under explored. Like, why can't you get contingency from combining? Sorry, why can't you get necessity from combining contingent things? I think we're just being told that you can't because it doesn't work for like water and fire or laptops. But so what? Like, that's not an argument.
I want to just address. We've already addressed this earlier on, but I guess people kind of come and go as the thing happens. If you admit necessity, then he says you've conceded. Then he says you've conceded his conclusion. I don't like the framing of like admit necessity. I mean, I guess you might mean admit in a sense of like permit, like you've admitted it into your view of reality.
Well, not when you also use the word concede.
Yeah, it sounds quite sort of like to say that there's necessity is this big concession for people who aren't theists or whatever, and it's like, no, because there's still the gap problem. There's still that's probably the most. We're talking about why there might be contention. There might be contentious stuff in this like stage one part, but then the stage two, the getting to some kind of like theism or a specific version of theism is sort of like is a big problem. So you've not really conceded his conclusion at all. I mean, you've conceded his conclusion to stage one, which says nothing about, which isn't to do with theism, which is the worldview distinction between.
I'm not actually sure that you have conceded his contention for the first part. Partly because it's not entirely clear what that is, because he hasn't made it entirely clear. It does relate to necessity, but I don't think his contention is simply that there are necessary states of affairs or that there are necessary truths. Remember, those themselves are different. I'm not exactly sure which one he's arguing for, because like that's fairly trivial. Most people agree at least that mathematical truths are necessary, right? What he's saying is that there's a necessary foundation of all of contingent reality. That is a much harder claim to make. And the point he seems to be trying to get to that by saying, look, you need something that grounds all of contingent reality, and it can't be part of it can't be some combination or aspect of contingent reality. It's got to be something that itself is not contingent and grounds everything else. And what I'm saying is it's actually not clear to me, or I don't think he's argued as to why you can't have a variety of necessities that exist. That are given rise to, or that exist in virtue of the combination of contingencies, and those necessities themselves wouldn't be like foundational necessarily, because they would just be part of the world along with lots of other contingent facts. What Josh needs, it seems to me, as far as I can tell, is one sort of fundamental, to use his term before, a foundational necessary truth or fact which undergirds all of the contingencies. And the mere existence of some necessities doesn't entail that.
I thought this was an interesting point as well by Ian. Why suppose that the adjective contingent that we develop to discuss certain things in our everyday life can be meaningfully applied to some abstraction like all of reality? Are atoms salty? Is justice stinky? Is gravity blue?
Well, that's why I think you need to start these discussions with at least some acknowledgement of the difficulty of notions like contingency and necessity, and thinking about how we can even know of these sorts of things. Like, how do you know if something's contingent or necessary? That's a very difficult, because those things are counterfactuals, right? To say that something is contingent is not to say that it does or doesn't exist. It's to say whether it could or could not exist. And we never observe what doesn't exist, right? So there's a big issue there about how you can establish whether something could be different when you never observe different things. I think this is a sort of an insight of Hume. He talked about in I don't know that he talked about it in explicit modality terms. He talked about it in terms of causation. Like, the idea of a cause is that you have a cause. The idea of causation is that you have two things, your cause and your effect, and there's some sort of connection between them, one necessitating the other. But Hume said you never actually see that connection. You just see cause and you see effect. So why think there's anything more than that? Now, I wouldn't quite go that far myself. I think you can give some reasons, but I think that the point there is a good epistemological point. How do you know that there's anything more than what you just see? Like, you see the cause, you see the effect. How do you know that there's some causation relation that connects them together? I would take that sort of empiricist logic and say, look, you observe what is. How do you know what could be beyond simply what is? Like, that's actually, you need a theory, in my opinion, to make those sort of, a theory about reality, to make those sort of statements. And then you sort of have to appeal to that theory, and we might disagree about the theory. So I think we typically make contingency statements on the basis of our understandings of the physical order or the social order, and say, well, look, if the person had pushed the ball down the hill the other way, then it would have rolled down that way, because we understand how balls work and things like that, right? So we are applying theories of how things work.
Is like really likely or something, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But when it gets to levels where we don't really have those theories to appeal to, like, I don't know, the fundamental ontological ordering of things, it's sort of unclear how you even determine the contingent or the necessary or contingency of any particular thing. The other school is sort of to rely on conceivability arguments or intuitions, which I'm not too partial to myself, but I think it would have been important to bring some of this out at the outset. Look, here's contingency, here's necessity, here's what they're about. Here's how I think we can get to understanding or knowing whether something's a contingent or necessary, and where it's applicable to apply it. And work from there. Try to start from relatively neutral grounding and then sort of be more specific. But I felt like we just sort of jumped into it and started by talking about the ultimate foundation of reality without really the necessary background to even appreciate what we're even talking about here, or why we should accept that sort of language. So I basically agree. I think that it's been underdeveloped in this discussion, these ideas.
About your computer, I'm looking on my desk right now. I've got a mouse, I've got a phone here, I've got a glass of water. If we start to add these things up, we don't just magically get something that exists independently, right? But the question is how.
But that is, it's like, what if you were to just list every single thing that exists in the universe? Maybe you would get something that just magically is independent, you know, like.
Yeah. So that's sort of what I was saying before. How do you know that there are no combinations of contingent things which together collectively are not necessary? The fact that there are some examples that one can give where that's probably not true, like laptops or whatever, doesn't in any way establish that there are no such possibilities. And this is precisely the point. How do you know that there are no such combinations of contingents which add up to necessity?
Yeah, like I can never think of good examples, but I'm sort of thinking, like, you know, like if I just put like one stick next to one stick and a key or something, like, that's not a beautiful piece of art. So it can never be the case that if I sort of like, if I just put one brush stroke next to one brush stroke, that's not a beautiful piece of art. So it can never be the case that I can add brush strokes together.
I think that is actually like, a good. That's why I think that it's analogous to the sororities how do you pronounce it? Sororities paradox. Thank you. The sorority paradox. No, that's a different thing. It's maybe not exactly the same, but I think it's similar in the sense that it's talking about what you can add together to get.
Like when does it become? Yeah, like tell me which is the brush stroke when it becomes a beautiful painting. Yeah.
Like, it seems implausible actually. I think, is it Impressionism where they do the dots?
Yeah,
got
well,
that
so,
wrong?
yeah, I think so. It's sort of like.
But the point is, you might say, look,
yeah.
intuitively, a bunch of dots on a page, like, or even a dot matrix printer or something, like, or pixels on a screen.
Well,
that's
that's
not
the
going to be
David
an
Lewis
image. You know, come
example.
on,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't have a bunch of dots together and that makes an image. But actually, it does, right? If you have enough of them, it does make an image. So these sorts of analogies are just not going to be very good, I think.
I think that's an example that David Lewis gives about reductionism that I came across recently.
I've read the dot matrix
print.
printer analogy. Yeah, that's why where I stole it from. I don't know if it was David Lewis or not.
Right. Let's.
But you know what they say: if you're
Is that possible?
If what? Sorry.
If you're going to steal from the best. Although, David
Right? Is that the
S5?
the sort of basic idea?
I mean, so I like your swimming pool analogy. I mean, like, so if all you have is like this water and you're just adding more and more water, all you're going to have in total is just water. Okay.
Yeah.
In the same way, if you have dependent stuff and you add more and more dependent stuff, all you're going to have is dependent stuff. The totality will be dependent. So that contradicts the point that the totality can't be dependent because there's nothing for it to depend on, nothing beyond it. So in order for the totality to even exist at all, we need something that isn't dependent, sort of at the ground layer, to support the dependent things. It's sort of like something beyond the water in the pool to support the water in the pool, something that isn't water, that, you know, something else, right? Something of another nature. Because without something of another nature, everything's just dependent through and through.
I think that it makes sense in the case described because of my understanding of like a finite pool. But if then you were to say like an infinite water or something, you know, like the Bible describes creation before Yahweh separated the waters. No, I'm saying that tongue in cheek. But you know, then again, it's not clear to me why you need some further explanation to explain, you know, the where the explanation seems to come to an end in that case to me is just that each like bit of water or whatever is just explained by whatever its intrinsic properties may be in the relations to the bits of water around it or something. But then there's not some like further explanation about like the waters being there and that explanation or something, you know, like which I guess just begs the question against the contingency argument and the big fact.
Well, no, but he's not made an argument. He's just asserting that it can't be on the basis of these analogies, which I think are limited. Again, I'm not going to say you have to develop the full argument here, but I expect more for a 3-hour video than just a couple of bad analogies or like very questionable analogies. And then an assertion that because of these analogies, that therefore, whatever they are, that therefore we should accept this very broad, risky metaphysical conclusion. I'm still asking, why can't you have contingent states of affairs which collectively give rise to a necessary state of affairs? What's the argument for that?
By dependent, we mean dependent on something beyond itself. Then the totality would be dependent on something beyond itself. So that leads us to a contradiction. There's nothing beyond the totality.
So what about if we just had dependent things all the way down?
Right. So the infinite regress issue, right? And here I think it's important to realize that the problem of dependence really has nothing to do with the number of things that exist. It's sort of like, I'll continue with the water analogy. It's like, imagine you had water all the way down. Okay. Would you have fire? No, you wouldn't have fire. You would just have water all the way down. It's sort of in the same way, if you had dependence all the way down, would you have an independent reality?
This is what I find strange is, you know, like the example given before where I said, can you get like stars out of water? Is that just relevant facts like that we know about basic physics aren't being taken into account in that thought experiment of infinite water? Like, so you initialize a state of affairs where there's infinite water. What happens? Well, presumably, like, I don't know. I suppose if it's distributed completely evenly, maybe it just sort of doesn't do anything. But if there's any unevenness, and it's not clear that water, I mean, like water itself is complicated. It's a combination of H2O and other kind of like things and other sort of like, you know, like weird polymer chains and weird stuff that happens on the, you know, what's it called, like hydrogen bonds and things happening. It's not like it's not just H2O, you know, that it's not true that again, it's like this point mass where there's just like point masses evenly distributed throughout reality when you say you've got water, right? So if you just had a universe that was just full of water, I mean, what would happen? It's not clear that it would just be like maybe it would.
I just don't think the analogy makes any sense because I don't think it's not spatial extent that he's talking about. He's talking like all the way down. I think what he means there is when we give a contingent explanation. Yeah. So we give an explanation of why, I don't know, why they're trees, and we say, well, because of these evolutionary arguments. And then, well, why did those things happen? Well, because of these geological things. Well, why did those happen? Well, cosmological formation. Go back, and you got to say these are all contingent arguments. And suppose that there was an infinite chain of these contingent explanations, that this contingent thing gave rise to this. I mentioned this before, right? That there could be an infinite series of contingent explanations. Now, Josh's point is that you're never going to get to a necessity to any necessary fact or truth on the basis of that. So two comments about that. First of all, what's the argument for that? Again, there's no argument. It's just an assertion. But the second point is that at that point, why do we need one? Because we've already got an explanation of everything. Everything is explained. This is what infinitism does for you if you can buy it, is that for every contingent thing, there is something else to explain it. The problem that usually people want to avoid is brute contingency, where there's just something that exists contingently, like it could have been different, but there's no explanation for why it is the way it is. A lot of people find that unsatisfactory, so they go for something that's necessary. Or you could go down the infinitism route, where everything actually then has an explanation. It's just you've got to have an infinite number of them. So the point there is that even if you accept that infinite series of contingent explanations is not necessary, and again, he has an argument for that, but even if you accept that, I think the problem is gone by that point, because you don't need any explanation that's outside of the infinite chain, because everything is explained by the hypothesis.
Yeah, right.
Now, there may be problems. I'm not saying there are no problems with that position. I'm just saying that it's the motivation for having a necessity, it seems to me, is significantly weakened if you have an infinite chain of contingent explanations. Yeah. And he doesn't really address that point. All he says is water all the way down wouldn't give rise to fire. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Maybe then it is like to add this second tier of explanation or something, and to go, to go like deeper into the levels of reality, right? And ask the question, well, why does this infinite chain exist at all, rather than nothing?
Exactly.
But maybe that's just a meaningless question,
Well, yeah. So that gives rise to questions about mereology, so compositions of parts and wholes. So it may be the case that if you explain every part of a series, then you don't need to explain the whole. WHOLE, the whole of it.
Right.
And I think that's actually quite plausible myself. Again, intuitions will differ on this point, so there's a lot more that can be said, but this will come up again later. So I'm not defending infinitism there. I guess I'm highlighting some of its attractions, but all I'm saying is he seems to not address this key point, that the point of the motivation of infinitism is to avoid having to have any kind of necessary entity or necessary fact and still get an explanation of everything. Because for anything, there's an explanation of that thing. It's just another contingent thing, and it just keeps going. That's the point of it, right? And so to say that, but there's no necessity there, it's like, but that's
cardinality of that.
That's supposed to be to be a feature, not a bug of that chain. Yeah. It doesn't seem to really realize that point.
Yeah.
Dependence through and through. The whole reality would be dependent. Every part's dependent. The totality would be dependent. And I mean, at this point, somebody might worry, like, well, why think that? Like, maybe if you have enough dependent things, then somehow totality is independent somehow, right? But one reason to think that it doesn't work this way is just by our experience. I mean, every example of dependent things added together is still just a dependent thing. If we have a bunch of iPhones added together, we still have.
Now we're using iPhones. You see why I'm frustrated? It's continually these artifacts. Stop using these as examples. They're really bad examples.
Yeah. Maybe a better example, but I don't even know if it's better, would be like galaxies or something. It's like, you can look through a telescope and see a galaxy. And it's like, well, how many galaxies do you add together? If you just keep adding galaxies, which seem to be contingent, you don't get some sort of like, galaxies which seem to be dependent, you don't get some kind of like independent entity. But then there's a further question of like, what are they in? Like, what is space, and what is? I mean, you've got to have some kind of theory about the whole in order to even be able to coherently talk about the parts. And maybe, and it seems to me like one of the stronger theories might just be that the whole just is independent, right? Like, why does the whole's independence have to be dependent on the dependent parts? If that makes sense, like.
Yeah, there's definitely questions there about the relation between the whole and the parts. It can get quite confusing otherwise. But what was I going to say about that? Yeah. So I think that watching Jace Ferrer, he disabused me of all my Lee Strobel assumptions. Yeah, well, I haven't read too much of Lee Strobel, but that's maybe a good thing. But anyway, Yeah, so I've lost track of what we were talking about. iPhones.
Sorry, the hole in the pods. Yeah, iPhones.
Yeah. So
if you add iPhones, you don't get a
Yeah, right. So I think one of the issues here is that when we're talking about necessity, again, the idea there is that it couldn't be any other way. And I think part of that notion is encompassing of all possibilities. So let's go back to the coin flip example. If I flip a coin and I get heads, you want to say, well, it could have been tails, right? Let's put aside issues of like, well, if you knew the air currents and everything perfectly, in an ordinary sense, right, it could be head or tails, right? But so that truth is contingent. It could have been heads, it could have been tails. But if I tell you, I tossed either heads or tails, that's not contingent, that's necessary. Again, forget about landing on sides for the moment. Just in an ordinary sense of things, it's either head or tails. So the point there is that in one claim, I specify one outcome. In the other claim, I'm encompassing both outcomes. So by doing that, I actually you can combine contingent outcomes together to be necessary by a logical operation of or, right? It's one or the other. Now, so that's why it becomes important to distinguish them between, are you talking about necessary truths or necessary facts or states of affairs, because they're different, right? Here I was talking about a necessary truth. It's necessary that I get either a head or a tail, but any one of those outcomes was contingent. So you absolutely can combine contingent propositions to get necessary ones just through logical operations.
But then what about even
states of affairs is different to that? Yeah, so
I was going to say, given a flip has occurred, right? Then would there be a necessary state of affairs that either there will be heads or tails, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's necessary. But any particular, either outcome alone is contingent.
Yeah.
But by combining them together through a logical operator, I actually produce a proposition that now is necessary.
I didn't ask the question very well. Like, what would a necessary state of affairs look like? Maybe if I
right. Well, that's what I was going to go to next, right? So that's why I think you need to think about, are we talking about propositions or truths or states of affairs? States of affairs are obviously trickier, right? But so the analogy there might be somehow that you have all possible realizations of the relevant state of affairs. So this is why I mentioned in passing the notion of a quantum superposition, because actually there's some reason to think that that's kind of how it works. I don't want to get into the details here, but like if you heard of the double slit experiment, it seems that kind of the way things happen quantum mechanically is that they kind of everything that's possible happens in some sort of probabilistic distribution, but we only observe one outcome, or it collapses to one outcome. That depends on your philosophy of quantum mechanics. I don't want to. I'm just using that as an analogy, right, to illustrate the basic point, which is that if you have some sort of superposition of possibilities, each individual possibility may be contingent, but if the superposition kind of all exists collectively, then the superposition may be necessary if it encompasses all possible outcomes. So if somehow we have a state of affairs where the coin is both heads and tails, then that presumably would be necessary, right? Because there's no other possible outcomes. It encompasses both. Now you might ask, well, like how can you have a coin that lands head and tails? Well, obviously I'm not saying that, right? But what I'm saying is at the foundation of reality, do we know what things look like? Like, do we know what things look like ontologically? If quantum mechanics is any guide, I would say that we don't, right? And so I'm just much less convinced when I think about it in this way that we don't have these sort of superpositions or combinations of contingencies that add up to all possible outcomes. So that's a little bit confusing. I'm just sort of illustrating there that it's not actually clear to me that you can't build a necessary state out of contingent states if you're able to combine possibilities into an ensemble that sort of whereby all possibilities sort of coexist in some way.
I think there's a similar point made by it's a different point made by Hume that I'm thinking of, so that's gonna just be a complete red herring. Let's continue on. I'm wondering, should I let it play for a little bit, just because
let's just play through
2.5 hours in.
Itself already an iPhone, otherwise you get a circularity. And so if we have no counterexamples, then we can support this as a principle that makes sense of our universal experience. As well, I think of just basic principle of reason, that dependence just doesn't add up to independence. We can just sort of see this by the light of reason.
Okay, and so but it should be obvious to everybody that when we're considering all of reality has to be independent, right? It can't, the totality of reality can't be dependent on something else.
Right, something beyond it.
Yeah.
I mean, you might think maybe it's dependent sort of on its parts somehow. But then that's what we have to make sure we're clear when we're defining our terms. There's dependent on something beyond yourself. And the idea is you can't, well, this is the notion of dependence we're working with. The idea is you can't take things that are dependent on something beyond themselves and derive from that a reality that's itself not dependent on something beyond itself, and reason experiencing to confirm that inference.
Okay, so what we have to do in this, and this is again, this is one pathway to affirming stage one. You already mentioned two others, and we're going to come back to those actually in just a moment. But so in this one, we're just going to say that this is a puzzle that we found. All of reality is independent, but everything that we see in reality, everything that we interact with at least, is more or less, from what we can tell, dependent.
Yes.
And so how do we get independence from purely dependent things?
Yes.
Computers, mouses, this microphone that I'm talking into. How do we get an independent reality from just purely things that depend on other things? And that's a big question. How do we fill up a swimming pool with water and get fire?
Exactly.
Can't do it. Maybe what we have to do is start with fire, and then we can have fire and water side by side. Maybe you're having a cookout outside in your backyard. Well, anyways, okay. Did you have any other thoughts there?
And just to be clear, so in this case, fire represents
independence,
something that has no outside explanation, and then like water represents dependent thing.
Yeah. So
that's why we need to get fire, because we know there's something without an outside explanation, namely the totality of things, and we got there using the law of non-contradiction. And this is a really important point. I mean, I think this is why I became intrigued with this pathway in the first place, was because I realized that the other pathways, they take a while to get to this conclusion that there's some reality that's uncaused. So either there's some principle of explanation, or there's maybe an argument against an infinite regress. So the first number has to be uncaused. And so then people will press against those pathways in various ways. And what I notice is that, well, we can just use the law of non-contradiction and get very quickly to a reality that's uncaused. We just apply it to the reality as a whole. Now we have a reality that's uncaused. That's like the fire, right? It's this reality that's uncaused. And so, but how can there be this fire, this uncaused reality?
Sorry, what did I miss?
Mostly more of the same.
Okay.
Okay, there was one point there that I wanted to pick up on that just escaped what I was thinking of. I guess it's fine, but yeah, they're using the fire analogy again.
Okay.
Oh, one thing that I remember Josh said is that if you have, if you want to say that there is, he said if you want to build necessity out of contingency, then you just get a circular explanation. I don't think that follows, because you could have an infinitist explanation, right, where there's just always more contingent explanations to give. It's also not clear to me that circularity is always a problem. I'm a coherentist epistemologically, so I would say that, right? But I just want to flag that. But that's another discussion.
What's his name? Is it Andrew Mooney? You know the video why
Mooney?
This kind of circular? Yeah, the epistemology guy. He did an interview on the Analytic Christian.
No, I don't think.
Oh, he was saying like why circularity is okay, but only if you're like arguing for theism or something, which I thought was funny.
Yeah, well, so I think logical circularity is a problem, but not all inference is sort of logically deductive. But anyway, that's another question here. So, but yeah, he also mentioned that it's just sort of, what is it? You can get there through just reason. It's just sort of obvious. So he used the intuition type of argument. I don't know if he used the word intuition, but he said something very similar to that. Again, I've said before, I object to that because not everyone's going to share those. Isn't this supposed to be an argument that gets around these problems? That's what Cameron said at the start. How do you know that that's an intuition? An offhand reference to the law of non-contradiction annoys me, just because that's the sort of tricks that like Craig likes to use about logically and inescapably. It's really not that hard to make the argument that, what is it? I actually can't remember what is it that he's supposed to have established using that. It's the thing the thing that he established using the law of non-contradiction. It's something like that. The thing that explains reality has to be part of reality or something like that, because things that don't exist, I don't remember. It was something like that. But anyway, so that just unnecessarily complicated way of saying something very basic just annoyed me. But anyway, we can keep going.
I have just been given an amazing breakfast.
So oh, wow.
I'm sorry, James.
Where's my breakfast?
Yeah, I know. she's gonna be on the way to Australia, so maybe tomorrow.
Well, I don't know if she'll be allowed in, actually. We're not letting people in at the moment.
V's an Australia denier. She doesn't think it exists. So.
Oh, dear.
She also doesn't think Glasgow exists, which is strange considering we're here. But there we go. Street epistemology can only take you so far.
That's true.
That's puzzling when everything in our experience is dependent and caused. So that's the puzzle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still thinking through this myself, and I can't tell if I'm happy that I use that analogy or not, because it's sticking in my mind, and now I'm trying to think about swimming pools and fire. All right, back to these first two pathways. And probably I think this one has to do more with the first one, because you wrote a book with Alexander Proust recently called Necessary Existence, I think it is.
Yes.
Necessary Existence. And you give a really interesting defense of the principle of sufficient reason, which is just the principle of explanation, as you put it. And in my debate with Alex O'Connor, again, that's Cosmic Skeptic, I simplified this argument that you give by saying that basically the universe is predictable. And so here's a quick illustration. I'll make a prediction right now. there are no tigers that are going to jump in my room or come into being when I snap my fingers. I'm gonna snap here into the microphone real quick. Hey, my prediction was correct. There's no tigers in my room. Thank God. So the question is though, why can I make these types of predictions? Why isn't the world sort of just unpredictable?
Yeah, like you know, the Columbia space shuttle won't burst into flames right after launch. You know, like
yeah.
yeah.
I don't understand why Cameron's using this, because this to me doesn't seem like an argument that's irrelevant to establishing the principle of sufficient reason. So the principle of sufficient, I mean, there's different versions of the principle of sufficient reason, which is one thing that makes it hard. And I don't think they ever define it. Nothing new there. But the principle of sufficient reason in the basic terms is saying that every contingent fact / state of affairs, and again, there's that distinction there, requires an explanation or has an explanation. So there's a reason, there's a sufficient reason why a contingent state of affairs pertains and not another possible contingent state of affairs. Note that this doesn't say everything has an explanation, because necessary things or states of affairs such facts won't have explanations, or they won't always have explanations. Some of them might. But now, if this is true, then the idea is that the universe is contingent, and the universe will have to have an explanation that's outside of the universe, of course. So this is kind of where this is going, and this is a classical way. I think Leibniz has originated this form of the argument here. Now, talking about it in terms of why there are regularity in nature, I don't actually know how that connects to it at all, because there could be regularities in nature and the universe be necessary or contingent. Like, I don't. It could be either. It doesn't seem relevant.
Yeah, and so it could be that things are predictable because everything is necessary. I mean, that would be pretty predictable.
Yes,
maybe.
that would be one possibility. Or everything could be contingent, and it just could contingently be the case that we have these regularities in the universe.
I'm trying to think. Yeah. So
it's not.
Well, why is he raising it as a point about the PSR?
Well,
is Cameron is that?
I don't know why. Well, let's see. I'm not entirely sure why.
Predictable all the time. And a really simple answer is that contingent things just can't do that. They must always be accompanied by some kind of reasonable explanation. A tiger doesn't just...
Contingent things have to be explained. Contingent things have to be explained.
Yeah, so that's the principle of sufficient reason, right?
Well, what about, here's the thing though, like, so what is it a Poincare distribution or whatever like pseudo-random number generators, right, in computers. I mean, they're contingent. Presumably, whenever the number gets generated, whatever hardware is going on, however it's getting generated, presumably that's a contingent event that happens. But you also want to say, well, the number that gets generated is pseudo-random. It's not like.
Well, it's only pseudo-random because we can't predict it, right? It's not actually random.
Okay, so that's not an actual counter.
So those would have explanations as to why it came out that number and not a different number. Now, it's interesting if you want to say, well, look, what if I hooked up a radioactive decay apparatus to my computer and that was genuine random numbers? As some people do, I think random.org uses something like that.
Okay.
Or I think they use a few different methods. But anyway, and you would say, well, is there a reason and is there an explanation why that number came out and not a different number?
Yeah, rather than
now. Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to think of, that kind of counterexample. So yeah.
Well, so that's interesting. I think you have two options here. One is to deny that quantum events or others are truly random, in the sense that they are like deterministically caused in some way. The other option, well, I guess it's similar, but would be to embrace probabilistic causation,
right?
Which I mentioned before, and that actually gives you a lot of freedom.
So it's not, it's not entirely random because it's in a given probability space that it would be.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Now, if you think that they genuinely are random, as in non-caused, not even probabilistically caused, then I think that is a counterexample, right? And that's mentioned later on, and Josh uses probabilistic causation as a way around this. The interesting thing, as I said, is if you're willing to count as probabilistic causation, then you can get contingent states of affairs out of a necessary starting point, which I think removes a lot of the problem that you might have of just saying, well, look, the initial state of affairs, like the initial conditions of the universe were just necessary. You might say, well, that implies necessitarianism, which is everything that happens is necessary. But under probabilistic causation, you don't have that problem because it's still contingent, right? Because it could have gone either way, but it's still caused because it's probabilistic causation.
What about so presumably Cameron and Josh are both committed to like libertarian free will. and those acts are contingent.
We'll come to that.
And I just go, think
Yeah.
of a number for me. Like, is that a random? Is that like truly random?
Well, I want to come back to that when we get to the second half,
Yeah.
because that's when we start talking about a being, like a maximally great being instead of just necessary things. But yes, I think that that's a problem as well. A massive problem.
That would be contingent. What on given libertarian free will, at least that seems like it would be contingent. And
Libertarian free will holds that
truly
all freely chosen acts are brute contingencies.
But then I could pick a truly random number, right? Like, I mean, it's like.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I don't think you can have libertarian free will and principle of sufficient reason unless you just have a clause that says except for freely chosen acts, which I think is how they might think about it. Because that's the whole point of libertarian agency. They're not caused by anything except the agent, but the agent's decision to cause it itself is not caused. Anyway, we can talk more about that later, but I think that that's a massive problem. If you want to invoke this
jump into a room, it has to come from somewhere and be placed there. There's got to be some reasonable explanation. And so, but in the book, you have a much more rigorous defense of this. And I wanted to talk briefly about that because it was one of the more powerful arguments I think I've ever seen in defense of the principle of sufficient reason. So let's talk about that just a little.
Yeah, I like how you put that. We give several different arguments for a principle.
This is what I find interesting as well. What does "it's the most powerful argument I've ever seen" mean? Does it just mean it convinced me? Because then presumably it's just on par with every other argument that's ever convinced you of something. Like if it's like
it really convinced.
Like if I'm going out and I'm thinking, oh, I'm not going to wear a coat, and V's like, well, it's raining and it's cold, you idiot. Like, you want to wear a coat. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, that's true. I do want to wear a coat. I mean, like, this is just the best argument I've ever seen because it actually convinced me of a position that I wasn't convinced of beforehand. I mean, is that different? I don't know. I just find that strange.
I assume it means that after hearing the argument, his level of confidence is high, and possibly also that he thinks that it's unlikely that you can argue against it successfully, or that other people should also be convinced, something like that.
Well,
it's an odd way to phrase it because it's subjective, right? I found it strong. Yeah. I mean, it's more useful to talk about what we think the objective facts of the argument are in this sort of video. Like, here's why I think it's good, because it requires fewer assumptions, or because more people will agree with this premise, or something like that. That would be an objective feature that you could cite as being plausibly why an argument. Well, there's actually a different sense of strong. A strong argument may actually, in philosophy, might be one that requires a lot of risky premises. That's not actually necessarily a good thing. A weak argument would be one that's easy to defend. But anyway, that's just a semantics point.
Maybe, quite plausibly, that is just being said as a rhetorical point with Cameron's kind of awareness that there's an audience listening, and it's kind of like just a bit of chest thumping about the argument.
Yeah, maybe.
Of explanation, and there are different versions of the principle. We end up using a modest version, although we also defend. Well, anyway, there's different versions of the principle, but for our purposes,
as I mentioned,
you can stick with what you just said, which is that contingent things exist because of some explanation, some cause that produces them, something that leads to their existence. And the argument that you gave is similar to the argument from chaos that we developed, which is basically if we don't have some principle of explanation, then we have this problem of chaos. It's the problem of understanding why things don't just randomly pop in and out of existence all the time, right? What accounts for the sort of uniformity of our experience? And at the deepest level, I mean, we can maybe explain the uniformity by physical laws, but then that doesn't give the sort of deepest explanation, because why don't those physical laws snap out of existence, right? Like, there's a strong nuclear force and a weak nuclear force and a law of gravity, right? Like, why don't those laws just cease today at 4:30, right? And then be replaced by other laws? And so it's the same problem of chaos all over again. And I like how you put it.
I mean, maybe they're necessary.
Yeah, so this is an interesting. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone express quite this. Well, he says they developed it, right? What is it? The problem of chaos, he said, or the argument of chaos?
I think something like that.
Why don't the laws of physics cease to be? So my natural response is they're just not the sort of things that can just cease to be. So perhaps they could be. Actually, we talked about this before, right? We talked about the difference between something that could have been otherwise and something that can cease to be. So a leaf is contingent in the sense that it could have existed or not, but it can also cease to exist because you can burn it or you can crush it or whatever. Now, can the laws of nature, like within the universe, like if the universe ceases to exist, presumably the laws of nature cease to exist? Well, I guess maybe there could be a different universe that has the same law. I'm not sure, but at least so long as the universe is around.
Like a tense fact, maybe like there was a sea battle yesterday or something.
Well, yeah.
That will always be the case, but it's contingent.
Yes, that's true. But he's not saying that. He's saying that He's saying there needs to be an ontological foundation for why the laws of nature don't change. And actually, that's a good point, right? Because you could say, look, if the tense less theory of time, like four-dimensionalism, is the best theory of time, then the way the universe is not like the universe doesn't successively give rise. Well, it still causally does, but
any given time,
its properties
time
are
index.
four-dimensional. Yeah. So the future already has the same laws of physics that we have, in a sense. So that's being loose there, but it's not like part of the universe can just sort of not have the same constants as the other part. That's not the way the universe. That's not the way universes are. I think that maybe that question actually presupposes the tense theory of time. Although I had to think about that. But the way he phrased it, why don't the laws of physics just stop being the same or just become different? That does sound like he's saying, because obviously he can't mean that in terms of why doesn't the universe cause different laws of physics? That doesn't make any sense. Well, at least I don't think it makes sense, right? Because the causation within the universe is going to depend on the laws of physics. There can't be constraining laws. Well, maybe there's like multiverse laws that constrain laws of, but then that would be possible. Like I would actually say, look, if we're in a multiverse and somehow the multiverse can shape our local laws of physics, maybe that could happen. There's no evidence of that, so it doesn't seem that it works that way. Or if it does, it works at a much longer time scale than we would observe. But if that's not the case, then it seems that there's no constraining factors that could possibly change the laws of physics from what they are, so that they sort of are what they are. And the universe exists with those properties four-dimensionally tenselessly, and part of it can't just spontaneously be different because that's the properties that it has. I don't know that fully answers this question, but the question just seems strangely posed. Like, why would we think that it's possible for that to happen?
Yeah, it's also going to be a problem for a theistic model of reality where, especially one where there's theories about a deity who creates a reality with a particular state of affairs, which significantly changes, like seemingly the fundamental laws, because decay and thermodynamics seems to be referenced. Well, not thermodynamics isn't referenced by Paul, but modern Christians would say, when Paul says the entire cosmos is in decay or whatever, and this is related to some kind of theological.
I'm sure that's what he meant. Yeah.
It's related to some kind of theological law of sin or whatever, right? And presumably the cosmos wasn't in that state in the Garden of Eden, assuming that's so this kind of thing is going to be a real problem on theism, where there's a deity with the causal powers and potentially the libertarian free acts of will to kind of like change things like that at their own will, rather than a different model of reality, like a naturalistic one, which is just saying, well, on this model they just can't change other than they can change. It's a problem for that.
So I think that's a really interesting question. I think it's a bizarre question, but it's also interesting. A first pass response would be simply to say that the fact that the universe, let's say the constants and laws of nature are contingent, like they may be necessary for all we know, but let's say they're contingent. The fact that they are contingent, it doesn't follow from that they can cease to exist or change. Just as we said before, because contingency is not saying that it can cease to be, it's that it could have not been. That's a very different thing. And that's why phrasing it in terms of could cease to be, which then brings in issues of philosophy of time, I think is really just the wrong question. I think it's just the constants of nature, at least if we ignore multiverses, aren't the sort of things that can just cease to be. Once they are, they are.
But here's an interesting point, though, about the laws of nature. So if you say the laws of nature could have not been, doesn't that imply that on a physical model, if they could have not been, that there's some time at which the laws of nature are not instantiated somehow? And then
no, it doesn't imply anything about that, because that implies that all existence is temporal, which it may not be. You said that implies there was a time when they were not instantiated, and I don't think it does, right? Because that would only be true if all existence is temporal existence, I think.
Okay.
Maybe not even then, actually, but certainly if there can be non-temporal existence. And this also gets to cosmological questions about like the beginning of the universe. I mean, I don't think that if the universe was contingent and didn't have a cause, there doesn't have to be anything prior to, or there doesn't even have to be anything outside of the universe. It's just the universe is what there is. It may not have been, but it is. I don't think even outside the temporal question, there has to be any, there has to be anything external to the universe. I mean, obviously that's what a Christian's going to argue, but
I guess what I'm asking
clear to me
then is,
that there doesn't have to be.
what makes it true that it may not have been is maybe what I'm trying
Well, that's
to
what
get
I was. That's
at.
what I mentioned before. What makes any of these modality claims true? And a typical way to understand that these days would be in terms of possible worlds. There are possible worlds in which, say, there is no universe, or the laws of nature are different. But it doesn't imply that there's like a bit of our world where there's no universe. You see the difference? Now, you might say, well, how do you know what is happening in possible worlds? Well, that's a difficult question, right? This is why I think that the question becomes problematic, because if the way I establish claims about modality, like necessity and contingency, is to use counterfactuals based on my best theories of how things work, I can say a lot of things about what could have happened in history, or if I do things in everyday affairs. But when then I apply that to the universe as a whole, I think the theories run out. Like, what theories do we have about the universe as a whole? Even our best cosmological theories don't describe like the very beginning of the universe. It describes an existing manifold of space-time with a certain density and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot that it starts with. Could we ever have a relevant theory which allowed us to make counterfactual predictions about the totality of everything, and thereby say on the basis of the theory, well, this could be true, and this could have been, and this could not have been? I guess people who make these sorts of claims think that we can use our intuition to do that, or conceivability as a guide. I'm pretty skeptical about that. So maybe I'm going to typically be quite agnostic about these sort of grand contingency claims. So to answer your question, how do you know that the concepts of nature could be different? I have no idea how you can know that, is my point. And I think that the claims to know that should be treated with a lot of skepticism, because the normal ways that we can, I think, reasonably assess contingency claims, like could Hitler have won World War II, to take an example, we have ways of assessing that, right? Because we understand how things work. Like, we don't know for certain, but there are stories we can tell and theories that we can deploy to get a sensible answer to that. I don't know what the corresponding theories are that we can put in place to try to assess the question: could the laws of nature have been different? So yeah, I think that's a really tricky question.
I think something that's interesting about it is when you start going down that avenue, and you say, well, maybe what makes our sort of talk of modality true is just our way of thinking about things rather than the way the world is, or something like that. And then does that kind of end up getting you stuck in this dialectical loop or something, where you end up being committed to to sort of fatalism or something, or to a kind of necessitarianism, where it's like, well, there's not actually something in the world that makes modality true, and so modality isn't true. So I don't know, I'm not making a lot of sense there, but that was where I was coming from.
I mean, you might just think there are no facts of the matter about certain modality claims, like, because the ontological status of possible worlds is tricky in itself, right? So if you say, like, what makes it true, what makes modality claims true, it can't just be things in this world. Well, maybe can't is too strong. I don't think it can just be things in this world, because we're talking about other possible worlds, right? And this is an argument that David Lewis gives for modal realism. It's like, look, you need to talk about possible worlds to get contingency and necessity and other things to work, right? So the success of those theoretical postulates in the theory gives us reason to think that they exist. I don't think that, I mean, most philosophers don't think that argument works, although I think no one's really clear on a good way to defeat it, but because we use that sort of reasoning elsewhere. Like Quine, for example, in his indispensability argument for abstract objects. But anyway, the point is that I think it's quite reasonable just to say, look, there may be no fact of the matter about certain types of contingency and necessity claims, because after all, there's nothing that can, that unless you're a modal realist, plausibly nothing exists that grounds those claims anyway. So already it's not clear that there's any sort of, that we're sort of forced by reality to make a certain, forced by reality, if you see what I mean, in terms of like a correspondence theory of truth. Like, if you want to say that something's true if it corresponds to the facts, there's no facts to correspond to about counterfactuals, right, by their nature. And if you think that that's similar to the case of modality, then it's hard to even say what it would mean for these statements to be true or false. Like, well, they're corresponding to different possible worlds, but those are not things that exist. So, I mean, this is not really an answer. These are just some general thoughts. But I'm not overly troubled by the idea that certain types of modality claims may simply have no fact of the matter about them. I don't think that gets you to a solipsism or a deep skepticism, because there may be many types of modality claims that can be grounded and therefore have, truth makers, and therefore there are facts of the matter. But But I don't know that it follows that all types of metadata claims that we can come up with are that way. But obviously, people will disagree about that. I don't want to present a very strong view there.
Okay, let's play on a bit. I've just noticed we've almost gone for longer than their video, so
it's as long as it needs to be. We always overload at the start, right? Because we cover things that then they come to. So I think we're doing it right.
Yeah, the sort of deepest explanation is going to be in terms of this principle of explanation, that contingent things don't just exist without some explanation beyond them. And that explanation then counts for the order of things. It makes sense of why contingent things aren't coming in and out of existence all the time. I mean, so there's more we could unpack. I mean, one of the things we do in the book is we also give a probabilistic development of that argument. Maybe this is what you're referring to.
Yeah, that part of the argument was something that kind of blew my mind as I was reading through. I mean, the whole book is mind-blowing. You've got to really take your time with it. But that
I love how Cameron just keeps saying that everything is mind-blowing. Like the argument's mind-blowing, the book's mind-blowing.
I feel a bit bad for him sometimes because he's done this at other times. Like, this isn't the first interview where he says things like this. It does come across that he's rather lost. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I sort of
because
agree.
This is difficult stuff. Like, and one of the criticisms here is that I don't. Although Josh claims that he's making this is the simplest version, I don't think he's making it nearly as simple as it could be. If I was trying to present this, I mean, in our analysis, I'm going above what I'm bringing in more concepts that that are not necessarily the simplest way to present it. And obviously, I'm not. There are many more people who could go much more deep than me, right? But the point is, if I was trying to give the simplest explanation, I think. Well, I'd like to think I could do a little bit better than that. So I'm not saying it's entirely Cameron's fault here. I think that the ideas intrinsically are hard. Plus, the way that Josh is presenting some of them is not making it easy. But then you do get these sort of comments where, oh, it's all mind-blowing. And, well, you have to go back and listen to this. It's like,
yeah, and read all the books.
Silly.
It's
yeah,
like,
read all the
is it
books.
easy or is it not easy? Do I have to read a lot of books and listen to, 3-hour conversations, or is it easy?
part, and especially when you were talking about let's imagine this category of things, contingent things that have no explanation, and let's imagine how many things are in that set of things, how many are in that category.
Yeah, that was the probability thing. Yeah, so think about how many possible contingent things don't exist. Maybe these are possible futures, right? Like there's a building that's 4,000 feet tall and a building that's 5,000 feet tall, and Plato and just random ghosts or whatever. Maybe ghosts aren't possible, whatever. Think all the things that you think are possible. There's an infinite set of different such things, right? And so how likely is it that not one of them ever comes into being within your field of view, especially if they all could, if any one of them could? I mean, if you say that they can't come into being, well, then that's exactly what the principle of explanation predicts. So that makes sense, right? But let's say you want to avoid believing in this principle of explanation, even just for this.
Look, if I say that it's possible that ghosts could exist, metaphysically, I'm not sure that it is, but let's say that it's possible ghosts could exist. It doesn't follow that it's possible that a ghost could just come into being in our universe. Saying that it's possible ghosts could exist, that is, it's a contingent fact, is just to say that there are possible worlds in which ghosts exist. If things were very different, maybe there could be ghosts. Not that in our actual world, there could pop into being ghosts. That's an entirely different claim. This is to confuse the ability to come into and go out of existence within our universe with the existence of that thing being a possibility in different universes. That they're entirely separate claims. I mean, Josh must know that. I don't know if he's just being unclear or muddling things a bit here because of the simplicity of explanation. I don't know, but I think that's a basic distinction that's been lost here.
For the sake of argument, we want to see, is it possible to go without the principle? Well, then you have this problem of accounting for the enormous improbability that none of these imaginary things that could exist, just they never do. But why? There's so many. And so so Bruce and I, we developed a kind of rigorous probabilistic formulation of this, where we talk about the sets and we talk about non-zero probability of arbitrary sections of things just coming into being or going out of being. And then it turns out that the probability that none of these things ever come into being, if the principle of explanation is not true, approaches zero, just given the infinity of things.
The probability that none of these things ever come into being, what's that hinging on though? Doesn't there have to be some mechanism assumed? I mean, this is building off of what you just said, but in terms of so there's a set of all possible things, right? Whatever but it doesn't just instantiate itself at random. I mean, what is being said here?
Yeah, honestly, I think this is another case of this is an advertisement to read this paper, or I'm not sure if it's a paper or book, because they're saying there they developed a rigorous probabilistic argument. I mean, maybe it is right. I can't assess that because I'm not being presented with it here. I'm not even being presented with a summary of it here. I'm just being presented with an advertisement for it here. I'm like, hey, we've got a good argument here which relates in some way to things popping into being. But I don't know how they're assessing the probabilities of that, because it seems like given the laws of physics, most of these things are going to be impossible. And he's going to say, yeah, but couldn't the laws of physics be different? And I would say, yeah, but that's different from saying, given those laws of physics, could these things pop into being?
But absent any laws of physics, do they just pop into reality?
Well, that's a different question, right? Yeah. So really the thing is, I don't know. I don't know how the argument works because I've not seen any more. So at this point, I just have to say what has been presented, I find entirely unconvincing and kind of nonsensical. I'm perfectly willing to believe that what's presented in their paper is much more rigorous, but since we don't have that here, well, that'll have to wait for a different video, I guess.
So without so this is a pressing motivation to have some explanation for why there's this order to things, an ultimate sort of deep explanation, not just appealing to laws that themselves could go out of existence. You need an explanation of contingent things.
All right, so we're going to move at this point to discussing some of the objections to the contingency argument. At least we're still talking about stage one. But before we do that, in your work, you make a distinction between objections and barriers. And I think this is also really important. Here's my attempt at the distinction that you make here. So objections help us.
I started staring at the squares on the background for too long, and it really
Yeah, I don't know if you want to hide them again or you like the subtitles, but some people, people complained before, so.
Yeah, okay, I'll hide them.
Sort
if you stare at the squares long enough to stare square back.
Barriers keep us from taking a view seriously. I want to get your thoughts on that attempt at explaining this distinction.
Yeah, no, that's good. I've been thinking a lot about this lately. I've been thinking about even just the role of arguments and even maybe the problem with arguments. So one of the good things about arguments is they can help people to organize their thinking so they can see new things. But one of the problems with arguments is that it can be arguments can be used as weapons in ways that kind of like put people down or make people feel judged. Like, for example, there could be a situation where somebody says, you shouldn't believe that because you have no argument for believing that. And then the person who does believe that maybe feels defensive. And so they say, well, here's why I believe that. And they give the argument. But then the skeptic who doesn't believe it now feels like they need to defend their reasonableness by showing there's a problem with the argument. And then what happens is an infinite battle happens because of the argument. And this is connected to the beginning of our conversation where you brought up something that I'm concerned about, which is a kind of problem with polarization and with people fighting for different tribes. And they sort of lose sight of the value of people in the conversations. It's like people are battling against people instead of seeking to use arguments to serve people. So going back to this distinction between objections as tests versus barriers as obstacles, I like to think of objections to an argument as a way of investigating that argument, sort of testing whether it's a good argument, testing its primacy, right? But sometimes there's something else, which isn't really an objection, but more like a barrier to even taking the argument seriously. Because let's say the argument's been weaponized. Let's say that I've had this experience even recently. Somebody was endorsing an argument that I myself think is sound, but they didn't know who I was, and they were treating me like I was somebody that they needed to like prove was wrong. They didn't even know who I was. And I instantly found myself wanting to be skeptical of an argument that I already think is sound, just because I felt like they were bullying me with the argument. And so this is an example of where barriers can arise because of the association with arguments, with those arguments being used as weapons, or even just with the conclusion of the arguments. Maybe there's reasons to doubt that conclusion, and so then those reasons become barriers to even taking seriously the argument, especially an argument for something like the existence of God, for example.
Yeah, as you're talking,
I want to say I think those are all really good points that I agree with.
Talking about this, I'm thinking barriers seem more like psychological in their sort of nature, whereas objections can be psychological depending on like what type of person you're talking about and whether or not they're thinking about primarily objections or if they're trying to.
But like this is what's weird to me is like Cameron, rather than responding to that point, just seems to be sort of like trying to taxonomically classify like how you define what an argument or a defeater or like I don't know, it doesn't seem, this doesn't seem to be engaging with what Josh has said, but more like so how should we classify, like what is the correct classification for when I'm weaponizing arguments against people? So like given what you've just said, like
I really don't like the idea of a barrier. I mean, maybe there are certain things like like maybe psychological states are barriers, right? Because they're non-arguments. They're just sort of, I had a bad experience and that's a barrier to me to consider this. If that's what they mean, then that's fine. But it wasn't clear that it sounded like.
Well, when I've been listening to Philosophical Foundations for a Christian Worldview, they do actually talk about like spiritual considerations as reasons why people can't see arguments like seriously. And I think that this is probably something that people in that particular worldview do believe, and maybe that's something that Cameron's kind of getting at.
Yeah, maybe. It sounded like, and maybe this is just my unfair interpretation, that a barrier was like an intellectual objection that just wasn't like genuine or was put on or something.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, because the spirit,
Yeah.
it's because of the spiritual, right? Which is why the barrier is coming up.
Yeah, as opposed to something that's explicitly like
Listen.
non-intellectual.
Let me
Anyway, go ahead.
replay.
Logical in their sort of nature. As you're talking about this, I'm thinking barriers seem more like psychological in their sort of nature. Whereas objections, I mean, objections can be psychological depending on like what type of person you're talking about and whether or not they're thinking about primarily objections or if they're trying to accept a view.
Yes.
But I think that's helpful
Yes.
to make this distinction. Barriers are more in terms of like a psychological block or a barrier.
Sure.
Because in your response and how we can remove barriers, I think that's going to be important.
Yes. Yes, that's a good way of characterizing the difference.
So how can we help people to
I-
kind of remove some of these barriers?
I don't
Or-
think it is a
and
way,
even
a
not-
good
not
way
to-
to characterize it, because when he says they're psychological, but like beliefs are psychological, right? So I don't
Yeah.
actually think that gets to the distinction. I would maybe characterize it as intellectual versus non-intellectual. That's probably not perfect either, right? But I mean, in terms of something that you think is argumentative or that has like epistemological force or weight, as opposed to things that are perhaps more emotional, which I don't mean to demean that. Like, I think those are important as well, but they're not of the same type of thing. I would say that saying that it's psychological doesn't really cleave at that, because beliefs are psychological as well. What you believe is psychological just as much
And
as your
that-
experiences.
Well, unless you're making some sort of claim about Platonic heaven of beliefs that minds participate in or something, which is going to be a whole contentious position to take. I mean, I don't think they're saying that, but I agree. It's just weird what they're saying. Like, it's not psychological. What isn't psychological about me apprehending, you know, like representing some objection internally in my brain and then articulating it and saying it to you? Like, that's psychological, isn't it? Is it not?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Anyway, let's
Yeah.
keep going.
to help other people, but how can we present arguments? Maybe that as we're presenting them, we can begin to remove barriers along the way.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about this. I mean, in some ways I almost feel like even more important than developing sound arguments is understanding just like how to present arguments in ways that are winsome. I think intellectual virtues are key, right? Like, so are we actually humble? Are we careful? Are we presenting the argument with an attitude of service towards somebody, or is it to more justify ourselves or to prove to people that we're reasonable? I mean, I feel this temptation. Like, if somebody says like I'm a silly person, I shouldn't believe X, Y, or Z, I'm not reasonable in my thinking, then I find myself almost like tempted to try to justify my own reasonableness to them, right? But then, you know, I mean, how helpful is that going to be for them, especially if now they're feeling defensive because I'm trying to prove them wrong, right? So intellectual humility, seeking rapport, seeking to serve, to add value, I think these really go a long way to removing barriers to inquiry. I often think of like truth flows like a river, but then these barriers block that river. And before we come up with stronger arguments or whatever, we almost just need to unblock the river by seeking intellectual virtues, being humble, being careful, seeking truth, having the courage to follow reason, these sorts of things, being willing to be wrong. You know, sometimes I'll just ask somebody, you know, like, help me see what I'm missing, you know, and sincerely, like, not as a way of having power over them in the conversation, but like, you just sincerely wanting to learn right from them. And I can even be sure of my argument, but oftentimes, even though I'm sure, I won't really see ways in which things are unclear, or maybe my sureness is actually unfounded. And by just asking the question, like, help me see what I'm missing, I'm much more likely to see what I'm missing, and then also at the same time remove the barrier. And I can give you lots of stories of conversations I've had with people where it was a productive conversation, where on both sides we gained deeper insight on this particular argument from contingency, weaknesses and potential strengths, just through intellectual seeking to be virtuous in our way of thinking about the argument.
I think something that can happen.
I think I agree with all those things.
Yeah, that's really good. And it's really encouraging to hear this because you won't hear this from a lot of apologists. But it is good to have it said that these sort of, I mean, the only thing is I would not restrict this to intellectual virtues. I would say that it's broader, like some of this is just sort of social, just being a decent person aside from any intellectual issues.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is really good to hear.
Especially with apologists, because you go through and you learn about an argument, you read about it, you look at the objections, and you're like, oh yeah, all the objections are so bad, because you're, as an apologist, you know, that's your viewpoint. You're coming from this view of, and a lot of us, well, I don't want to say how many, because I honestly don't know, but if you're coming from a position of like you were already a Christian, you were already a theist, and you're looking at these arguments, sometimes what you want to do is you want to go into a conversation and you want to just kind of beat somebody up with this argument and say, well, look how rational Christianity is, look how rational I am.
Projection.
Well, no, I mean, this happens across the board, so I think
Yeah.
it's
It
good
does
to
happen
see.
across the board, but the point is, I think that
Well, that is
Cameron
literally
does
his objection.
do
He's
that-
objective
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, like, by the way, Christianity is true, you know, like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
slogan
yeah.
and everything. I mean, it's-
Well, especially if you feel defensive, if you feel like they're saying you're not rational, and you want to like prove them, no, like, but I am rational, right? That's what.
Yeah, that's true. And what I'm thinking about is actually, I was listening to a TED talk on how to have good conversations with people, and I was listening to this in my preparation for my debate with Alex, actually, because I wanted to figure out like how. And I think this was actually along the same lines without even knowing about it. But basically, one of the things that she mentioned, she listed like 10 different things. I can't remember the actual figure, but one of the things that she mentioned that really, really stuck out to me, and an area that I often fail at, is in going into a conversation. You already talked about this, but going into a conversation and thinking that you already have all of the answers and they have nothing to give you. They have no deeper insights. They have no genuine objections. That's, I think, one of the biggest pitfalls of apologetics and in talking with other people, is that we don't consider the basic idea that this other person you're talking to is not an idiot. They may have insights, and they may actually have a really good objection that you didn't know about. And so what we need to do is, when we go into these conversations, is to assume that you can learn something from this person. And I think when we have that attitude and we go in thinking that, hey, I might learn something really key or really interesting that I haven't thought about before and I need to think about, if we go into a conversation with that attitude, I think that we can make a lot of progress in terms of removing these barriers. And you mentioned.
So I agree with what is being said here by Cameron. And I think my criticism would just be that I never really see him enacting these virtues that he's describing, which is a shame. I mean, he seems to actively avoid conversations with people who he disagrees with. I mean, so maybe see some of those virtues coming through in some areas more recently, but you know, like, think about the whole rationality rules thing and all the misrepresentation in the back and forth that went on, and then they had a conversation afterwards, and it was like, well, why didn't we just do that at the start? It seems like kind of, you know, avoiding listening to what the other person might have to say, as if they've got some sincere objections and they're going to help you kind of figure out what's true, and more like, well, the assumption is that they're wrong, and now I'm going to make this heavily edited video where I sort of like you know, bring up irrelevant things that they said years ago and paint them as an idiot and stuff.
Yeah, and you know, given what Cameron is saying here, I think it's important to contrast that with his behavior. For example, with the "by the way" memes, and as well as other memes that he's been known to post, which are often highly derogatory and just really rude towards people who have different views. And yeah, the sloganeering and the posturing, and you know, the presenting of a debate with someone as like a boxing match and things like that. You know, individually these things are, you might say they're minor, but they add up to I think present an overall I don't know, attitude towards their discourse. And then you contrast that with what he's saying here, and it just seems like a big contrast. So I guess not saying that I'm perfect by any means, but my call to Cameron would be to enact the virtues and behaviors that he's describing here.
Well, just it seems like a core element of apologetics is, here's the answer and here's how you bonk someone over the head with it. And
that's why I was disappointed why Josh didn't actually address that issue earlier.
Because I just don't see, I can't imagine William Lane Craig in a debate, or Frank Chorek on the stage, or whatever, ever going, oh, you've got a PhD specifically in this thing that I'm making a contentious claim about. What am I missing? What, you know, like Josh just kind of suggested, you know, oh, what am I not seeing? Has William Lane Craig ever debated someone and authentically asked that question? You know, like, what am I not seeing?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because it seems to be that a core element of it is the posturing, right? The like presenting a rational defense of Christianity to the non-believer.
Yeah, one issue with this is, if you ask the question, if you did see something, if you did come to see something very different to, you know, what you currently thought, like as an apologist, and maybe that's not like you deconvert, but change your view substantively about important, say, doctrinal issues, would that cause you to lose your job, or at least have very great difficulties at your employment and your other spheres? If the answer is yes, I'm not saying it's always yes, but certainly sometimes yes, as we've seen, for example, from Mike Lacona. If the answer is yes in some number of cases, then I think that you have a really good reason to be skeptical about their ability like legitimate ability to actually ask those difficult questions and respond appropriately. I mean, the way that this is sometimes put is people won't understand something if it's their job not to understand it. And I don't know that it's so much understand in this case, but it's just like, I mean, if that's literally why you get paid, is to have a particular viewpoint and argue for it, and write books and give talks and all of that stuff, then that really mitigates against having those virtues that we were just discussing.
Yeah, I think that's right. Someone's saying what happened to Lycona. He got fired, I think, didn't he, from his seminary for having.
I don't actually know if he got fired. He got in a lot of trouble.
I'm confusing. Yeah, sorry. Pete Enns is the one who actually did get fired from Westminster Seminary for having different views about the Bible than what was in their statement of faith. And then Azusa, where Josh teaches, does have a statement of faith as well, which I was actually, because I view Josh as someone with quite a lot of integrity and stuff. I mean, maybe he does agree with everything in the statement, but I was kind of shocked to find out that they have that. And some of the shady business that the university itself seems to have been engaged in around textual criticism and like buying shady manuscripts and stuff like that. That's something Kip Davis, who was here, he's probably gone to bed now in Canada, but in his video on Josh McDowell's faked conversion testimony, he went into a bit about the weird dealings with, because of the motivations to find early manuscripts of the New Testament. There's just like been a bunch of weird stuff that a lot of these universities have done in giving money to like millions on fakes and things.
Interesting. I didn't know
because they
about
want
that.
to believe it's true. Yeah.
That
was if you've not seen that video, I'd recommend the one about Josh McDowell's conversion testimony on Kip Davis' channel. It's really good.
Yeah, I might have to take a look at that.
The other intellectual virtues and whatnot. But I think if we start there, I think everything else is going to kind of flow out of that.
Yeah, and I just want to add, really seeing the person you're talking with as the treasure in the conversation. Like, they are the most important thing, like not the argument, not even what truth is revealed or whatever. And this is something, I mean, I've failed at this. I'm constantly trying to figure out how to be better at just having that rapport. I've had conversations where I could tell that that there was like a problem in a conversation, is that they viewed me as in sort of an enemy. They didn't have trust. And one of their worries was that, it's like I have to remember that when they're talking with me, they're actually kind of sometimes talking to a type. It's like they don't know me personally. So they're actually they're thinking about like the 10 people of the same type that they talked with before me. And then if it looks like I'm trying to give an argument for a conclusion, one of the common worries is that I'm starting with the conclusion and I'm not sincerely interested in the truth. Like I'm more.
So this was raised before and we didn't quite get an answer to this though. Something similar, well, something very similar to this at least. I guess this is a different perspective on it. But the when it came to talking about the contingency argument earlier, he kind of said, well, it's a legitimate concern, right? To think, am I just kind of starting with this conclusion and working back to it? But I mean, broadly, the points that he's making, I do agree with about like dialectical context and dealing with people and stuff like that. But specifically then applying that in the particular case of him, I don't know. I hope we're going to like hear an answer about why those biases and things aren't something we should worry about in his case.
Or just trying to just convince them. And that's, in my experience, that's a turnoff. Like people want to feel like they're valued and that there's a kind of cooperation in the conversation. It's not like I'm superior, I have the truth. It's just what you said, like coming in the conversation, willing to learn. And I just want to add this other element and really seeing and even feeling that the other person is valuable and they're the treasure, because otherwise it's almost like it's pointless, and they can kind of pick up on that, like they'll feel used, like you're using them to, I don't know, like win your argument or make a point or something. And we don't like to, I know what it's like.
This agnostic tells us the 3 biggest mistakes that atheists make. Sorry if you're listening.
Yeah, exactly.
Like to feel used, we don't like that. So in a way, this is all common sense.
Or atheist destroys new atheist definition of atheism, the Graham Oppy one as well. Like the whole Graham Oppy's like talks for an hour about why argument counting is rubbish, and then defines atheism. Like gets asked a question and answers it in 5 seconds. The next video is like Oppy, atheist professor destroys new atheists or something with like, how do you define atheism? What? I'd say it's a lack of a belief in God, and then like the meme glasses come down and everything.
Yeah.
It's like, but then the video after that is 150 arguments in favor of God. So it's like, ignore the whole point that Oppie made and just use him for the specific bit of narrative that you want. And and then you can tell everyone, I've had Oppie on, and so the point I'm raising here, and I'm sort of for some reason having struggled forming sentences in English today, but the point I'm raising here is that I agree that these are virtues, what are being mentioned, but they're not embodied really by Cameron or the way that he conducts his channel, and that's the inconsistency. I think even in this context, it'd be partially like Josh's responsibility as someone that's close to Cameron to sort of like call him out on where he's not embodying these and how he conducts himself and his channel and his sort of epistemic practices and stuff.
But it's like it's not common. It's just so not common, Cameron. It's just not common. And I feel like we could really just kind of change the world if enough people, if there's like a critical mass of people who really get this, who understand, like we can unblock the truth from flowing. We can unblock the truth flow. I think of like just flowing from place to place, like as people unlock insights, as we really figure out how to have these conversations in a way that doesn't turn people off and people don't feel polarized by them. I feel like if we can figure that out, then everything else becomes a lot easier and more fun and more productive.
Well, let's swing back to stage one. And let's talk about some of the most common objections you hear when discussing the contingency argument with students.
Sure. Probably first, the argument from the infinite regress. People bring this up. Why couldn't each contingent thing just be caused by another contingent thing ad infinitum, and there's no first contingent thing? And so that's just it. That's probably the most common objection. One of them.
Well, actually,
yes.
Yeah, as you're listing it, why don't you just list them? Because we actually are planning on discussing some of those. So just sort of list some of the more common ones that you hear, and then if we don't have it sort of in our outline here, then we can cover it if we need to.
Right. So then there's the fallacy of composition, that it's a mistake to infer that the totality of contingent things has some feature like is caused or is explained from the fact that just parts of that totality have that feature like is caused or is explained. So the fallacy of composition. There is also this argument from quantum mechanics that we can actually get uncaused things because we have these particles that just appear from nowhere, like virtual particles, and there's no sort of determining cause of them. That's one that comes up. I mean, in my classes, to be honest, a lot of it is just clarifying questions like, okay, tell me what this term means. Oh, I actually wanted to add a clarification that does come up from students, which is understanding that a contingent thing, when we say it can fail to exist, and if we say necessary thing has necessary existence, that doesn't mean, to say that has necessary existence doesn't mean that it's necessary for something. Students will sometimes get confused about this. They'll say, like, a chair is necessary for sitting on, so it has necessary existence. And I had a hard time explaining to them, like I used the term could fail to exist. I tried to find different ways. Finally, I just asked the students, like, okay, how would you define contingent? Because some of them got it, but then some of them just didn't. And there was this one girl, and she offered a definition that this other students understood. So I just want to like throw this out too, which is a contingent thing is something that could be gone. That's how she put it. It could be gone. Okay. So that's an example of like an objection that comes up. It's just a clarifying objection. Okay, what do you mean by contingent? And I wasn't sure actually in your exchange with Alex if some of his objections were actually more rooted in still trying to clarify the concepts, because these are sort of deep concepts.
On that note, one of the objections that he raised.
So this came out recently, right? The YouTube video, but did this podcast episode, is this older? Because his debate with Alex was years ago.
It has to be older, right? But in terms of how much older, I don't know. Maybe it was quite old indeed. That was not the impression I got, but I have no idea. I don't think he says. Cameron says.
It just seems like they're talking about that debate with Alex as if it recently happened quite a lot. And
when was the debate?
It was like 3 years ago or something.
Yeah, because I don't remember that happening. That was before.
It was on Unbelievable. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I didn't think Cameron did debates with people.
It was a bit of a strange one because I think Alex was doing his A-levels at the time. Do you do A-levels in Australia in high school, or is it a different?
Well, we didn't call it that, but we have something similar, yeah.
But so yeah, that's what I meant. Is it called that? I guess. So Alex was doing them at high school here, and Cameron debated him at the same time. But it seemed like Cameron was just kind of learning philosophy of religion as well. So it was sort of this really strange debate where both of them sort of. It seemed like it was the first time they'd really thought about this argument, which isn't. It's not like that's completely pointless, but it was like, why is this unbelievable? It was like,
yeah, right. It's not really. It's more of a discussion than a debate if you're just sort of thinking through it, which is fine. But
it wasn't though, because it was like, this is my shot to like destroy.
Right, I see. Yeah, that's a very odd combination.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Was he wasn't convinced that there were any contingent things. And he seemed to adopt determinism in defending this. And if you guys want to listen to that episode, I've got it in the show notes. It's really easy to go back and listen to if you want to. But determinism is basically the idea, and I was trying to think about the best way to put this quickly, is that there are no genuine choices. So like a tree, when it grows a branch, the branch doesn't have a choice whether or not it was going to grow. So all events, including our choices, are sort of caused to happen by...
It just depends what you mean by genuine choice, I guess.
This is a terrible definition. I mean, some of the ones Cameron's given are okay, but this is awful, right? Because who says that trees have a choice as to where to grow anyway? Like, that's not the language you'd use to describe trees for a start. Like, we're using the wrong terms here. But
who
also genuine
trees as
choice.
not causally determined. Like, I mean, it's...
But genuine, what does a genuine choice mean? Because compatibilists about free will think that that's genuine choice. They just think that's what genuine choice is.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And this is an exact, like... I know that Cameron didn't say this explicitly, right? But after that discussion about being charitable and looking at other people's points of views and all that stuff, then you go and use a phrase like genuine choice, implying that any other type of choice other than presumably libertarian, like any type of choice that isn't determined, right, is non-genuine choice, which is an extremely uncharitable way of
the way you understand reality is just not genuine.
Referring to how compatibilists view choice. So I mean, I think that Cameron's just totally unaware of that, right? But this is why it's often hard, right, to be cautious about the things that you say, not to describe your position as the genuine position. It's okay to have a position and to defend it, like, but there's an awareness of other people having different views, because then you can help to avoid coming across as like a prick who thinks that the only genuine or thoughtful way to think about something is the way that they think about it, and that you just sort of don't acknowledge or countenance any other ways of thinking about it. So anyway, I think that because this is just horrible, because whether free will exists is a totally separate question from contingency. You could think that there's no free will and still think things are contingent, or you could be determinist and still believe in free will if you're a compatibilist. So I think that this is horrible. And plants don't have free will anyway, so it doesn't even apply to non-agents. It's things very odd.
Things could happen that are contingent, right? But it could still be some kind of like epiphenomenal, like choice could be epiphenomenal or something, right? And all those causes would be contingent, and it wouldn't. I agree. It's a bad way of passing up the space. I'm trying to think about like it's just sort of weird how it can go from talking about these virtues in the dialectic to then just being so unaware of how conditioned one's become to using these sort of like moral judgments about people who disagree, and with the terms
plants apparently. Well, actually, that story about the tree the fig tree that Jesus cursed. Maybe there's something.
Oh yeah, where it chose to bear bad fruits. That is a weird story. It's like I mean I get it as an allegory, but it's kind of weird. As if like trees, it chose to have bad fruit that year. I mean, maybe Calvinism's true then. That's what it's. But
prior events. That's the basic idea behind determinism. And so what he was saying is that if the world is determined, then there are no contingent things. And my initial reaction was to say that there's a difference between something that is determined and something that is necessary. And I gave an illustration of a gumball machine, which came up actually a lot in the conversation. But I'm curious to see how you would have responded. Would you have just tried to clarify what the terms meant? How would you have responded?
Yeah, I mean, I thought...
Well, Cameron, I would have destroyed really quick.
Your clarification was good. I mean, at one point I was kind of wondering whether he was thinking that the foundation of things is sort of automatically necessary. So the idea is that if everything's determined, then everything would be necessary, because everything would be, well, either there is a foundation or it's just an infinite regress. But in either case, from everything being determined, it just automatically follows that everything is necessary. And then I was thinking it might be helpful just to clarify that we could distinguish between different possible worlds, where maybe in one world, everything is determined. Maybe in another world, there's just a single chunk of cheese. And then there's another possible world where maybe things are indeterminate. And I wasn't sure if he would allow for alternative possible world, or if he was really thinking that there was only one possible world. But probably the response I would have given would just to go ahead and just grant, like, okay, let's say everything is necessary. Well, then that completes the first stage of the argument, right? Because the whole point of stage one was to try to show that there's some necessary part of reality, some necessary thing. And so then we can move on to stage two and investigate, okay, what's the nature of the necessary. If everything's necessary, then we can look at stage two and unpack some of the features of a necessary thing. And if it turns out that, well, some of the features revealed by stage two are incompatible with some of the things we find in our universe, okay, well, we can discover that later when we get to stage two. But as far as stage one goes, it's not really a good objection to stage one to say, well, everything's necessary, because that's the conclusion of stage one.
Yeah, we actually talked about this right after the podcast or the discussion that I had with him, and I really, really wish I would have thought of that at the time, because it is sort of obvious. It's like if you want to deny that there are contingent things, well, then you're already saying that there's a necessary thing in reality,
or that there's nothing, right? Like that nothing exists, right? But that wasn't on the table. So.
I don't think so. Yeah. Well, let's talk about another objection. This is called the fallacy of composition. You already mentioned it earlier, and basically the idea is that just because some contingent things have explanations or causal explanations, my computer has an explanation from a factory, a bunch of people worked on it, developed it, and everything. That doesn't mean that all contingent things have causal explanations. That's inferring from parts to wholes. And sometimes those inferences are bad. For example, every part of an elephant is light in weight, but that doesn't mean that the whole elephant is light in weight. So how do we know that we aren't making a similar flaw in our reasoning when we're thinking about, and again, this actually only affects pathways 1, and I think it's actually only pathway 1 here. It doesn't even affect pathway 2 or 3. But let's talk about the fallacy of composition.
Yeah, so I like how you put that. And I also really appreciated Alex's discussion of this when he brought it up. I thought he made a very insightful point, which was that he made the point that even though sometimes you can make an inference from parts to wholes, you can do that sometimes. Like if the parts have mass, then the whole has mass. Still, that's not enough to sort of vindicate the argument from contingency if it's relying on this general inference from parts to wholes, because as long as you have one counterexample, like the one you gave, that's enough to show that that inference is not a reliable inference, the shaky inference. So the person giving the argument, they have the burden to justify the inferences, and all we need to do to undermine the argument is to point out that the inference is just not reliable in general. So I thought that was a nice way that Alex was addressing it. I thought that he identified one kind of response to the argument from contingency, which is just to give one response to this fallacy of composition, which is just to give examples where it's not fallacious to make that inference. But then that just leaves open the question, like, well, why isn't it fallacious in the particular case that's relevant to the argument from contingency? So the burden now is for the proponent of the argument from contingency to say more. Okay, so then now what more might we say? And so you are right that not all versions of the argument from contingency even move from parts to wholes. And in fact, none of the arguments that I ever give move from parts to wholes. Like no version that I ever give uses this inference from parts to wholes. But it might seem like it does, because you remember I talked about how from dependent things you can't impose an independent thing. And you might think, okay, well, that's making use of that inference from parts to wholes. But no, but it's not, because there's another inference at play. So this is where you have to distinguish the inferences that are in play. So here's an inference. There's multiple inferences in play, but one of them is inference from extrapolation. So for example, we can extrapolate from many cases where we see an event have a cause. We can extrapolate. Here's an explanation for why all those cases have a cause, because all events have a cause. Okay, that's extrapolation. That's not an inference from parts to wholes. Similarly, we can extrapolate when we consider many wholes that have a cause. So for example, take the whole of all of the dirt on Earth, all that dirt together has a cause. Okay, so the parts have a cause and the whole has a cause. So by extrapolation, then we could explain why all dependent wholes have causes by a basic principle that in general, from dependence, you can't get to independence, that all dependent totalities are themselves dependent. So here, the inference isn't really from part to whole, it's rather from extrapolation. And so that's one thing that you could say. I don't know if you wanted to follow up on that.
I do, because extrapolation, I'm curious what is meant by that term. It sounds to me like you're basically just giving an inductive argument, which is sort of what I did with Alex.
Yes.
Because I talked about gravity and how
yes.
we experience gravity everywhere that we go. And so we can extrapolate, give an inductive argument for the fact that gravity works everywhere in the universe. And that seems like a really, really reasonable inference to make, right? Everywhere that we go, gravity works exactly the same. And we don't expect it to be different
yes.
anywhere in the universe, even though we have, everybody knows pretty much at this point how big the universe is. It's massive. Okay? It's ridiculously huge. But it's so easy to see that this is a good inference, that from our experience, we walk around and we don't even think about it because of how.
I actually do wonder what Cameron means here by gravity is the same, because it sounds like he might be saying that it's 9.81 meters a second squared.
I don't think that's what it can't be what he means, right?
Well, that would be really uncharitable.
Yeah,
it could be what he means, but that would be a very uncharitable. But it sounds like that's what he's getting at.
This whole section from Cameron is odd. So the first thing, saying that, well, everyone knows now how big the universe is. It's just like, it's huge. Like, what are you saying? You listen to anyway. But apart from that, his claim that gravity is the same everywhere, and that we can, I assume he means like the force of gravity, and that we can infer that because it's not clear what the induction is supposed to be. It's like we just sort of know that that's the same everywhere on Earth, and we inductively determine that it's the same everywhere in the universe. Because throughout most of human history, this isn't what people thought about gravity. They thought, they didn't think about gravity in the way that we understand it. They thought the induction that they made was that everything is pulled towards the center, or at least in the West. That everything, not pulled, that everything naturally moves towards the center of the Earth. Well, sorry, I need to be careful there. elements
Moves
that
away from
the
vacuum,
element of
right?
earth move towards the center of the earth, and I think water as well. And but
sympathy,
fire moved
yeah,
towards
right.
the heavens, right? Everything had a natural place, right? And where it moved to. This notion of gravity that we understood it, they didn't even have that idea, right? And if you move that forwards, then with Newtonian's theory of gravity, we had a particular understanding of how gravity works. But if we extrapolated that to the entire universe, we'd be wrong, right? Because Einstein showed through general relativity that actually Newtonian gravity breaks down at the very large scale, and you need a different theory of gravity. But even that theory of gravity is not the true theory of gravity, right? Because we know that quantum gravity, we know that at the very small scale, you'll need to consider quantum effects in gravity, and we don't currently have a theory that reconciles the two. So we don't have a theory of gravity that literally applies everywhere at all scales and contexts in the way that Cameron seems to be talking about. So the point that I'm making there is that these sorts of inductions, even for allegedly like simple and things that we're familiar with, like gravity, are fraught with problems because repeatedly we've made inductions about gravity or similar phenomena, and we've been wrong about them, or at least not fully correct. We haven't had the full understanding. So if Cameron's going to say that it's just obvious that you can just make this induction, it's not obvious. We've done it and we've been wrong multiple times when we thought that we'd found the final theory. And this is even for things like gravity. Well, how more true might this be for all sorts of other things that we have less ability to test, making these sorts of inductions? So Cameron wants to use this as an example of a sort of clear case when you can make inductions. And I think that it's a brilliant example of where inductions are very problematic to make if you're going to apply them everywhere in the way that Cameron wants to say, without exception.
Ubiquitous it is. It's everywhere. But it's a very, very reasonable inference to think that gravity works everywhere where we go. So therefore, pretty reasonable, gravity works everywhere in the universe. Is that so? I take it that's what you meant. Is that it's
people did not think that throughout most of human history.
For this.
Cameron just thinks this is so reasonable, but this is a very modern idea that took a long time to figure out. Right, the idea that the same forces that move that control the movement of the planets are the same ones that mean that objects fall down on Earth. That was a revolutionary idea. Essentially, this is Newton's breakthrough. People did not believe that throughout most of human history, but Cameron's just like, oh, it's just so obvious. Like, why wouldn't you think this? It doesn't seem that Cameron is appealing to modern scientific findings in virtue of which this is obvious. I don't think he's saying this is obvious to us as 21st century educated people. I think he's, well, I mean, if it wasn't clear that he's saying that, he seems to just be thinking that this is like obvious to everyone, that you should just, it's just clear that gravity is going to be the sort of thing that applies everywhere. I just am flabbergasted at how bad this example is and how it seems to me to prove the opposite of his point.
Just to respond to something Jerome's saying, isn't the contingency argument deductive? What is it pivoting to inductive? So I said, well, because they're providing like arguments to support the premise. And then the question is, doesn't one inductively known premise make the whole argument inductive as well? Well, no, the argument would still be a deductive argument, but then like the meta argument, right? And then this gets into like a critique of what are we doing in offering these arguments? Are we just offering like infinite chains of like justified beliefs that refer to one another or something? Or but it doesn't make the deductive argument inductive. It just makes the meta argument that justifies a premise inductive, right? Which is a different argument. So you've got to
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And I use extrapolation instead of induction only because induction is the philosopher's word, and I'm trying to learn how to speak more colloquially. So, why do we have to call it induction? The ordinary way of calling it, is extrapolation. But yes, exactly what you're saying. It's just, you're basically trying to figure out, another way of putting it is you're trying to figure out, okay, what's a hypothesis that best explains our observation? And so you consider competing hypotheses, you figure out, okay, which hypothesis best explains them? Well, presumably it's going to be the simplest hypothesis that accounts for all the data. So what's the simplest hypothesis that accounts for the data that we have with contingent things having an explanation? Well, here's one. In general, whatever is contingent exists only because of something else. Some principle of explanation would account for the data. And it's a simple hypothesis. So yes. And notice that we're not relying on any general inference from parts to wholes here. I mean, it maybe implies that whole contingent things, like whole contingent solar systems, for example, have a cause as well, right? Just like gravity works on parts, it works on wholes. So too, this principle of explanation works on parts and wholes. But the way that we justify the principle is not by this fallacy of composition, but rather by this principle of induction or extrapolation.
Here's one thing that I've noticed you mentioned also in response to the fallacy of composition, is that when it comes to explanation, individuals are not different from pluralities. There's no difference. And that's going back to the example that you gave, which what actually was, so you talked about masses, right? So if a thing has mass, then the group of whatever it is has mass. So when it comes to mass, there's no difference. If it's a small thing, if it's a large thing, everything has mass if part of it has mass. So in the same sense, when it comes to explanations, there's no difference between individuals and pluralities of things. And you can give examples of this.
Yes.
It makes just as much sense to ask why one camera exists as it does to ask why 10 cameras exist.
Yes, it's not like less mysterious. Like imagine
Another
a camera
example with
you.
everyday
You're
artifacts.
like, oh, that's mysterious. I should have had an explanation. But no, instead it was 10 cameras that appeared in front of you. And then you say, oh, that's mysterious. I should have an explanation. And then somebody says, no, that's a fallacy of composition there. It's like, no, it's not a fallacy of composition because it has nothing to do with it. It's just the principal explanation applies.
Yeah, I mean, if you say like 10 cameras, but I mean, how many like particles are there supposed to be in the universe or something? I mean, if you said there were that number of cameras or something, is your intuition as clear that there wouldn't be any explanation of that set, like that physical actually existing set of that number of cameras? I don't know what kind of properties might supervene on that number of cameras. It just gets different and weird. Like
the idea that there's no difference between explaining individuals and explaining collectives is manifestly false, right? This is just completely ridiculous. So, for example, if I, as a government, were to print, I don't know, $1 million and give it to one person or one family, they would be better off, right? Monetarily, at least. If the government were to do that to everyone would not be better off because you just have inflation, right? A simple example as to where you can have differential effects if something happens in one case versus in all cases, right? And these sort of instances occur all over the place, right? You get different phenomena when you combine things together. Another example would be phenomena like temperature and wetness, which you don't have with individual molecules, but they're properties that are manifested when you combine large numbers of them together. So to explain those, you can't just explain at the individual level, you need to explain at the collective level. So there are so many examples of this sort of thing where there's different explanations that are offered at the sort of part level versus the whole level, or the individuals versus the sets. That I don't know how that they can just say, well, if you explain one camera, then that's the same as explaining 10 cameras. Well, maybe that's true for cameras, but does that mean it's true for everything? Like, I think I've given some examples where it's not true. You have different explanations that, depending on what level you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, if I move one sort of particle faster, I mean, that doesn't explain heat. Where'd you get the property of heat?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's sort of like thinking about things in those terms where, I mean, clearly there's like a reduction to parts that don't seem to have the properties of the whole, but maybe that's just our way of thinking about it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and the other thing that people in chat have mentioned is that this response here doesn't really do anything to the underlying objection, because one way that you can formulate these arguments is in terms of parts and wholes. And this is Oppie's book, actually, which I was just looking at. I'm just trying to remember that. Of course, I've got it open to the complete wrong page. I think it's
which arguing about gods.
Yeah. So he discusses. Hang on, it's another version of this contingency argument. Yeah, Kuhn's, I think, who gives a mereological version. So that is explicitly formulated in terms of parts and wholes, and so these sorts of objections will be relevant. Now, evidently, Josh doesn't want to make an argument like that refers to parts and wholes. He wants to, or he's more keen on an inductive argument. Okay, fine. So fallacy of composition is not going to be a relevant objection there. But but then you can just say, well, how good's the induction? Do I accept the inductive logic that you've given, or the inductive argument? And I would say, no, there's been no justification given for why it's a good induction. Why? Just because in many cases we observe that contingent states of affairs have explanations, that therefore every actual contingent state of affairs must have an explanation. That's the induction that's been made. And the examples that we've gotten about cameras and gravity, I think, are terrible examples. So just because this specific form of the objection doesn't work doesn't mean that there's not an equivalent objection that you can't give, which you can. Like, you can just say, well, how good is the induction? That's the variant of the objection that is relevant to this form of the argument. I don't understand this idea that you can avoid an objection by just reformulating the argument. Well, sure, but then you just have a different objection. It's like I moved the goalpost to avoid the ball coming in this way, but then they're just going to kick the ball over that way.
To any number of things, number is irrelevant.
Yeah, here's maybe another way to think about it is, when we're talking about, I talked about elephants before. It's like every part of an elephant is light and weight. That doesn't mean the whole elephant is light and weight. However, if part of the elephant is gray and the whole elephant, each part is gray, then the whole elephant is going to be gray. So when it comes to color, there's no difference between the parts and the wholes. So maybe that's another way to look at it. It's the same thing. So like color,
if every pixel is red, green, or blue, then there's no way that the whole picture is going to be any color other than red, green, or blue, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's another good example.
Between parts and wholes. And when it comes to explanation, there's obviously no difference between parts and wholes there. Maybe that's not as clear to see in terms of an explanation.
Yeah, well, and you can, one might wonder, okay, why are you saying that? And then one way you can answer it is through principle of induction. Another way you can answer it is, well, just sort of on reflection. It's just like, once you consider the cases, it just seems true. Like, just like it seems true that array applies to the parts and to the whole, so does explanation.
Yeah, you're walking down Times Square, okay, and you see one cab drive by, and you're like, oh, well, that cab must have come from somewhere. There's some kind of explanation for it. And then 10 cabs drive by. You're not suddenly thinking, oh, well, they just all popped into being from around the corner, right? So it makes no difference between individuals and pluralities of things.
No, it makes no difference between 1 and 10 cabs, not individuals and pluralities.
This is a joke, right? Because a cab must have come from somewhere, therefore every contingent state of affairs must have an explanation. How is that a good induction? Explain to me how that's a good induction. That's a joke of an argument. This is what I mean. It's so bad.
Yeah, you can't, like, someone who affirms that between 1 and 10 cabs, right, that holds, and denies that between all parts and wholes that holds, isn't in contradiction.
Yes, exactly.
There's no like tension there, right?
That's a really good way of rebutting that.
Well, yeah, I just want to say, I mean, there's even another path here that sidesteps the entire thing. This is less well known, but I just want to mention it because the issue of parts and wholes can get kind of confusing, but we can sort of sidestep entirely by talking about types and asking why certain types are instantiated. Like, so for example, there's a type being an iPhone. And then you can ask, okay, why does that type, why are there any iPhones? Like, why does anything instantiate that type? Why is there anything of that type? And here, parts and wholes have nothing to do with it. It just has to do with why a certain type has any members at all. And so it makes sense when we think of examples that there's going to be an explanation. Like the type iPhone, there's an explanation for why there are some iPhones. There are some types that don't exist yet. Like, let's say Smurfs. Okay, that's a type, right? That type may never be instantiated. Like, there'll never be Smurfs. Okay, and why not? Well, there'll only be Smurfs if something explains why there are some Smurfs, maybe by creating a Smurf. And so when we think in terms of types, we can then think about the general type being contingent. And just as we need an explanation for why there are any iPhones, or why there are any Smurfs, or why there are any protons, or why there are any cameras, or why there are any people, in the same way, we need an explanation for why there are any contingent things. And just as you can't say, well, here's why there are iPhones, because an iPhone made it the case there are iPhones, that's circular. Then in the same way, we can't say that, well, here's why there are contingent things, because some contingent thing made it the case that there are contingent things, because in the same way that's circular. So if we want to...
Right, but
that's
here's...
not circular. I don't understand how it's circular to say that an explanation of this contingent thing is this other contingent thing. Where's the circularity there?
Well, here's what's going to be a problem, I think, as well, is that so he's pointing to artifacts in our experience, like iPhones and laptops and stuff like that. Weirdly, that they're all tech things and cameras. Like I wonder why that is, but that is the thing that they're drawing these general principles about Mariology from. But then when it comes to God, I mean, I understand they're not going to say that God has parts because it's classical theism, but they're going to say that, well, God is a kind of thing that is independent, right? But even if you say, God has no parts, God's just composed of himself. But it's like, well, everything I could point to is dependent. Like, what's something that's not dependent that I can point to in order to infer that the thing that is independent does exist? That's not very well formulated.
Well, I mean, are there any examples of things that exist independently of everything else? Well, no, I don't know that there are any non-controversial ones. It depends what class we're working in, right? So we're talking propositions, we're talking states of affairs. If we're talking states of affairs, well, what about abstract objects? Maybe that's an example, but suppose you don't go in for that sort of thing. You're a nominalist. Well, maybe the universe. That's a possible. All the laws of nature, the initial conditions of the universe. Now, those are going to be controversial examples, but this is precisely the point. It comes back to the question we discussed earlier about epistemology and modality. How do you know that something can exist dependently or independently? You have. It seems to me that you have to appeal to some explanation of how you, of what counterfactuals could be true, or what possible worlds. What will be true in possible worlds? Because we never have direct access to that. It's always inferential. Now, it appears from what we said here, from what was said here by Josh, that it's sort of just obvious. You can just think about it and sort of clear that he seems to think that there's some sort of introspective access or something. Actually, he talks more about this later, that we can just intuit these things. As an empiricist, it's unsurprising that I find that entirely unpersuasive. And I don't know where you get the idea from that we have any ability to know about these sorts of things. Unless you can, well, let me put it this way. Unless you can give an account as to where that knowledge comes from, I'm going to be very skeptical about it. And unless we give a story about some sort of proper functioning of like planting a warrant thingy, which is a whole other question, right? Unless we give that sort of story, then I don't know where you get this knowledge from. It seems to just sort of, I don't know. I just find it very hard to understand what the story is to be given there about how we get these reliable intuitions about, other realities that could exist but don't exist.
Yeah. Josh said he's not talking about the existence of any particular phone. He's talking about where you get the category phone from. But I think that's just a very different sort of question.
Well, but it's different, but it's also similar in that the answers you're going to give are similar. Like, why do iPhones exist? Well, and then I give a story about how they came to exist. I don't see how that's why does that difference matter? I guess is the question. I don't understand why it's important to talk about types instead of tokens. Why would in form the answer is going to be pretty similar, right? I don't know. It seems to me that in form the answer is going to be pretty much the same. You're just going to point to the things in virtue of which they exist, and then maybe there are some types that don't have causes or reasons. I mean, that's the point, right? That's the contention. Are there any such things or not?
Avoid circular explanation. Now we're back to a non-contingent necessary foundation for contingent things. So that's another path that moves from types, and it has nothing to do with parts and wholes at all.
So we're really close to discussing the infinite regress problem. And there I want to press you on the circular explanation, why that's unsatisfying or maybe not unreasonable, but why it's not a good explanation, a circular explanation. So I'm going to shelf that for now because I think that's an important discussion to have. But here's an objection that I saw actually from a professional philosopher. And this guy, I don't want to reveal his name, but he is probably one of the most brilliant Christian philosophers out there. Okay, I don't know
that Craig.
He accepts this argument, but this is sort of, and I'm going to paraphrase, so he's going to have to forgive me if I don't get this entirely correct, but basically said that the PSR is something that your worldview determines for you. So if you're an atheist, for example, you won't be convinced that every contingent thing has an explanation, and if you're a theist, you will. And it seems like
that doesn't sound like the sort of thing William Lane Craig would say.
It doesn't. I don't know who would have said it, but one interesting point is
Swinburne.
But one interesting point is that, I mean, atheists accept the PSR. That's well, some like it. I'm not saying all atheists. So what I mean is that just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like it's an entailment of atheism that you reject the PSR or something, or an entailment of theism that you accept the PSR, because there's people who are atheists and part of their model of reality includes the PSR. And there's people who are theists, and part of their model of reality includes all these brute contingencies about libertarian free will. So, is that point.
So what he's saying is that you're only going to accept this conclusion or this premise if you already accept it. So you're only going to accept it if you already accept it. And so basically, the question I have is: can we only hope to convince people that already accept these premises, or do we have any hope of convincing people that might not?
That is a very good question.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting because I mentioned necessarybeing.com, and there I investigated this very question by asking people questions. And one of the questions I asked is whether they accept the conclusion of, well, stage one of the argument, that there's a necessary thing. Well, theism takes us to stage two. But it's interesting because I think it was roughly half of the people who took the quiz during the trial period that they didn't think that there was a necessary thing. They rejected that first stage, its conclusion, but they did accept premises that logically entail that there's a necessary being. And several people wrote me and said that it convinced them and it changed their mind. I mean, I'll tell you, I didn't believe in God. And then the argument from contingency led me to think first that there's a necessary foundation, and then via stage two, that the foundation is supreme in its nature. I have friends who have a similar story, who were moved by the argument. They didn't first believe the conclusion. Now, I mean, as far as PSR is not even necessary for every pathway. So there are atheists who believe in PSR, but who reject theism. And exactly. There are, I remember when I rejected PSR, I rejected the principle of sufficient reason. And this was after I was moved by a two-stage argument from contingency. Yeah, I didn't accept PSR. I was stuck on some of the puzzles against it. And it was only later that I became less skeptical and then worked myself through those puzzles. But it had nothing to do with theism. So, I mean, I guess I would say it's just more complicated. I mean, I do think that, yeah, I mean, probably if you're a theist, you're more likely to think that something like PSR is true. I mean, especially because PSR is a handy tool in arguments for theism. And so if it can actually lead you to be a theist. But I wouldn't say it's because of the theism. It wasn't because of the theism in my case.
So this is really more a question about psychology, what people would do, and that kind of thing, these are all very interesting questions. We've actually had a discussion twice here on this podcast about that. But ultimately, when it comes to the argument, like that is not an objection to any premise of the argument, to any argument in defense of one of the premises. So I think that while that's an interesting thing to think about, ultimately, if we do want to figure out whether or not this argument is true, going back to objections as tests, then we need to actually look at the objections to the arguments that we're giving in defense of it. And ultimately, that can be our way to help us determine whether or not we think that this argument is good and sound.
Yes.
So I think that we'd have to turn back to that. And on that note, let's turn to another objection. We have 2 left, and then we're going to end this episode and shift over to stage 2. So this one comes from quantum mechanics. You already mentioned this earlier. These are some of the objections that you hear from students every now and then.
Yes.
You don't just hear it from students, but basically some people argue, and I don't know what all this stuff means, virtual particles can come into being from nothing, or at least there's no cause or reason that they come into being. They just kind of pop into existence randomly. And this is a scientific example. It's a sort of counterexample of a contingent thing that has no explanation. And I think one of the reasons why this is so powerful, or it's seen as so powerful, is because we have this scientific counterexample. And when science starts to get introduced and stuff, it has, I don't know, it has the psychological effect, I think, on people. It's like you have, it's...
Yeah, the epistemic credibility of science is a psychological effect.
Yes, it's a good thing that theists never use that to their advantage either.
Yeah.
Philosophy versus science, and science is obviously going to win. It's more powerful. So I think this is, maybe it's not the strongest objection. Maybe it's not the strongest objection to the argument from contingency, but maybe it's one of the more moving ones.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason why we should spend some time on it.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting. I was actually at a philosophy conference, and I was talking with somebody just sort of on the side. We were just talking, and I was talking about an argument from contingency, and they brought up this objection to me, philosopher. I think he said that he taught logic, and this was sort of his stumbling block to the argument. And it was very interesting because I just asked him, well, what do you think about thinking of causes as probabilistic? So instead of causes having to determine the outcome, as you said, determinism, where there's sort of only one path without any choices, that instead causes just to make probable their effect. And he objected to that. He said that, like, sort of by definition, the word cause just means it determines its effect. And so the idea here is that, well, these small particles, virtual particles, nothing really determines them from the prior states. And so therefore they count as uncaused on his definition of cause. But then it was interesting because, we were in rapport. I mean, this is an example of a productive conversation where we were just having fun and we were seeking to learn from each other. And so instead of me sort of digging into the ground and saying, well, your definition of cause is wrong or whatever, I just granted that. And I said, okay, well, if that's how you use the term cause, that's fine. What do you think instead of using the word condition? And then I just gave the whole argument again in terms of condition. And I said, look, when things exist, and I used the problem of chaos that we talked about earlier, that there isn't this chaos. And what explains that? Well, what explains it is that at least when things happen, there's some prior conditions that allow them to happen. It was very interesting because that helped. He said, okay, that seems plausible, and so let's see, where the argument goes from there. And that's how we got past that objection. And so ever since then, I've found it very helpful to just make this distinction between a cause that determines its effect without any other possibility versus a cause that makes that doesn't determine of necessity its effect, but that acts as a prior condition for its effect. It makes its effect possible. And whether you call it cause or not, that's just a verbal issue. The point is that we need some condition there that allows the effect to happen. So that's what I would say.
I like how you used verbal instead of semantic. I don't know if you were itching to use the term semantic there.
I'm trying to stay away from the philosopher's jargon.
Yeah, no, it's good. One of the things I wanted to mention on this.
Pause there. A nitpick is verbal and semantic do not at all mean the same thing. And it actually annoys me when people say semantic to mean verbal, because it actually means meaning, right? And so if there's a difference in meaning, then that's substantive. But anyway, so the issue of probabilistic causation here, I mentioned this before. So if you're going to grant probabilistic causation, then you can actually have contingent things that are caused by a necessary being or a necessary thing of some sort. So I actually think that strengthens the possible cases for well, I guess it doesn't strengthen the case against the first stage of this argument because you still have some sort of necessary grounding, but it weakens the case against the second stage when you want to identify that with some sort of God. Because often libertarian free will is supposed to do the work of avoiding necessitarianism. Whereas if you have probabilistic causation, you can actually avoid that without having to appeal to libertarian free will. Because again, you can have a cause that fully, causally determines all the contingent stuff, but nevertheless, it could have been different because the causation is only probabilistic. It's not absolute, or it's not definitive. So, yeah, I just think that's interesting that that he sort of made that statement there about the probabilistic causation. I mean, it itself is whether you can have probabilistic causation is of course controversial, but that's true for most things. So,
on this one was. This actually was what sparked me to use the gumball machine analogy, because you use this. You sent me so graciously one of the pre-drafts, the initial drafts of your book that you're working on, which I want to make sure that we talk about at the end. One of the things that you mentioned in response to this objection was to talk about a gumball machine analogy, and I want to hear how you explain that, because it was It was really helpful and insightful, and I think it'll help put some meat on the bones of because we're thinking really abstractly here, causes versus conditions. But if we get an illustration with some gumballs, I think it'll help us solidify it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get to remember it clearly. You might have better understanding of this now, clear memory. Let's see. It's basically, imagine you have a gumball machine and it's got some red balls and blue balls inside. Okay, let's say you put a quarter in, and it's sort of indeterminate whether you're going to get a red ball or a blue ball. You go either way. So the quarter is like the cause. And then the effect is, let's say you just happen to get a blue gumball. So the blue gumball didn't come from nothing, okay? Like it came from a prior state. And that prior state of it sort of coming into your hand, we could say was initiated by you putting the coin into the gumball machine. So there's still a cause and there's still an effect, even though the effect was, you might say, indeterministic, that you get that color. Whereas in another case, you can imagine the gumball machine has only blue gumballs. So when you put the coin in, there's only one outcome, namely you get a blue gumball. At least there's one outcome in terms of what color you get. I guess it would be still perhaps indeterminate, like which gumball you get. So this is a way of illustrating the difference between deterministic effects versus indeterministic effects. In both cases, there's a cause, like the coin goes in, but in the one case, it's sort of indeterministic which color you get, but in the other case, it's deterministic. And the way that relates to the virtual particles is that you might think that what's going on there is that the virtual particles are not deterministic effects. They're indeterministic effects from prior conditions, but they don't come from nothing. They still require prior states.
Yeah, I think that for this objection to work, the quantum mechanics objection to work, we'd have to imagine that instead of a gumball machine, a blue gumball or a red gumball would just sort of magically pop in our hands. That's the only way that this objection goes through. If there'd have to be no gumball machine at all, a gumball would just have to pop in your hand. And that's obviously we're talking about this in replace the gumball with a virtual particle. That's the difference, is that the virtual particle would just have to pop into being for no reason without any explanation. But that's not what's really going on when we're talking about quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
We have some kind of quantum vacuum that a virtual particle is coming into being from. So there are these prior conditions. You talked about that before. We have these prior conditions that are sort of setting the scene for what's about to happen. And going back to the gumball machine, we have this gumball filled with red and blue balls. And when you turn the lever, you're going to get one of those. And that's the explanation, even though it might be indeterminate and it might not be 100% certain that you're going to get either one. You still have this whole scheme, this whole situation where you've got the gumball machine, you turn the lever, you get something out. So it's not it's not a matter of like holding your hand open and a blue ball just popping in your hand. Right. That's not what's going on when we're talking about quantum mechanics. There's a whole situation, there's a whole reality beyond the virtual particle itself that's involved in the explanation, even though we might not have a determined causal relation here. I don't know. I hope people are able to track on this because it does start to get...
Well, and that's the credible scientific account. But let me also just add, we have good reason to think that virtual particles don't literally come from nothing without any prior conditions, apart from the science. We have good reason because the difference in size is not relevant to the ability to be uncaused. I mean, it's not like if you take a pink ball and you just like make it bigger or something, then it's more likely, like, I guess, imagine a pink ball that doesn't exist and like make it bigger in your own mind. It's not like its size is going to make it like easier to come into being if it's bigger or smaller. And then there's a probability problem because there's literally infinitely many different kinds of small things. And if any one of them could just come to be from nothing uncaused, then this is vanishingly unlikely that this just never happens. So there's the irrelevance of size, which
I think these two arguments are inconsistent with each other. On the one hand, they say, look, there's this underlying reality that sort of maybe not deterministically determines, but gives rise to the quantum events. And then on the other hand, they say there needs to be something which, that if there wasn't a cause of quantum events, then there would be nothing that would prevent all sorts of other things from just appearing randomly or popping into being from nothing. But I think the first answer explains why that doesn't happen, because there needs to be an underlying substrate in which things happen. And you don't just get things appearing from nothing within the universe, because that's not how they happen, right? But we know that there are necessary causal antecedents of macroscopic objects appearing, and if they're not met, then those objects won't just appear from nothing, because the necessary conditions of their coming into being aren't met. Now, it doesn't follow from that there aren't objects that don't have any necessary conditions of coming into being. Whether quantum events like decay of particles or something or that sort of thing is unclear. It depends on your philosophy of quantum mechanics. Maybe there's other types of entities that we can't even interact with or something that can come into being, or universes as a whole, for example, as I've discussed in the issue of the Coulomb cosmological argument where this issue comes up. But the point is here, I think there's a tension between these two arguments. On the one hand, saying, look, you've got to look at the underlying the substrate that in which something occurs. And that's what determines what will happen. And the other case, kind of ignoring that and just saying, but why doesn't anything just appear from nothing? Well, it's because the substrate is like conditions what can and cannot occur. The fact that certain things have certain events or substances have necessary causes, it doesn't follow from that there are necessary and sufficient causes of their coming into being. It doesn't follow from that there aren't entities that don't have necessary and sufficient causes, such that there are cases in which they can come into being without causes. I think that Craig makes the same mistake in arguing for his the idea that the universe must have had a cause. The other thing that I want to say is the completely ludicrous principle. Yeah, exactly. It's uncaused. It's not the same as ex nihilo causation. That's a very good way to put it, Dr. Hater. The other thing I want to say is the ridiculous principle that size doesn't matter. What are you talking about? Size doesn't matter. Of course, size matters. Like this whole principle of quantum mechanics, that the way
just
things
think of
operate
a
in the
pink
physical world is
ball.
so different.
If I throw a pink ball through this window of mine and it hits a wall behind it, then and I just keep doing it, there'll just be one slit, James. But then if I make that really small or really big, and keep
yeah, the size doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how small the slit is. Yeah, this is what I mean by thinking like a philosopher. Like anyone who knows anything about modern science, I don't know how you can say that with a straight face, that size doesn't matter. Size matters, right? You heard it here, folks. Size matters.
What was the oh no, that was the library video, wasn't it? When Cameron was going around Scott Hang's library and don't put it with the size. But yeah, there's another joke to be made here.
Together with the problem of chaos again, that gives us a positive reason. This isn't just like a defensive move that, oh, well, for all we know, virtual particles could still be caused indeterministically. No, like we have good reason to think that they don't just come from nothing like everything else.
So let's talk about the infinite regress problem a little bit more, and we'll talk about why circular explanations are bad explanations. So why can't groups of things explain themselves? This is the objection. Take a stack of portable hard drives, because I'm a photographer. If we have an explanation for each hard drives again, then why do we need some kind of additional explanation for the group of hard drives? If each individual thing is explained, isn't the group of hard drives explained simply by listing the manufacturer of each hard drive? And this sort of shows that we don't need a necessary being to explain the plurality of all contingent things, because each contingent thing is explained by some other contingent thing, and this just goes on forever, all the way down.
Yeah, so this is the infinitism
so I think
argument
what we need to do is separate some cases. So on one level, I want to say, yes, like we can explain the group by explaining each of the parts. In fact, you could say that the explanations of the parts add up to a total explanation of the group. But notice that in the example that you gave where you had the manufacturer, the total explanation exists outside of the total explanandum, which is the things to be explained. So the manufacturer is not itself among the hard drives, right? It transcends the hard drive, as you could say. So all the individual explanations could add up to a complete explanation, as long as the individual explanations transcend the effect. That avoids circularity. But think now about a different case. So imagine, well, let's just take the case of the infinite stack of turtles, okay? Turtles all the way down. So you want to know, okay, so why is there this top turtle? And that's because there's a turtle underneath it that caused it. And that exists because of a turtle underneath that caused it. And then it goes all the way down. And then you say, okay, well, can't the explanations of the parts add up to an explanation of the whole? Well, here the problem is that the explanation of the parts is included in the whole. I mean, it's part of the very effect, because this is sort of the nature of infinity here, is that because there's nothing outside the chain. Now, if there is something outside the chain explaining each part, then that's a different case. That would be like maybe each of the infinitely many turtles is produced by something else, right? Something that's in the turtle. Then the cause would transcend the effect. But if it's just the turtles explaining the turtles, then we have a circular explanation, and that's a problematic kind of explanation. It doesn't really answer why there are those turtles in the first place. Does that help? I mean, there's so much more
why
we can
was
say.
that
I mean,
problematic?
sometimes
Sorry.
will they respond?
Yeah, okay, let's pause there, because I think that this response is unsatisfactory, right? First of all, I don't see there's no circularity here, because each turtle is explained by the turtle that's below it, right? That's not circular. Now,
He's just saying there isn't an external.
There isn't an explanation of why there are any turtles, like why the whole stack of turtles exists. The question is, do you need that in addition to explaining each individual turtle? And this actually where you come to issues of compositional fallacies here, but potentially at least. Because the claim is explaining each individual turtle is sufficient. You don't need an additional explanation of why any of the turtles exist. And I think that's fairly plausible. If you can explain each element of something and the set is no more than the elements put together, like a stack of turtles isn't something above and beyond the turtles being like each turtle that is stacked, right? It's not obvious why that's an unsatisfactory explanation. Like if I cite a chain of events, like this happened because this happened and then because that happened, and you go all the way, now obviously time doesn't go infinitely far back, right? But let's suppose I go all the way back to a starting point that we agree on, I don't know, the Big Bang or whatever. It doesn't matter for this purpose. The point is, if I explain each event in terms of the previous event, do you then come to me and say, yeah, but why do all of the events happen together? Like I understand each step, somehow there doesn't seem to be anything left out there.
This is, the precept question when they say, well, what is how can you invoke any fact without reference to like an ultimate fact or something? And it's like, is the idea here that you just want me to list every single fact about reality that obtains at any particular given time, that all that's involved, like everything just has to be described? Or
it's sort of unclear why there's something missing. And I acknowledge there may be an intuition. I sort of have that intuition as well, that, but you haven't explained why there's any turtles at all, or why there's a stack of turtles. But I don't know. I mean, there's an argument to be had there. We can discuss that. But I don't think anything's been said here about what the problem is supposed to be if you explain each turtle in terms of the turtle under that.
Yeah, because the turtle under
why is there something missing?
As Dr. Hayter has said, like, so the turtle under any turtle, we'll say for a turtle, that's the explanandum. The explanans, right, would be the turtle underneath it. So that is a different token. It's a different thing. Even though they're both the same type, turtles, it's a different thing that then explains it, right? So the explanans is different. So
so there's no circularity there. And it's not also clear that there's anything left out.
Maybe say type circularity, like there has to be a different type of explanation.
Well, but why? I mean, what motivates that? But that might explain why he mentioned types before, but I don't understand why you would accept that principle.
By pressing that, well, no, I mean, in this case, the totality of the turtles is explained by the parts of that totality. And sometimes the parts do explain the whole. And then my response to that is, well, let's make a distinction between the totality and the plurality. And now this is getting technical, but maybe the totality is a whole, and maybe it is explained by its parts, the turtles. So let's let the plurality now refer to just the turtles. So the plurality of the turtles explains the totality of the turtles. But now we can ask, okay, but what explains the plurality of the turtles? And now if you just say the answer is those same turtles, well, that's a plurality explaining the plurality, and that's flatly circular.
I think if we go back to what you said earlier about the types, maybe that would be helpful too.
Yes, I was just thinking that I think it is useful at this point if somebody's still stuck in saying, well, what is this distinction between totality and plurality? Haven't we explained everything there is to be explained? Each turtle is explained, right? This is sort of the Humean idea. Each one is explained. What else is there to explain? You say the turtles, maybe there just is no explanation of the turtles. It's not that it's explained by itself, that's circular. There just is no explanation, and there shouldn't even need to be one, because everything in the series is explained. And I think, yes, talking about types is perhaps just a helpful way of pressing like why there would still need to be an explanation. Here's a way of thinking about it. Imagine that in front of your eyes right now, a blue box appeared, okay? And suppose it just happened.
I'm just gonna immediately, the intuition is to medium-sized blue boxes.
Result to medium-sized artifacts. It's always medium-sized artifacts.
Happens to be that the top half of this blue box is caused by the bottom half of the blue box. It's a weird situation, okay? And then the bottom half of the blue box, well, it divides into its own top half and bottom half. And as you might guess, its top half is caused by its bottom half, and then its bottom half further divides into top half and bottom half. And we continue this division ad infinitum. There's an actual infinite series of causes that has appeared in front of you, like from nothing, okay? That would still be puzzling. Just because there's an infinite series of causes does nothing to explain why there is that series. And we could perhaps express this puzzle in terms of the general type being.
I'm part of why I'm not sure what's been described there is because he mentioned that it's just appeared in front of you, and I don't know what he means by that. If he was just saying that's the state of a if he's saying
I think he's saying poof.
In the first case, when I thought he was saying just imagine like a world which is for some reason entirely like a cube, and then it's divided into these halves, like that's just the way that you describe like the chain of dependence or something.
Well, that's just like four-dimensionalist theory essentially.
But then and I was okay with that. But then when he said that's just appeared in front of you, like I didn't really understand what I'm meant to be imagining anymore. But
this is a thought experiment here. And I'm not clear what it seems like a bizarre thought experiment, right? So we're supposed to think that there's this apparently physical object. He said it's a box, which has appeared in front of us, and different parts of the object cause the other part of the object. Now, already that's strange, right? Because we don't normally think of physical objects as having one part caused by another part of them. I mean, maybe there are some counterexamples there, but I would say generally we don't say that. But it's not just that. It's that actually that applies infinitesimally down to arbitrary divisions. So the left half of the left half explains the right half of the left half, and so on. And there's certainly no examples when we would say anything of the sort, right? So that type of, like, is that metaphysically possible? I mean, I suspect it's probably not. That depends on analysis of causation and a bunch of other things. For a start, it's probably the case that no physical object can be infinitely divided like that, although, you know, maybe some other theory of quantums or whatever that quantums or strings, I don't know, that we discovered might change that. But also this idea of all of these causes causing other parts of the same object simultaneously seems pretty dubious to me. So I'm skeptical that such a thing is metaphysically possible, although obviously that's a tricky thing to establish. But the other point there is that it seems to me that this is very disanalogous to the turtle case, where it's separate objects, a countable infinite number of which each explain each other in an ordered way. This is not the case with the box, where it's there's no countable infinity. There is only one object. It's just an uncountable number of parts of the object, each of which explains other parts. Right? That's a very different case to an infinite stack of turtles. So the fact that I would be unwilling, I think, to say that this box is explained in virtue of its parts explaining each other, the fact that I'm going to like, yeah, I don't think that really works. It doesn't follow from that the turtle case doesn't work, right? Because there are so many differences. Again, to list those, one has a countable infinity, the other is uncountable. I think that potentially makes a difference, right? Because you can chain a sequence of causes there. I don't know that we normally think of causes as operating in a continuous space, like one real number causing the next real number, because like there isn't a next real number, right? That there's every successor, you can find one between them. So already the notion of causation seems a bit problematic at that point. Maybe you can make it make sense, but it's a bit tricky, I think, because it's not clear what the relata even are. So there's that difference. There's also the difference of the fact that in the turtles case, we're talking about separate objects, right? Which can stand in a clear relationship to each other. In the other case, we're talking about parts of clearly the same object, which is also a very strange idea that they stand in causal relation to each other. And finally, the box somehow appears all at once, so causation is all simultaneous. That's not supposed to be the case with the turtle.
Thing that I was finding weird about it.
So there's a bunch of things here that are very different, right? So even if we accept that this case doesn't work, then I don't think that it follows that the turtle case doesn't work, because it's such a bizarre example. Because so many disanalogous aspects.
I think the reason that confused my intuitions was because then I was thinking, well, does he mean like a sustaining cause? Like each half of the box is like what sustains the next half of the box? Or does he mean like a cause that's kind of temporal? Because if it's simultaneous causation, that just seems like a weird way of describing the box. Like what does it really mean? I don't know that there's any
analog of us deploying the notion of cause like that. In which case, I would say it's highly suspicious to use the notion like the concept like that here.
Well, if we deploy the notion of, if it's like simultaneous causation and each half of the box causes the next half, like what are we really describing there? Should I be visualizing a box that, you know, kind of like that renders itself and each half like renders
simultaneously?
I
don't think it really makes sense. This is why I say I suspect that's metaphysically impossible, but it's hard to be sure here. So
because if it's just simultaneous, what's the difference between that and just a whole box that appears, right? And then I just apply a description to it of infinite divisions. Like I don't really understand what
it doesn't seem to be that. I mean, I'm suspicious about the notion of simultaneous causation. I mean, perhaps unsurprisingly, because I understand causation in a reductive way. So anyway, but that's a whole lot of issues that we don't have to get into here. But I think that whether this makes sense is going to depend on how you think causation works. At the very least, among other things, and the fact that the way he's made it infinite is by arbitrarily dividing the box up into an uncountably infinite number of parts, I think is also really problematic. For example, if you're a causal finitist, then this is not going to work at all. I mean, the turtles isn't going to work either, but it's for somewhat for somewhat different reasons, and you might think that you can have the one case without the other because maybe you can't have. Craig doesn't think that you can divide up time infinitely precisely. Well, that's actually complicated. But anyway, so there are so many complications here that I think this is just a bad example. Like it's hard to even imagine what he's saying. A box, all of the.
That's what I mean. But this is why I'm saying.
Like what?
But this is what I'm saying. Like, what would suppose that what is being described here, like, actually happens? What's the difference between that and just a whole box that pops into existence? It seems like there'd be no actual empirical discernible difference because it's the simultaneous, unless he's talking about these ontological dependence relations between the halves. You know, if he's talking about causation, yeah, that's
well, this is what I was saying before about Hume. I don't think that there's necessarily going to be any observable difference, but there's going to be some sort of ontological difference about the relator of the relationship between parts of the box, one standing as cause and the other as an effect. I don't even know that.
But if
makes
it's
sense,
simultaneous, if it's simultaneous, I don't understand how that makes sense.
Well, yeah, some people object to the notion of simultaneous causation, so there's that problem. But there's also, because you have to divide it up into infinitely many components. I don't know that can you even sensibly establish a set of causal relations there, because you can't have overdetermination. Like, I can't say that the left half of the box is caused by the right half, but then the left half of the left half is caused by the right half of the left half, because then that part's doubly caused, right? So you're going to have to then excise that out. And you're going to have a set of relations where you kind of like staple two bits together. Does that even work? Like, I don't even know if that works mathematically. I have to think about that. But you see how there are so many issues here that I don't know if that is even a cogent idea. So I don't regard that as a persuasive counterexample.
We specify types in this room. We haven't explained why that type is instantiated by anything in the first place. You can't appeal to its parts to explain why that general type is instantiated in the first place. That's still left unexplained. And I think that's pretty intuitive. I mean, it would be puzzling if a box appeared, and merely dividing the box into an infinite regress does nothing to answer why that box exists at all. And similarly, for any given
dividing a box into it. So here's the idea then. Do you think that this is what's going on? So it's something like, okay, person who's not accepting my argument, you accept that there is a universe that exists, presumably, and now let's just divide that into all of its particular parts, right? And then it's like, well, that doesn't do the job of explaining the whole. Is that what he's driving at? Like in
I don't know that this is supposed to be analogous to the universe, because he didn't.
I don't understand
that.
How it ties into the types.
I think it's supposed to be a thought experiment to illustrate that you need something more than just explaining a set in terms of the individual elements of the set. You have to explain the whole set of things or the whole collection of things as well. So the total case is supposed to show that you don't need that, right? You could just explain each turtle in terms of the turtle that's below that. I think this thought experiment is supposed to illustrate that actually that doesn't work. And here's an example of why it doesn't work. Because if a box just appeared, we wouldn't be satisfied by just saying, well, look, the left half causes the right half and then infinitely down. We'd say that's ridiculous. That's not a good explanation. You need something to explain why the box just appeared. I think it's supposed to be a counterexample to saying that all of the parts can explain the whole. And my concern is that I think it's a rubbish counterexample for the reasons that we've just been discussing. It's probably not even possible. Like metaphysically.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking.
And it relies on simultaneous causation, and there's issues of infinities, particularly uncountable infinities. I'm pretty sure it'd have to be uncountable.
But where are the types coming into it? That's what I'm not.
Well, it's of one type, right?
Okay, right. So that's the idea. Is that you need.
So you need something that's different to explain it. I think is the point.
Okay.
Something that's not the same type. So if you accepted that counterexample, I think that then it would show that you need something beyond simply a series of contingent facts to explain. Yeah, you couldn't just explain it with an infinite series of contingent facts, because that's one avenue out of positing a necessary fact or being or whatever, is to say that there's an infinite chain of, not necessarily temporally infinite, but at least explanatorily infinite chain of contingent explanations. The turtle thought experiment is supposed to be a way of illustrating that. This, I think, is supposed to be a counterexample saying, no, actually, that doesn't work, because you could have this box that explained its parts explained the other parts, but we wouldn't regard that as a good explanation, or at least, he's assuming that you agree that that wouldn't. Part of me is tempted to say that, look, just bite the bullet and say that actually it would be explained. But I just don't think that the notion of this box as he's described it makes any sense. Like, I don't think you can have parts of an object that explain other parts of it, especially not when you divide it down infinitesimally far. I don't think that makes sense. I don't even know if you can have the causal relator there. Like, can you have a set of pairwise relations between? Well, actually, maybe the problem is that you can have too many of them, right? I've got to think about this more, because you've got to separate out the parts and say which is the cause and which is the effect, and have that specified uniquely for this to make any sense. I don't even know if you can do that. And
that's part of what I was just trying to think about. Like, well, what would that look like, right? And I don't think that there is actually there's no discernible difference between just a whole box popping into existence and the infinite simultaneously cause box popping into existence, right? You'd agree on that point? That there'd be no empirical.
Well, there wouldn't be an observable difference, but I guess the assertion is that there could be a difference in terms of the ontology. That one could be a case where the box appeared for no reason. The other case is all of the parts of the box appeared because of being caused by other parts of the box.
But this is what I'm trying to find out. But this is what I'm trying to figure out then. So there's no empirical difference. But what work is cause actually doing? Like, what does it actually mean to say that half of each half is caused by the other half?
I mean, the way I understand causes, I don't think it makes any sense, right? And indeed, let's take a counterfactual idea of causation, right?
If the half hadn't occurred,
then the other half, that doesn't seem to make sense, right? Because the half you can't have half. Each cause doesn't exist independently of its effect anyway. So that's already, that's another problem actually. Now that I thought about it, normally you'd want to say the cause and the effect, or at least the cause can exist independently of the effect. Otherwise, it seems like they're bound up together. But you can't have half a box existing independently of the other half, right? Because then it's not half a box anymore.
Exactly. And because it's simultaneous causation.
I'm really suspicious this doesn't make any sense at all.
That's what I kind of mean. I was just trying to think about it.
Theology Unleashed is surprised that we're still going. Like, have we ever gone less than 4 hours? I don't think so.
I think
this is
maybe one of the
very first one. But I don't want to go the maximal marathon, so maybe we should keep going. But I'm certainly not intending to finish any time immediately soon. We've still got half the video to cover.
Okay.
Given type, we have an explanation for why that type has members. We don't have counterexamples of that. And I would say the simplest and best explanation of this observation is that in general, all contingent types are going to be explained. In fact, I would even just say all types are going to have an explanation, either in terms of some prior causes or in terms of the necessity of its instantiation.
Well, we're already going on. We've gone on an hour and a half on stage one. We could even break down each. We were actually talking about this before we went on air, that we could break down each one of these objections and talk about it for a couple hours, probably each one. So unfortunately, we don't have time to do all that. And we don't even have time really to defend the various pathways that we set out at the beginning. But what's really nice is that Josh has actually created videos pretty much on every single one of these objections, and even in defense of the pathways that he's outlined. So what I'll do is I'll provide links to all of those if you want to look deeper into these objections. And then from here, why don't we just go ahead and close out stage one of the argument. Again, I just want to remind people that stage one is not where atheists or people who are not already Christians, not already theists, this is not necessarily where you have to jump off the argument, because really where the hardest work, in my opinion, is stage two. We're arguing that there is a necessary part of reality that is God, that is not just the universe, but has these sort of divine properties. And I think that's really where atheists need to be suspect about, obviously, because you can't be an atheist and endorse that the necessary part of reality has omniscience and is omnibenevolent, all that stuff. So I think that's where atheists should be more concerned about is stage two. So just to remind people, stage one is not necessarily where you've got to be.
Do you think if you if you took some sort of, well, I suppose it'd just be pantheism. I was just trying to think of whether what Cameron said there was true about you could be an atheist and endorse. I guess that's probably right.
Well, not classical theism, I don't think. No.
Yeah.
More skeptical in that sense. Did you have any last things to add about stage one before we close this episode out?
Yeah, probably just a very quick summary picture. So imagine a castle, which represents the totality of everything. Castle represents reality. And then what stage one is really doing is it's trying to identify a floor of the castle as providing an ultimate account of how there could even be a castle. So the floor is like the ground layer. It's what we might call the foundation. And the foundation exists in a way that's different from the dependent parts of the castle, the dependent parts of things. The foundation exists independently and necessarily. And if you're an atheist, you could think of this as the sort of fundamental energy maybe, or just the universe itself, right? But the idea is there needs to be this special category of thing, a necessary thing, an independent thing that provides the ground layer for everything else. So I think that's a good summary statement to give you a picture of what this stage accomplishes.
Well, thanks, Josh, for laying that out, giving the summary, and then also everything that we've already discussed in this part one of this 2-episode series. So thanks again for coming on. And hey, guys, just stay tuned. We're about to jump into part of reality and that. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys soon. Very good friend, Josh Rasmussen. We're for God's sake.
Oh, the ultimate questions. I mean, from any perspective, it takes us to the foundation of everything, foundation of all existence, of all inquiries. In my recent book, as I was unpacking the relationship between the foundation and everything else, I was just struck by its connection literally to everything, like math, logic, consciousness, reasoning. This argument sort of brings it all together. So I would say yes, it's probably just my favorite argument. It's my most intriguing argument for me.
Well, this is a species of argument, the cosmological arguments, and to compare it to just briefly, the Kalam cosmological argument, that one is talking about the beginning of the universe. And usually with that argument, we've got to get into physics and we've got to get into cosmology. And those, I think, take a lot of study. And there's actually, well, I don't even want to speak on it. I know that a lot of cosmologists are thinking that, yeah, it's probably the case that the universe began to exist. But even at that, you've got to get into a lot of literature. You've got to figure out what really is going on there. And with the argument from contingency, you don't necessarily have to go down that route. You can actually at some point, if you wanted to talk about why the universe can't be a necessary being because it began to exist.
Mhm.
But
What was the thing? Do you remember a thing the other day? I can't remember what it was, where someone was talking about. Oh yeah, it was a Theology Unleashed debate actually that I was listening to, where he talked about a singularity as a supernatural entity.
I haven't heard that. Theology Unleashed. Which one was that?
It was Dr. Michael Egner and Matt Dillahunty.
Oh yeah, I need to. Wait, did you moderate one of those?
Yeah,
I need to watch that actually because Theology Unleashed wants me to debate Michael Egner. I've been meaning to watch that debate.
Oh man, yeah.
To see if
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. It's kind of like I don't want to be mean, but it was kind of like someone. It was like someone had just read up like what the 5 ways were and just learned them, but like wasn't aware of all of the problems that they sort of.
I don't know the 5 ways. It's not. Is that what Egner
Well,
was
then,
arguing, the 5 ways?
Yeah. He just kind of listed that the 5 ways exist, and then Matt couldn't say.
I
what
thought they were arguing about consciousness, or they arguing about God.
Yeah, about God. And then he was like,
Okay.
well, what are the 5 ways, Matt? So you bet if you do want to debate it, make sure you know what they are, because this was how he
dear.
got Matt. Because then Matt was like, oh well, I don't know what they are, and then he was like, see, you've not even learned philosophy of religion 101, Matt. You don't even know what you're debating about. Like, and then that was basically the direction.
Yeah, I don't know that Thomas Aquinas is philosophy of religion 101. I like to think we've moved a bit beyond that, but anyway, that's another.
Well,
point
for the
there.
Catholics.
Well, I suppose, yeah.
But yeah, the point I was raising was, I mean, you're going to be in a way better position than me to answer this. Are physicists saying that everything came from nothing, that the universe began to exist?
Well, physicists don't really take a position on where everything came from. It's not clear that that's even a scientific question.
Well,
I would say no. That's not what they're saying.
This is my understanding too. Is that people who sort of engage in this kind of thing aren't making, from a physics perspective, aren't making any claims on whether or not everything began to exist, because began to exist seems to be this metaphysical thing, right?
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
I don't know. I think that
let's proceed.
you don't necessarily have to go there, and so it might just, in one sense, be better that way. But another thing that it has going for it, and this is actually a perfect segue into stage 2, is that we can actually start to discuss how we can get at the existence of God, full-fledged classical theistic picture of God, all-powerful, all-knowing, all good. We can get to this classical picture of God through, I think, the contingency argument alone. And with the Kalam, we're going to be pretty limited in what we can infer based on that argument alone. So I think that this has a lot of application. It's really interesting. And so just to remind people, folks that are listening, what is the difference between stage 1 and stage 2 of this argument?
Right. So in the first stage, we're focused on seeing why there would be an ultimate foundation for contingent things. This foundation would have a necessary nature and provide a kind of ultimate explanation for why there are things that themselves don't have a necessary nature. These are things that are contingent, they fail to be. That would be stage 1. And then stage 2 seeks to identify the nature of this necessary foundation and unpack the theistic attributes, such as having supreme power, supreme knowledge, and supreme goodness.
So you talked about some of those terms already, but let's discuss what other terms we need to know for stage 2. In stage 1, we talked about contingency, necessity. We even talked about dependence. What are some of the terms that we need for stage 2?
Yeah, so I mean, in a way, I guess just as there are different versions of stage 1, there are different versions of stage 2. And so the terminology is going to depend on sort of the particular line that you're going to take. My favorite line requires that I define the term supreme or perfect. And I've thought about whether I could sort of sidestep that by talking instead about maximal power and then deriving from maximal power other theistic attributes. But although there are these other lines to explore, in the end, my favorite route takes us to a supreme foundation. So I would say the key term for me would be to define what do I mean by supreme?
Yes.
And to be honest, I heard you give a definition of perfect, which is what I'm thinking of now in terms of supreme. In your exchange with Alex, you said it's that which cannot be improved upon. And I thought that was a nice, pithy way of putting it. Another way that I like to characterize this is just through an example where I'm praising my wife, Rachel, and I'm just telling her the things I like about her. And I'm saying, you're so...
That which cannot be improved upon. I mean, it sort of has an initial sense of plausibility to it. But then does it... But then here's one problem that I'm thinking about. I mean, this isn't relevant to the argument, but it is if you want to draw the argument to like Yahweh or something. It's like, is Yahweh that which can't be improved upon?
I can think of a few improvements without having to go into much effort there. Yeah, I mean, this is a point that I've made before, that establishing that there's a God of classical theism is much, well, I would say much easier than establishing that Yahweh is that God, right? The Yahweh could be some sort of I don't know, a byproduct of the creative process, or a test of whether we will fall into a trap, or there's all sorts of things. It doesn't follow at all that Yahweh is that God, and I would argue that if many of the properties of Yahweh appear to be quite different and even contradictory to those of the God of classical theism, then that's actually evidence against Christianity. So that sort of argument is actually one that I find quite interesting. Basically, a sort of a theistic argument against Christianity, if you like, which maybe doesn't get enough traction. But anyway, in terms of the definition of perfection here, that which cannot be improved on, one of the problems here is that there's these normative, or maybe not necessarily normative, but axiological terms about value, right? Improving and good, and that they use now and later on. Those are usually used with respect to some domain. So are we talking about epistemically valuable? Are we talking about morally valuable, aesthetically valuable, prudentially valuable? Like, there's all sorts of domains of value.
Valuable.
Well, I suspect what they're going to say is, well, all of them, right? It's all of them. And, I mean, there's immediate problems there, is that types of value may conflict with each other. So the morally right thing to do may not be the epistemically most virtuous thing to do in some cases, for example. I mean, there's also, I mean, what about prudential value that may conflict with moral value, or aesthetic value, which may conflict with other types of value? So it's not clear that even makes sense, that if there's different types of value, that you can maximize all of them sort of at the same time within one being. So I feel like that there's a lack of clarity here about what type of value we're talking about, and if it's even possible to have a uniquely like perfect being, a being that maximally instantiates all of them. Or at least that you can't improve on. Another issue here is that there may always be there may be. So to say something is perfect, to define perfect as can't be improved upon, seems to imply that there's a maximally great being, whereas it may be the case that any being there's a being that you can be greater than. I mean, this gets to a conceptual point, I suppose.
Yeah.
But why can't there be a being that's just even greater, even better than the previous one that you just mentioned? Like, think of the previous being and then imagine one that makes one extra apple pie or something like that. I don't know, something stupid. Like, it could, that just makes it that little bit better. That's part of its intrinsic nature, that it will always do this thing that's kind of nice. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying that that's the case, but it's not obvious that it's that there is such a thing as a being that can't be improved on across all domains of value. Like, we haven't even specified a specific domain. I think that's quite a tall order to show that that's even coherent. So that's one of the reasons I think this definition is actually quite risky, because it's so broad.
That which, I mean, it does have an initial ring of plausibility to it, where it seems like that which can't be improved upon is.
That sounds pretty good, right?
It's like, well, that's got something that tracks perfection, right? In some sense, like when you say something's perfect, you mean like it's better than a lot of the other stuff in some aspect. But but how do we know when we say that there is something?
But could it be like when you're 8 years old, it's like, what's the biggest number? Like, there's 100, there's 1,000. What's the number such that there's no bigger number, and you want to find that biggest number? To an 8-year-old, that sounds very plausible, right? Intuitive, that there's a biggest number that you just can't get bigger than that. Or the tallest. But there isn't such a thing, right? There, in fact, can't be such a thing. So how do we know that it's even possible that there's such a thing? And this is the issue of whether the notion of a maximally great being, or a perfect being in this sense, is like even metaphysically possible. But this seems to have been defined in an especially difficult way, where it involves being, you can't improve on it for a start. I don't actually know that you need to build that in, right? But also that that there's no, like, maybe it's morally perfect, but it doesn't have to be perfect in every way. I'm not even sure. Like, what about a God that's perfectly malicious? You say, well, that's not an improvement, but improvement relative to what? Relative to maliciousness. There's gradation. So like you can be good at doing something that's morally bad, right? This is what I mean by different domains of value. If we're going to privilege the moral domain, then we just want to say God is omnibenevolent, like he's maximally morally good. But that's not what they said. They said he's perfect, which means can't be improved on. And I'm assuming that means across every domain of value. But does that not, I mean, I'm saying, well, maybe that implies possibilities that conflict with each other. And here's an example. What about a God that cannot be more malicious or cannot be more indifferent, right? I don't know why we should just exclude those without further explanation. But then you get into this issue of, but why you privilege that over other possible properties?
Is SEK Swedish krona or something? I don't know. But thank you anyway, Oscar.
Yeah, cheers.
If God is maximally intrinsically valuable, how do you get smart or strong from that? Are unintelligent or weak people less intrinsically valuable? And I guess this is about the inference to omniscience and stuff, right? From the maximal perfection. And yeah, I mean, that would seem to entail that. I mean, maybe there's a get out with like you could just say, well, in the divine case, it's different.
Well, yeah, this relates to an issue that I've raised as an objection to what's it called? Divine command theory, which is, or particular versions of it would say that God's nature is ultimately good or maximally good, and then you ask, well, is his and then there's like Craig will say things like, oh, because he's all loving and merciful and things like that. You say, well, is God infinitely good because he's infinitely merciful or loving, or are those things good because God has those properties, right? And that gets you to try to understand the relationship between God's attributes. Of course, if you're going full classical theism, then you might say, look, God is ultimately simple, so all of he doesn't have parts or properties. They're all identical to each other. But that raises further problems, like, because I just think that's an incoherent position. I guess I need to read more about it because I don't know that much about defenses of it. But I don't understand how you can say that God's omnipotence is identical to his omnibenevolence, for example, because those things just don't mean the same thing. And identity is a very strong relation. But anyway, so yeah, I think that what Oscar's saying here does connect with a number of issues about the very idea of a maximally great being in all respects. Like, is he maximally great in virtue of particular properties he instantiates, or like, what's the connection between those? How do they, what relation do they stand in to each other? And this is not really explored typically, not here certainly.
Yeah. I agree. I think the thing that you raised initially about, well, with respect to all domains, there's going to be it's sort of like you remember when we sort of reviewed T-Jump's morality, and it seemed like the best possible world for all possible worlds sort of it wasn't even sure that it wasn't even clear that was a possible world, because across all domains it sort of seemed that there were these kind of like conflicts and contradictions involved. And maybe I think that talking about most perfect, like it across all domains, could be kind of like that, where but then the other thing is like, why, so when we talk about perfection, what do we mean? It doesn't seem to me that we mean like by reference to something that is perfect, we can say like things participate in that to some more or less of a degree or something. It seems like like anything that I would predicate as perfect, like, oh, he scored the perfect goal in a football. I mean, I don't really watch football, but you might, that might be where you'd use it. But you don't actually mean that there's like, there can't be a better goal, or that you've seen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Saying that it can't be improved on, it's not clear that that's what it means, because that implies that there's that there's a maximally good one, right? Which is unclear.
The use of perfect just means like good, like really good, like a one you really like.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that it's used in different ways in different contexts, which is part of the issue, right? It's sort of not entirely clear. But also, perfection doesn't imply moral perfection, right? The perfect crime, the perfect storm. These are ways in which we use the word perfect that don't have any moral implications or overtures. So perfect is not a moral term necessarily. It can be used in moral ways, but it doesn't have to be. So to say that, this is what I'm asking. Right. When they say
maximally perfect,
does that mean just morally perfect? I don't think so from what they've said. They seem to mean across domains, in which case, is God the perfect football player? How can he be? He doesn't have a body. Is God the perfect killer? Well, he's supposed to be all good. Like, he can't maximize, he can't exemplify all perfections across all domains. They're inconsistent with each other, and they're inconsistent with some of his other properties. So we can't just talk about perfection without further qualification. But then we need to make those qualifications and explain why it's these properties that are critical, because they're going to talk about arbitrary limits for a long time. And then, and they just want God to not have any arbitrary limits, right? Or the cause of everything not to have any arbitrary limits. But then the question is, look, if you're just talking about perfection within certain domains, what about those other domains that you're not talking about? Why are they allowed to have limits in those domains? Like, God is limited as a football player because he doesn't have a body, right? He can't kick a ball. I mean, not in his current form, at least. I guess maybe the incarnate God can.
Sometimes.
Was Jesus the perfect football player? I don't think so. But
Well,
anyway,
yeah.
so
in his divine nature, he must be.
yeah, I mean, or what about the perfect concentration camp guard? Or I don't know. Like,
Well,
there's it's always relative to domain that we use the word perfection in terms of assessing something as an exemplification of that thing, and it doesn't have to be a morally good thing. So the issue here is how they're going to deploy the notion of perfection, and why are they going to privilege particular domains over others, allowing us to have limits in some but not in others.
Yeah, and I mean, and I know there's books I've not read on this, like Eugen Nagasawa's Maximal Greatness or whatever, that probably go some way to try.
Well, I'm sure there's people have said things about this, but again, we're responding to this video.
Exactly, that's what. Yeah, I was just going to where, I mean, in the slim likelihood that Cameron sort of watches this, I know that that's what he'd be thinking, but let's see. Can't we say that some domains are combinations of previous perfections, like a perfect killer would have perfect knowledge, etc.? Maybe.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know that that's going to be true for every type of perfection, but I mean, does a perfect killer have to have perfect knowledge? It's not clear that a perfect killer would need to know all of mathematics.
Yeah, just sufficient knowledge to.
I mean, it's really hard because it's sort of undetermined what we mean by perfect, right? Yeah, I was using those perfect storm and perfect killer, things like that are ways we deploy it. Now, I guess you could say, look, that we're not literally saying it's the perfect one, but then, I mean, do we ever literally say anything is perfect, right? Because I mean, I guess
in the sense that they're trying to use it, I don't.
Well,
think,
yeah, this isn't they're trying to use it. Yeah,
perfect in that sense.
Well, but that also raises questions about, can you even deploy? Look, if you're going to take a concept and deploy it in this specific case in a way that's never deployed anywhere else,
our language has gone on holiday.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like, are you playing a private language game at that point where no one else uses the word to mean that thing, but it's allowed to in this specific context because reasons? So I think that's actually really dubious. I think that words get their meaning by social use, and if they're never used in this way, like anything like this way anywhere else, then I mean, maybe they are, right? But I think I am suspicious because we do use the word perfect a lot, and it doesn't seem to be in this way. So I'm going to need a good story about why we should use it this way here. Anyway, but I think that's enough said for the moment. So to say that this is really problematic from my point of view. But let's see where they go with this.
Great. You are powerful. You have knowledge. You have virtue. And all these things I'm saying sort of intuitively make sense.
Why just those two, right?
But if I said something like,
we know that you think God has those two, but what about all the other types of perfection that we just talked about? Does God have those? Right? This is what I mean.
Virtuous.
We know what the goal is, so we just forget about all the other things that might complicate that.
You are weak. It's like, well, calling her weak, that's sort of incompatible with praising her. And we understand intuitively it's not like a great making feature. And so power.
All right, so I disagree with this, right? So maybe weak is a tricky one, but what about innocence? Okay, so God can't be maximally innocent, surely. That you can't be maximally innocent and all-knowing. I don't see how you can reconcile those two. But innocence is not a negative quality, right? So they used weak as an example. If I use the term weak, I'm probably not praising someone. Even there, maybe, I don't know that that's always negative. But innocence is definitely not something that is always, I'd say it's generally positive, right? Maybe it depends a bit on the context. But again, the point to be made there is, it seems that some of these, or perhaps many of them, it's not possible. They're inconsistent with each other. You can't maximally exemplify them all at once, but they are forms of perfection, right? You might say that it's good to be that innocence is something you can praise someone with, like you'd use it to describe children, for example. Maybe there's other cases in which it would be appropriate, innocent of the corruption of the world or something. But it's not. But you can't maximally exemplify that with many other qualities that you would want to praise at the same time.
It's interesting because I suppose they are sort of analogous, because they started talking about great rather than perfect. And I was thinking, is there a problem with slipping into that? But I suppose things like, being a great killer or whatever would be, would still kind of apply in the same way. But then when you talk about great making properties, it's still that same problem. Does having a big long knife make you? Is that a great making property for being a great killer? Which greatness itself encompasses.
Well, you probably say having a knife is not an intrinsic property. So probably going to have to restrict ourselves to like character traits, or I mean, maybe physical characteristics would work as well.
Yeah. Well, the desire.
That's a relevant question, because if I can create a knife, maybe then it does become relevant. So for someone like God, who's omnipotent, does the distinction actually make sense? I mean, it's said that God is distinct from his creation, but I mean, since he's omnipotent and he's omnipresent, does that even make sense? But that's another question. That's a much deeper
Well,
question.
everybody dies in physical reality, so maybe God is the perfect killer, you know.
Dang.
This is where the Christian theism when you start thinking about it in that way and trying to make sense of it, that's where I think the Christian theism part starts to fall out, and it becomes some weird, like, pantheistic Brahman, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think those views are more plausible than a personal God for these sorts of reasons, right? I mean, the reason they're appealing to perfection, like there's a reason they're doing this, right? I mean, I've watched the video, right? So I know where they're going with it. But what they want to say is perfection avoids arbitrary limits. Because if you say, look, he's less than perfect, then you have to say, well, why isn't he this bit more or this bit less? Why this particular level? Perfection is supposed to be the absence of arbitrary limits, and therefore it's simpler. That's the argument, essentially. I'm simplifying a bit, but that's the basic idea. Now, the issue is, I don't think you can get around limits unless you can be perfect on all aspects of your character, which you can't be, I think, as we've discussed here. What it seems they want to do, they're coming to arrest Nathan for blasphemy. What it seems they want to do, Josh here, is to say that, look, here are the respects in which God is perfect. He can't be any greater. He has maximal exemplification of that. Therefore, no arbitrary limits. Therefore, no problem. Like it's simple. It doesn't require further explanation, whereas things that have arbitrary limits do. But what about all of the other properties where it's not clear where God stands? Well, just ignore those. Like they don't even talk about them. They only mention the ones that support their view that are sort of easy. Oh, we know God's omnipotent. We know he's omnibenevolent. Those are the simple ones, right? But what about other things where it's sort of not clear? What about the fact that God is, even this one, like the fact that God doesn't have a body, he's incorporeal. Doesn't that imply a limit? Like, I mean, I guess you could say God can take physical form, but that's not the same as being physical.
But then he's not incorporeal, is he? If he takes...
Well, that raises the question as to, does this even make sense, right? Because that's typically what what Christians would say is God is incorporeal, aside from the incarnation.
Well, yeah.
But the point is, doesn't that imply a limit? Like, so the point I'm making is that I think this only works if you kind of just squint and pretend that only the omniscience and omnibenevolence and the other ones, the omnis that they want you to think about, if those are the only relevant factors. But it seems to me that talking about perfection raises this whole issue of what areas of perfection are you talking about?
Wouldn't the limit would be what the word means, right? So like omniscience. So can God be like less than omniscient if he wants to or something? You know, is that right? Would that?
Well, they would probably say that conflicts his own nature. I'm not sure, but the point I'm making is the reason they appeal to perfect is not because, like, if you're going to say, well, that's the definition of God, then that becomes a bit circular, right? The point is to get these properties out of the notion of a necessary cause, and they want to do that by saying that there can't be arbitrary limits in a necessary cause. That's why they appeal to perfection, which is the absence of arbitrary limits. The problem is that I don't think you can have that for all types of perfections. Now, if you want to say, look, God just isn't, he's not a perfect killer, so he doesn't have that perfection. Okay, fine, that's your conception of God, but then you're just inserting that as an assumption into this argument to get out what you want. Then you lose the whole point of this, which is supposed to be a principled way of getting to God without assuming God in the first place. That's the point I'm trying to make here. You can just say, well, God doesn't have those sorts of things, so why are you even worried about this, James? The reason I'm bringing it up is because it seems that if you just build in all of those as extra assumptions, well, God only has these types of perfections and not the other ones, because those are the ones that God doesn't have those ones. That's silly. Then you've lost all motivation, it seems to me, of this line of argument, because you're basically presupposing what you want to get to at that point.
Power, knowledge, wisdom, kindness, these things are all pointing toward a more fundamental attribute of greatness. And if you take greatness to its limits, then you get supreme greatness or perfection.
So you talked about a couple different methods that people use in stage 2. And in my research, I've discovered 2 primary methods or ways that stage 2 is defended. The first one is to introduce additional evidence. This is something I saw in Alexander Proust's argument that he has in the Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology.
Introduce additional evidence, like the fact that like all the pigeons that are like dying of diseases outside as part of evolution,
they mentioned that actually. That comes a bit later. But yeah, at this point, I think Cameron's taking a step back a little bit here, because what he's going to say is that there are 2 ways you can try to establish God out of a necessary being. You can bring in a cumulative case and say, bring in all these other arguments, right? But that's kind of boring, right? Because then we're not really doing a contingency argument anymore. We're just doing other arguments. Oh, Cameron doesn't say that. That's my editorializing. The second argument is to try to argue from properties of the cause itself. And that's more interesting because that's sort of sticking with the contingency argument. Now, that's what Josh is going to do here. He's going to not bring in extra lines of evidence like, you know, moral arguments or fine-tuning arguments. He's going to say, no, actually, I think you can establish that the first necessary cause must be personal, must be God, by just analyzing the notion of what properties that necessary cause must have. So that's the second option. So there's basically a cumulative case, and then there's analyzing the idea. Now, what Josh was just doing was that second, like analyzing the idea, which, as I say, is the more interesting option from the point of view of talking about the contingency argument. What Cameron's doing is now take a step back and saying, look, here are the two options, which is why I think he's sort of stepping backwards a bit. But so what they're going to do is they're going to outline the options, and they're going to talk a bit about cumulative cases. And then finally, we're going to get back to more of the analyzing the contingency part, which is what I'm more interested in. And the reason I wanted to, apart from just clarity, is because I'm going to go and get some food now, so I'll be away for a few minutes. But that's what they're about to do, so I don't really have much to add to that. You can entertain the chat for that period, Nathan, and hopefully when they get back, we'll be talking about contingency again.
Okay, well, hi guys. Now James is gone. We're gonna have some fun.
Keep playing the video.
Yeah. Okay.
So in addition to contingent things, we'd add evidence from fine-tuning, moral knowledge.
Sorry.
I said you'll say nasty things about me now while I'm gone.
Yeah.
And so on. And this is also Richard Swinburne's approach. He likes the cumulative case. So once we add all the evidence together, it's clear that this necessary part of reality must be God. We're talking about fine-tuning. That's a design argument. So basically, whoever created the universe, whoever put it together, had to be a designer. And so that would imply, therefore, that the necessary part of reality is also a designer, and only agents, personal beings, can design things, basically. So this is what I'll call the cumulative approach. And the second method I found is to analyze the necessary foundation. I think this is the approach that you favor, actually. So the question there would be, does this being have any power? And if so, how much? Obviously, it has to if it's the explanation of contingent things. It's got to have some kind of power, right? Can it create 5 universes, maybe 20? Does it have any knowledge? That's another question. Does it understand right and wrong? And so I'll call this approach the analytic approach. And so let's get some of your comments on these two methods.
Yeah, I like the way that you put that. One way we could distinguish them is by arguments from effect versus arguments from the nature of the cause. And I actually find both to be quite valuable. In fact, in my recent book that I'm polishing off now, I take both approaches. So I talk about the kinds of effects that we see in the world, such as consciousness, morality, reasoning, and then I work my way from those effects to the kind of cause that could be an ultimate cause of them. And that actually can illuminate the nature of the foundation in significant ways. But yes, and there's also the argument from just the nature of the cause. And we just take an analytic approach, we apply reason, and we just think about, okay, what kind of a foundation could have this necessary existence? What kind of a foundation could be ultimate? And then we can begin to unpack some of its features through that analytic approach. Did you want me to go into a little bit of how we could do that, how we could actually proceed, or would you rather address something else first?
Yeah, before we get into the different approaches and everything, I want to go back to something we discussed in part 1 of this series, which were barriers to belief. We made a distinction between objections and barriers. And just as a reminder, objections are a way to test a hypothesis, whereas barriers are obstacles that keep someone from taking an argument seriously. And it seems to me that part 2 of the arguments, or stage 2 of the argument, is where we're going to see a lot of barriers, or potentially we're going to see a lot of barriers. And so just remind us what those are, what the types of barriers that we're going to see here are, and how we can all learn to remove them, start to remove these.
I would say the most significant barrier that I see here is just the association of the conclusion, theism, with other things, like religion in particular. And in fact, I noticed this. It was very interesting in your exchange with Alex. You made this argument from simplicity. And his quick response was he seemed surprised that you could think that theism provided a simpler account of the foundation. And so he mentioned a bunch of things from religion about the nature of God that adds complexity. And I think what might be going on there is that if we think about this argument through the lens of religion, then we're going to end up associating a lot of complexity, particulars, and objections that we might have to religion. I mean, including even objections to maybe intellectual vices that we associate with religion, a kind of dogmatism, a lack of genuine truth-seeking. And so it's going to put a barrier in the way of really taking seriously this argument from the standpoint not of religion, but just through reason. And I think one way to remove that barrier is just to make this distinction, really to flag the problem that this conclusion is often associated with various religions, but we don't have to think about this at all from a religious lens. We can just look at this as people, as philosophers, as truth seekers who want to understand the nature of the foundation. And we can ask, okay, well, what is the best account of the nature of the foundation? Let's get out our instruments, get out our tools of reasoning and evidence, and let's just have a look. And I think that goes a long way to removing the barrier, just to separate kind of what we're doing. And then also one more thing is to just emphasize that the goal is a greater understanding, clarity. And I think oftentimes people will resist an argument if they feel like the argument is being used not to help bring clarity, but rather to win an argument or to prove something that one antecedently already believes, not through reason or evidence, but through some other means.
It feels like that the argument is being used as a device. If a person who's arguing for it isn't actually committed to the conclusion, I mean, what are you doing then in that case? So if you are a Christian who has all of these commitments, and you're sort of telling me that you're trying to convince me of a position, that you're not convinced of. So like, why? I don't know. That's quite, you know, that seems quite strange to me.
And so then it's like hard to trust, right? Like the person who's maybe defending the argument. It's not really, it's like what you said before about psychology. It's not about a battle of psychology. It's about really trying to find out what's true through the instruments of reason and evidence.
So before we get into the supreme being hypothesis, which is your preferred method, I wanted to discuss just briefly some of the different attributes. So in your work, you have 2 different papers.
I guess I agree. The part of what Josh is saying that I agree with is the part where he's saying, well, it's about finding out what's true. But then I think that the part that I disagree with is this idea that that standard only applies to the interlocutor and not to the person who's using the argument, in this case, the Christian. Because if in this case, the Christian is using this argument and it actually leads to a different kind of theism than the religion that he believes in, that's going to be as much an issue for him as it is for the atheist, really. So I think that consistency needs to be applied.
On the contingency argument, one of them is from states of affairs to a necessary being, and then the second one is from a necessary being to God. I believe that's those are the titles of those 2 papers. Am I wrong?
I have those papers. I also have a new argument for necessary being. So I have a couple on the stage 1, and then yes, there's one on stage 2 from a necessary being to God. That's right.
So yeah, from a necessary being to God, in that one, what you do is you sort of go through and you first establish infinite power, that the necessary being has to have infinite power. And then from there, you move on and you sort of establish the other divine attributes. So before we get to your preferred hypothesis or your preferred approach, I wanted to discuss some of these properties, because this is actually what I do on my website. I have an article that most of my listeners will be aware of. It's called an updated contingency argument, which is largely based on your work, Josh. And one of the first things that I do as well is to establish infinite power, that the necessary part of reality has to have infinite power. And at this point, this is also something that I think people may not understand, is that before we get to stage 2, I mean, we could have a plurality of necessary beings that are the explanation of everything. So before we even get to unity, that there's only one being, then we can talk about infinite power. It's like this group of things, if it is a group or if it's an individual necessary being. Let's talk about some of the arguments that you have, or I can even give one off on my website for infinite power, and then maybe a couple of the other attributes.
Well, if you wanted to mention your argument, and then I can add to that.
Okay, let me actually mention 2 here. So the first one is basically that when we're thinking about possible worlds, what this necessary being could create, it has to have some kind of power if it's going to be the explanation of contingent things. And think about it like this. So I have a stapler here. I have to have some kind of power if I'm going to be able to create the stapler, right? But let's think about this. So it takes a certain amount of power to create one stapler, and it takes more power to create 2 staplers. But then let's imagine, well, how many staplers actually could exist? And it seems like we could always add more staplers to the mix. We could always think of more possible worlds where we have more and more and more and more staplers. And so basically what we have to say at that point is that this necessary being that explains all the contingent staplers that could possibly exist, this necessary thing has to be unlimited in power, because there's always one more stapler that you could add. And so this is one way that we could see that this necessary part of reality has to be unlimited in power, because there's always one more thing that could be created. That's one way. Another way that Richard Swinburne prefers, or at least he mentions in his work, is that a finite limitation of power, if we're thinking that, well, maybe the necessary foundation has some kind of finite limit in what it can create. Maybe it can only create 20 universes, for example. There's a question here about why 20 universes. Why can it only create that number, that finite number? And so, for instance, if the necessary thing exhibited, say, 1,000 units of power, one might wonder why it doesn't have 1,001 units of power, or why not 1 unit of power. And so this is another one of those things that sort of cries out for explanation, just like a contingent thing cries out for an explanation.
Cries out for an explanation. Now, suppose we get to the conclusion that that the explanation doesn't have any arbitrary limits. Would it be, I wonder, would it be an arbitrary limit to say of that thing that it only causes a finite amount of things? So what I mean by that, so suppose you get to you're not going to put any limits on this entity that is the explanation. But then arguing from the supposition of that theory, right, wouldn't it be a limit to say it only causes or creates one universe or instantiates one state of affairs? Wouldn't it? I mean, maybe, why wouldn't it be? It seems to me it would, but if you think otherwise in the chat, then let me know.
Sometimes properties of a thing, specific properties of a thing cry out for explanation. So there's this stapler on my desk, going back to the stapler. This is black, the stapler I'm looking at. So this is a question
to clarify for someone who asked, is he saying, no, he's saying that the explanation or the cause itself is unlimited, right? Because everything with it, the way that the style of argument is meant to go is that causes of things or explanations of things within the universe are more finite or more limited things, right? So the relevant difference to making something non-dependent, or independent, or non-finite, all those sort of cool things would be to make it an unlimited kind of thing. But what I'm saying then is, what follows from that, if the thing is unlimited and it's causing stuff, is it a kind of limit to just choose to just cause one kind of effect? Only causes one kind of effect, is that a limit? If chooses to produce a limited result, Usain can choose to run slowly. I don't really understand what you. I could guess what you're getting at there, Oscar, but I'm not sure. James is dead. For those who are asking in the chat.
I'm back. I was dead, but I was raised after the 5th minute.
But not by Yahweh.
Well, that would be silly.
By the great vegetable. Okay. Tell me what you think. I know if you're eating, don't worry.
That's a good. Where are we at?
So they're talking about why the kind of entity that explains everything would be unlimited. But I was thinking, suppose that entity is unlimited. Isn't it a kind of limitation to place on it to say that it only causes or instantiates one effect, this state of affairs? Wouldn't it then also follow from it being unlimited that it causes or instantiates all states of affairs? Or is that not something, is that not a limitation to only cause a particular thing?
Yeah, that's interesting. So again, the notion of limits is similarly problematic to the notion of perfection, because you have to ask, well, limits with respect to what?
Right.
So you could say, well, unlimited power. Does that mean that the being has every possible causal power? That doesn't seem that even makes sense, because causal powers are specific to the agent. I don't know. There's a particular causal relation that exists. Causation is a relationship that exists between the cause and the effect. So there's a specific type of causal, of course, that occurs when an electron bounces off a proton or whatever. Now God can't instantiate. God can't be the cause or effect of that relationship, because it only exists between protons and electrons, right? You can't just swap out God for an electron and have it. It doesn't make sense, right? So yeah, right. I guess the question would be, what does it make sense? What does it mean to say that God has all causal powers? It can't just mean that he can have instantiate every type of. He can be a relator in every type of causal interaction, because many types of causal interactions don't have God as one of the relator, right? It could simply mean that he can actualize any state of affairs that he wants to, which isn't the same thing, right?
If I say, I don't know, an electron causes some kind of bond to occur, or I don't know, something to happen, right? Couldn't God just stand in that place and make that effect happen? Isn't that what they're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is, so God maybe could actualize states of affairs, but that's different to saying that God has all causal powers, right? Because, I understand causal power as being a causal relation between the cause and the effect. If the cause is the electron and the effect is the proton moving, or they probably cause each other, right? But just to simplify, God, you can't swap out electron with God and say it's the same causal relation. It's not now. It's a different causal relation. The relation is defined by the relator and the way they connect to each other.
But can't God just sort of? I'm just genuinely asking this, and I know it sounds weird, but couldn't God just poof the electron out, be the relator, and just will the property to happen? Isn't that the sort of magic stuff God can do?
So the idea is God can actualize any state of affairs, right? But at least it seems to me that that's different from exemplifying every causal relation. Because if you change the causal relator, it's a different causal relation. It's a contradiction.
Right, I see what you're saying. I think
if now there's a causal relation between God and the proton, that's not the same relation as the one between the electron and the proton.
Yeah, because
God just can't exemplify
cause,
that, right? Because the cause isn't God, isn't the electron anymore. It's God.
Yeah, because when you cash out what cause means in the case of the electron, you're going to refer to properties and things of the electron. When you cash out what cause means in the case of God, it's going to be however God does miracles, and that's a different kind of cause. Is that right?
Basically, yeah, that's what I'm saying. At least that seems plausible enough. So again, I don't think that all that was in Adolf is saying that I don't think that can be what is meant by like causally unlimited or without limit of cause, like without limit of your powers, right? But maybe it can just mean actualize any possible state of affairs. I think that's the way that it's more usually understood. Then hang on, there was a question I was addressing that I've now forgotten what it was.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to tell you about a comment in the chat, actually, because it's that silly that it will. Maybe I will. that completely
Thanks for that, Jamie.
broke my train of thought. Should we just play?
I can't quite remember what I was originally responding to, but I guess the better point here is, I think it was unlimited, right? Yeah, so that's right. It was unlimited with respect to power, and the question is what that means. So I think it would have to, it seems to me that it would refer to no limit as to which states of affairs it can actualize. But there are going to be limits, right? Because certainly God can't actualize metaphysically impossible states of affairs. So we're going to say, well, no limits other than metaphysical possibility. I think then the question is just how does that interact with other types of limits that God might have, right? So, I mean, there's interesting questions. Well, we shouldn't even be talking about God. We haven't got there yet, right? But there's interesting questions about what sort of states of affairs could God actualize that might seem inconsistent with his other aspects of his nature, right? Like especially horrific states of affairs. Like could God actualize states of affairs that are morally repugnant and have no redeeming qualities, or there's no greater purpose to them? I think some people would say he could, but he just won't. That's an interesting line to take, I think.
Like an eternal conscious torment.
Well, yeah, that could be an example, actually, right, of that sort of state of affairs. But I guess the issue is it seems to me that most attempted defenses of the problem of evil actually come down to restricting the notion of the states of affairs that God can actualize. And so I really do think that you run into a problem here if you don't have any restrictions on what states of affairs God could actualize apart from metaphysical possibility. And at the same time, you want to have many of the other properties of God, plus just the things that we observe in the universe. So I think that there is an issue there, in addition to trying to, at the outset, specify what sort of limits we're going to talk about. Because why are we just talking about limits to power? Why aren't we talking about limits to malice as well? But that's another limit, right? We haven't established that power is the only one that matters. That's just the only one that they're talking about, all that and knowledge and things. So that issue of which domains are we talking about is still relevant.
But only causes this single universe. Isn't that an arbitrary limit? Like that seems kind of arbitrary to me.
Yeah.
But is it?
That was another thing I was going to mention. So if we understand the cause as being being able to cause any or actualize any state of affairs, it doesn't follow from that they actually do actualize every state of affairs. So there is an issue there, because you might ask, well, why are only certain possible states of affairs that could be actualized? And this gets you to a question is, does libertarian free will get you out of this problem? Because otherwise you're back in the problem of providing an explanation. So I mentioned this sort of before, that libertarian agency, I think, actually just gets you back into the very problem that this whole argument is supposed to avoid. Remember, this argument is supposed to allow us to give explanations for contingent states of affairs. Now, suppose God has the power to create as many universes as he likes, but he only creates one. Why does he only create one? Why not 2 or 4 or 27? Right? The fact that he chose to only create one is a contingent state of affairs. What explains that? According to libertarian agency, nothing explains that. It's just a free choice that God made, and he could have been anything, but that's what it was. So we seem to have now gotten back into the problem that we're supposed to avoid here about avoiding this sort of unexplained brute fact. Now, maybe they didn't explicitly really discuss this. So maybe that's not what they would say. Maybe they would actually say that, look, if God can do it, then he does do it. So actually he does actualize all of these states of affairs. So that contingency problem would go away. But then that commits you to God actualizing all sorts of really bizarre states of affairs that seem a bit counterintuitive to me. And I don't know that they're consistent with Christian theology. So I think that you get actually right back into the same problem here. If you say that God has all of these powers, but doesn't exercise all of them, then you have to ask, why does he exercise some, but not others? And I don't think that you have a good answer to that. I don't think there's a good answer to that.
I am absolutely dying for the toilet, so I'm going to play this out a bit. If you want to eat food and stuff, I can just
keep
tell
playing,
that
yeah, and I'll listen.
they'll say something that triggers you, and you won't be able to. It'll be horrible.
I've listened to it before, so I'll survive.
That we want to know, why is it black instead of red or green or blue? And that's a question. That's a very, very legitimate question that we can ask. And so in the same way, we want to ask, well, this is a finite limit, so why that limit instead of some other limit? And there's got to be some explanation for that. So these two combined, I think, are really good arguments for thinking that the necessary foundation has infinite power. What are your thoughts there? And then maybe if you want to expand on those.
Yeah, that's a good summary. And I think all I would add is just, the arguments you gave are related by a problem with thinking that there's some arbitrary cutoff, either to like the number of staplers that could be produced or just to the power that it has. It's like, why we're talking about logical possibility here. This is the foundation of all contingent things. It has necessary existence. And so whatever is possible, it's the ultimate foundation of that, right? So why would there be some cutoff? And for any finite number, we say, well, once you get up to a universe with, 10 to the 99 staplers, that's it. You can't make one more. Like there's no other possible universe in which there's even one more stapler. That seems like an arbitrary cutoff. And the simplest account of the nature of the power is that it's just infinite, or zero. It has to have at least some power to produce, right, to be the foundation of the effect. But if instead you say it has a finite amount of power, then you do have this problem with an arbitrary cutoff. That seems problematic.
From here, I want to turn it back over to you. Where do you go after you establish infinite power? Do you go to volition? Do you try to establish that this is a personal being?
Yeah, it's interesting because in the article that you mentioned, so I wrote that actually quite a few years ago. I was in graduate school and I was teasing these properties out one by one. So I had this argument for infinite power, and then I had an argument for volition, and it had to do with the connection between the necessary thing and the contingent effects. Or one version of it is that it couldn't produce the effects just by its necessary nature, or else the effects would be necessary. And it also couldn't just fix a probability of its effects, because the probability, for any probability, would be arbitrary why it was that probability rather than a slightly different one. And so if it's not by its nature and it's not by some probability, then the only other accounts seem to be that it would be by volition, or at least the only plausible alternative. And so this is how I then argued for its volition. And then from there, I argued that, well, in order for it to have volition and power, it's the kind of thing that would be personal, because only persons have volition. And in order for it to be personal and be able to produce a universe, it would have to have at least some knowledge. And then I argue from arbitrary limits again, that in order for it to have knowledge, it's not going to have some arbitrary limit in its knowledge. It's either going to be zero, but that contradicts the fact that it's personal, so it's able to produce this world, beings that have knowledge. So it's got to be infinite or maximal. And then I turned toward goodness, and I had sort of a similar argument. So I argued property by property. But I just want to say I've shifted in my approach. I think I have a more powerful way of proceeding now, one that gets underneath all the properties. But I don't know if you want to comment at all at my summary of those arguments.
I'm sort of thinking it through, because I think that it is important to look at these two ways, because there are these two methods, right? The first method was to add additional evidence. The second one is to analyze the necessary foundation. And I think there are two different ways that you can analyze it.
Yes.
And the first way would be to, so we're talking about method 2 here, which is the analytic approach I mentioned.
Yeah.
And there's really two ways that you could do the analytic approach. One of them is to use sort of deduction, give some arguments for the individual properties. But another way is to use the way that you use, or your preferred approach now, which is to and it's actually the one that I used in my debate with Alex. And I use that because I figured that if you were favoring that one now, there's got to be some good reason behind it. And so actually that's sort of the reason that I preferred that one. And I think it's actually easier to sort of comprehend in a debate type situation.
Yeah, so actually I want to make clarification. So there's another approach here. So the preferred approach that I have, there's a deductive form of it. So what you're talking about is using kind of a probabilistic approach where you're making an appeal to the best explanation. And so you're going to appeal to simplicity. And that's the approach that I took with Graham. And that's also the approach you took with Alex. And I think that's a very helpful approach.
I can't unpause the video, guys. So we're just listening to
we can just be looking at hypotheses and then considering pluses and minuses of the different hypotheses. But even before we look at that approach, I want to suggest another deductive approach that doesn't go property by property, but rather moves from the necessary foundation to its most fundamental property and then derives all the other properties from there. Would you like me to unpack that? Because I would say my favorite approach is deductive, an approach from which you can actually see with crystal clarity every step, and you can actually know that the foundation is supreme and has the theistic attributes. You can know that in principle.
Yes, let's go ahead and turn to that.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, disclaimer. Speaking of barriers, one of the ways we can create a barrier is by sort of being overly confident and claiming that you can know things that like people say, well, I can't see how you can know that, so I don't really trust you. Okay. So having said that, I would be intellectually dishonest if I told you that I don't think that we can actually know that the foundation is supreme through this kind of an argument. And the reason that I would be dishonest is because I think that I've come to know the foundation is supreme, and that's just how it seems to me. So having said that.
Okay, there was a lot of stuff that wasn't commented on there.
Oh boy.
I was listening while I went, but...
At a meta level, I find this odd. Like, Josh takes several minutes to talk about these arguments, but then he says, yeah, but I don't really use this argument anymore. I have a better argument. But then he doesn't give the better arguments. Like, do you want me to explain that? Like, pick an argument that you want us to understand and advance that for us. Don't refer to arguments that you don't want to argue and then say, that's just really confusing, if nothing else. Because now I'm like, if I argue against it, it's like, well, that's a straw man, right? Because you said that's not the best version. Or it's like, well, but then why mention it? So anyway, because that's what we have, I'll respond to it. So, I mean, it was quite fast, and it's a bit hard to me to follow all of the steps. One thing we had there was this idea of arbitrary limits, which I mentioned before that they would discuss. A meta criticism I have is there seems to be an assumption here that limits need explanations, but a limit is really the absence of a power, if you think about it, or the absence of a corresponding ability. If I don't have the power to jump to the moon, then that's a limit on my powers, right? So I think limits are best understood as absences in the sense that it just means that you don't have the corresponding thing that the limit refers to. So there's an idea here that absences require an explanation. So if I don't have the power to do this or that, then there needs to be an explanation. Why not? If that's a finite limit. But powers somehow don't need an explanation. So the fact that God has infinite power doesn't need an explanation, right? Because he has all possible powers, or unlimited power. But if he had, like, I don't know, half of the powers, whatever that might be, or some finite amount, then that would require an explanation. I don't understand that. Why is it that only the absences require an explanation, not having all of the powers? But if you have all of them, then that doesn't require an explanation because there's no limit. Saying that there's no limit is just a way of saying that every possible one is there. But it seems to me those things still need an explanation.
At all? Yeah, why would that be that state of affairs rather than nothing?
Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't need an explanation. It seems to me that the way of phrasing it in terms of limits makes it sound like that there's nothing to explain because there's no limit. But saying there's no limit is just saying that there's no absences, right? It's like a double negative. It's saying that there are all of these powers and abilities and properties and whatever. And to me, those would plausibly need an explanation. Now, they're going to deny that, right? Obviously, but that's the question. Can you get that out of just the starting point of a necessary being? And I'm just not sure why. Yeah, that's what they're trying to say. Like, look, the simplest, the most plausible type of necessary being is one that has no limits, because then there's no of these arbitrary assumptions that you have to make. But I would just say the reverse. Look, one that has all powers has maximally arbitrary assumptions because you've assumed it has every possible causal power. So I think it's really, I don't understand even the intuition here about why you would think that a limit needs an explanation, but which is just to me a negative property, but a positive property doesn't. So I really find that hard to understand what the motivation of this is. It seems very strange to me, the way of thinking about things. Absences need explanations, but presences don't.
Yeah, it seems to me to sort of be the opposite. Like, if I were to think about the sort of causal powers of things around me, it sort of just makes sense from the kinds of things they are. Like this mask and the elastication or whatever, and the properties that has. It seems like it follows, like the kind of effects I can produce from it makes sense in terms of how it is. But then it seems kind of backwards to be like, okay, that's the property. The elastication is the property that remains after I've explained away, after I've applied all the limits to every other possible property that the mass could have. Yeah, it is a sort of strange way of thinking about it.
Yeah, so to say that the absence of limits is really sort of simple and non-arbitrary, I just don't get, because it seems to be maximally arbitrary. Like, you have all of the properties. Why all of them? Why not just some of them? I don't see why that is simpler. I mean, that's a deep question about how you assess simplicity. So I'm not pretending to have the final word on this by any means, but at the very least, I think that there needs to be a discussion there about why that's what we're focusing on. Who said that limits were the thing we're trying to minimize anyway? Like, that's just a limit is just an absence. Why are we trying to minimize absences? That seems almost the opposite of what we should be trying to
nothingness. Do. Yeah,
like I don't get that. I just find it very odd. Anyway, so that was one point about this whole arbitrary limits thing. Another issue is with the use of the word arbitrary. And I think that that's well poisoning, right? Because obviously, if we're going to talk about a necessary ground of reality, it's not going to have arbitrary properties. I suppose it may have properties that don't have any further explanation. Maybe that's all it's meant. But I mean, the point is that they're either going to be necessary or there's going to be some explanation for them, right? So to say that they're arbitrary seems to me just assuming that there can't be an explanation for them, or that they can't be necessary. Because maybe I'm going to want to say, the fundamental necessary entity that underpins all of contingent reality, maybe it's the universe itself. And maybe that has certain properties that are just necessary and there's no further explanation to them. But I wouldn't say they're arbitrary, right? Because they're necessary. They're necessarily true. That's the postulate, right? So I think using the word arbitrary is just a bit well poisoning here. It's sort of assuming that there can't be an explanation or a necessity behind any of the other properties that there might be. So I don't like the word there. And let's see, there was another issue as well. Yeah, so Josh briefly mentioned, he didn't say free will, he mentioned volition, and it just briefly went past that, where I think that that's absolutely critical to the whole endeavor, right? Because Josh was asking himself a series of questions there. It's about like, well, why don't we, why isn't, I can't remember the exact examples used, it was about color or something. Why isn't it this color, not that color? So you need to have some necessity there. And he he thinks that you need volition to sort of address all of the issues there. I can't remember the precise chain of things that he said, but that harkens back to what I was saying before. Does volition, which I assume he means libertarian agency or something like that. I'm assuming that's what he means. Does that get you out of these problems? And as I've said, I don't think it does. I think it creates more problems, because presumably you're also going to need explanations for the free choices of these agents, and there just won't be those. That's actually the whole point of libertarian agency. There aren't explanations or reasons as to why they chose A instead of B. Someone in the chat mentioned that the objection I just made is assuming that there sort of needs to be an explanation for that. I guess I'm not necessarily assuming that. I'm just sort of raising the issue as to why don't those need an explanation, right? You might just say, look, and this is what Craig says, as far as I know, William Lane Craig seems to say, look, the free choices of libertarian agents just don't need an explanation. Like, it's not a problem that we have those. And my response to that would be, well, first of all, what motivates that? But if we're going to accept that, why can't we just say there are brute facts that are why can't we just say that underlying reality are brute facts that don't need explanations? Like, why go to all this trouble to get to the end of the point and say, well, actually, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's contingent that doesn't need an explanation? Why not just say that at the start? Look, actually, there's a whole bunch of physical facts about the laws of nature or whatever that are contingent and just don't have explanations. Instead of saying, actually, there's God who then freely chooses all this stuff, and those choices are contingent that don't have explanation. I feel like if you're going to be satisfied with that, why not dispense with all the extra stuff that you've just added to your ontology without actually getting at the bottom any explanatory value? I actually think this is a decisive objection. I mean, I shouldn't oversell it. There's plausible. There may be counters, right? But I've not heard serious discussion of this, because theists typically just don't talk about it. Because I think, like Craig, they are just fine intuitively with saying, look, the choices of a free agent, they just don't need explanation. It's fine. What's the issue? Whereas I see a reality littered with basically an infinite number of these unexplained decisions by God that don't have any explanation, and that clutter the worldview. Like, every one of these has to just be stipulated.
Almost one decision for each fact that there is about reality. You know?
Well, yeah, because God could have done anything that's contingent. He could have done it either way, right? So that's a choice that he made there that doesn't have any explanation. And Oppie, I think, has made this point. I'm pretty sure it was Oppie. It may have been Melpass, but because I confuse him sometimes. But I think it was Oppie who made this point, that you just have all of this stuff that's these brute facts that don't have any explanation. And how is that like an explanatory superior worldview? The only way you get around this is to just assert that the actions or the choices of free agents don't need explanations, and that's not a problem. Whereas other things do need explanations, and if they're unexplained, then that is a problem. But I don't see the motivation for that at all. I don't know why they would sort of be in a special category that, oh, it's fine if they don't have explanations, but other things, oh, they better have an explanation, otherwise we're going to have to postulate extra stuff. So I think that's a real issue here that needs to be seriously addressed before I think this argument can really even get off the ground. Because if you're going to ground everything in the actions of free agents, then you got to talk about those. You can't just sweep that under the rug. Like, that's critical to your ontology.
Okay, let's continue with this video. See if we can. We've got about an hour to go through the video, so let's.
It's because I think I see a path. But let me put it this way: whatever you can know, it's possible for somebody to be blocked from seeing that, and there's nothing wrong with that. There can be a rational obstacle to that. Like, for example, there was a time when I had a different view about the nature of consciousness than I have now. I don't think I was irrational. It's just I didn't see the things that I see now. Okay, so those disclaimers out of the way. Here's the outline of the path. Basically, we move from a necessary foundation to the ultimate explanation for its necessity. Okay, so like, what makes the foundation necessary? Now, it's very interesting, actually. There's a recent article came out in 2018, June. It's called "From a Necessary Being to a Perfect Being." And this is by Ryan Byerly. And he makes an argument that the best explanation of a necessary being is going to be in terms of perfection, a perfect nature. And the reason that he says this is because if you think about it, like, what kind of a being would be perfect? Just think about this conceptually. Like, imagine, you're attributing worth to a being. It's a being that cannot be improved upon. So you think about what kind of being would it be? Would it be the kind of being that could fall apart? The kind of being that could fail to exist? Well, no, it seems like a truly maximally great being, a perfect being that cannot be improved upon, would have the greatest kind of existence. And that would be the kind of existence that cannot fail to be. It would have necessary existence. But here, now this isn't the deductive argument. This is just setting the stage for why you might think that a perfect foundation or supreme foundation provides the best account of a necessary foundation. The deductive version of this proceeds like this. Suppose that the foundation is less than perfect. Suppose it has some degree of greatness that's between 0 and the limit case of perfection. Well, then we have the problem of arbitrary limits. This is the same problem that led us to
0 and the limit case of perfection.
Yeah, that seems to be implying that there's a maximal possible amount of value that it can have. Like, is there a maximally great number? No. Well, why assume there's a maximally valuable entity that can? This, I think, is a strange assumption here. By the way, it's even possible for God to have infinite value and it still not be the maximal amount, because there's different magnitudes of infinities, right? And for infinity, you can always add more value and it's still infinite. I mean, this might sound a bit obtuse, right? But I think the point is that that's the problem with deploying these concepts. We're grabbing these ideas we have about like limits and amounts and gradations and just applying those to.
We have numerical value in money, right?
Yeah. We're applying them without restriction to these, hypothetical necessary beings with infinite moral worth that it doesn't have limit. The idea is just, I don't even think they make sense in that context, right? Because of the reasons I said, like you can have infinite and still then have more than that, and there's no maximal number. So how does this even make sense? I think the whole edifice falls apart.
It's kind of like we use monetary value to determine the price of something, but then, I mean, if I sort of said, like the value of this person that I'm going to sell you, people would be kind of more, it'd be like, it's a category error using value in a different way. It's not, in the current.
Yeah, but they're borrowing those intuitions because they said he said the limiting case of maximal value. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah,
is there a
that's
maximal price you can charge for something? Is there a maximal, the biggest
Yeah.
number? That doesn't make any sense. There's no limiting case, or at least he hasn't established that. Maybe he can give an argument for why there's a limiting case, but that hasn't been provided. And that's critical for the whole argument to work. Because otherwise you can still give the argument, right? Yes, he has infinite value, but why not more than that, right? That's a perfectly cogent thing to say, even though it sounds weird, right? Because you can have more than any amount of infinity.
But even the zero case of value, I mean, it's sort of like what sense of value again is important, because you can't talk about something you can talk about something having no value in certain respects and value in other respects.
I mentioned that before, different aspects of value.
It's just not very well defined at all, really. I'm trying to think about, let's see.
The thing that it had to have maximal power. It's just, instead of arguing for maximal power and then arguing for maximal knowledge, let's just argue straight away for its maximal value, for its supreme nature. If it had less than a supreme nature, then it would have some cutoff, some limit. And if it has some limit, then there has to be some deeper explanation to account for why it has that limit. And we can argue for this based on...
See, when he said supreme nature as well, like, what's a supreme nature? What is a nature? We're both
the way something is.
Like we're well, yeah, but I mean, like, you're more.
What does it mean to have a supreme nature
than me? Does your being like more into physics than me make your nature more human-like or less human-like or more valuable? Like what?
Well, maybe, but it definitely makes it more supreme. Supreme in what sense? Like there's a gradation there, but what gradation of what? What are we talking about here? You can't be talking about them all at once, because as we've discussed, that they conflict with each other. But even if you're talking about, say, moral value, then, well, there's issues with that. But first and foremost, it's not clear that there's any maximal value. So in what sense does it mean to say supreme?
But supreme nature, like, okay, maybe there's like, maybe there's some like noun nature, right? But is supreme a noun? Like, is there a nature of supreme?
So supreme is a qualifier, right? So it's going to qualify a degree, but it has to be a degree of something. Nature is not something that admits of degrees. Yeah, exactly.
The perfect banana has the supreme banana nature. Maybe you'd say like it's something like that.
Yeah, so supreme banana would exemplify as I don't know, as well as possible or something, all of the good making attributes of bananas. But if we just say the supreme nature simplicator, just not defining any type of thing,
it's not like grammatical. It's
like, well, what are the good making properties of an entity? I can tell you what the good making properties of a banana are, right? Or of many specific things, but we're just talking about like a necessary being. Like we're not supposed to assume what other properties it has at this point, because that's supposed to come out of it, right? That's the point of this line of argument. So what are the supreme or great making properties of an entity? I don't even know that, as you say, I don't think that even makes sense. When do we deploy the notion of greatness like that in language? It's always relative to some attributes that we're evaluating, not just in general.
It's like saying God has the tallest aspect or something.
Yeah, I think that's a good analogy there.
It's like, what the hell does tallest aspect?
I mean, imagine if someone asked you, what's the best? And like, what do you mean? The best what? The best city? The best food? No, just the best. What's the best? Well, what are you talking about? Like, how can you answer that question? No, the one that has the supreme nature. Like, what are you on about?
Yeah.
I don't know why God gets a free pass on these sorts of things that just seem to make no sense. Or at least it's very hard to make sense of what they're actually saying.
Yeah.
The principle of explanation we used even in the first stage, one version of the principle, which would apply to things that are contingent. Contingent things have an explanation. Well, any limit is going to be contingent. It's going to call for a deeper explanation that accounts for why it has that limit right there. But the problem is the foundation of everything, there's no deeper explanation behind the foundation of everything. It's the ultimate explanation. So by definition of its foundationalness, of its ultimacy, there can't be an explanation of its degree of perfection. So therefore, if its degree of perfection or greatness is limited, then that leads to a contradiction because that implies that there's a deeper explanation, but there can't be a deeper explanation. So therefore,
so
it
just
can't
pausing
be
there,
limited.
this was the other thing that I was going to talk about. He's assuming here, it seems to me at least, that he's assuming that limits, absences require explanations, but presences, that is like maximal power or whatever, don't require an explanation. I don't understand where that assumption comes from. It seems to me that any nature that God has would, well, look, plausibly, like you can say, well, it's just necessary, he doesn't have that. But according to the criteria that Josh is using, plausibly, any nature that God have would require an explanation because it could have been a different, like you could say, well, couldn't it have been different? He could just stipulate, no, it couldn't have been. But the whole point of this is that he's not going to get it. The whole point of this, as I understand it, it's that he doesn't want to get to God just by stipulating that, like, that's the necessary being. He wants to read that out, if you like, of the notion of a necessary being. And he wants to do that by way of saying, look, a necessary being is one that doesn't have any arbitrary properties. It's all by necessary of its nature. And so I can just sort of determine that it must have no limits. But that only works assuming that limits are the only thing you don't need to explain for some reason. Limits are the only thing that you need to explain, that positive properties don't need an explanation somehow. But it seems to me completely plausible to say that any positive property that God has also needs just as much explanation as any limit that God had, or, you know, that the entity had. So this harkens back to what I was saying before. I don't know why this assumption of limits need explanations, but presences don't. Like absences is somehow, yeah, I just don't get it.
Perfect. Okay, questions, clarifications.
Yes, lots. Okay, so we have this perfect being, and we're saying that, I'm trying to think about how the best way to word this. So we have this necessary being, and we're imagining, well, let's assume that this being is less than perfect. And so it has some kind of limit in maybe what it can do, maybe what it knows, maybe how good it is. But what about this? So let's assume that it's infinite in power, but then it has zero knowledge.
Yes.
Does that cry out for an explanation? Because that's not a finite limit. That's just to say that it has zero. Do you think that that's the same kind of situation of the arbitrary limits?
Is zero finite?
Well, does it cry out for an explanation?
But this is what I mean. Why are we talking about finite limits? If God had an infinite power, wouldn't that, I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by infinite, right? But if it's a quantitative infinite,
right,
there are infinitely many infinities. So you could say, why not a different level of infinity? And you might say, look, James, you're interpreting that to your literal. It doesn't mean that, you know, different level, like different cardinalities of infinity. But then what does it mean? What are you saying?
Yeah, what are we counting?
It's entirely unclear what's being counted and what numbers are we allowed to even use. Is there a limit that we can talk about the maximum level, or could it always be higher? And why is zero not arbitrary? Like a zero, this is what I was saying before, that there's an assumption here that zero is not arbitrary, right? Because a zero, interpreting zero is like an absence, right? Absences, sorry, according to their view, limits are the only thing that don't require explanation, meaning that absences require an explanation, but presences don't. So somehow there's an assumption here that zero is just the level of everything that doesn't require an explanation. But any amount, any positive amount does somehow. I don't understand where that assumption comes from. Like the fact that I don't have the power to jump to the moon, there's an explanation for that, right? Because I lack certain, you know, there's a story as to why that isn't the case. Likewise, there's a story why I do have the powers that I do have. So I don't know why you would assume that it's only limits that need explanation, but not the presence of actual powers or properties. Anyway, I've belabored that point enough, but it comes up so often. I don't get it. Let's see what is said here.
Yeah, so in that case, I don't think we would need to have an explanation for its having knowledge, because we could just say it just has zero knowledge. And that sounds pretty much as good as saying it's just simply infinite knowledge or maximal knowledge. But the problem there,
why?
Though, is that
why is zero just as good as infinite? Where does this come from? This is what I mean. Zero is okay, infinite is okay, anywhere in between is not okay. Why? Where does this come from? What's special about those numbers? What are we measuring anyway? But putting that aside, what? I don't understand where that assumption comes from.
I have 5 knowledge.
Well, 3 is okay as well if it comes to the Trinity, but that's another question. They don't discuss that here.
Well, we can't count that high, so
yeah. In its nature, so it wouldn't have a limit to knowledge, but it would still have a limit to its, we might say, its value or its degree of supremacy or its degree of greatness. These are all different ways of getting at the same concept that I'm trying to point to. I think value is a good term for it. It has some value by virtue of its valuable properties, such as the property of having the ability to withstand all forces, right? Like it can't fall apart, it can't cease to be as necessary existence. It has supreme knowledge, let's say, by the argument that we gave, the couple arguments that you gave. And so it's got some value, but then how much value does it have? And if we say it has zero knowledge, well, then its value there's some arbitrary cutoff. Why does it have value, the amount of value that allows it to have supreme power and necessary existence, but it's just cut off there? That's still a limit. And I think then that limit would call out for further explanation, especially because we can think of something that has more value than that.
Yeah, I'm definitely catching where you're going with this.
So pause
at
there.
this point,
I
I'm
find
doing my
this
best
just
to
such
play
a
devil's advocate here. Let's
such a strange way of thinking about things. So if God had zero knowledge, or if the we got to keep talking God because it hasn't been established as God yet. If the necessary being had zero knowledge, which would be a way of saying it's not personal, right? Then according to Josh, that would the being would have less value. He hasn't specified what type of value, so already there I'm confused. I mean, obviously they have less knowledge, but what do we mean by value without specifying? Like, what does that mean? Value as what? In what terms? Do we mean moral value? Does something have more moral value because it has more knowledge? I don't know that that's even a principle I would advocate for in terms of how moral value works. But they didn't say moral value, so I'm just guessing that that's what sort of value they mean. Like, so there's this issue of why is it that having less knowledge diminishes the value of something? I don't really see that. But also then there's this idea that you must have all knowledge and all power to have all value. Well, what else do you need? Like what other exemplifications of properties needs to pertain to have maximum value? Actually, I think they need to talk about this in a moment, so maybe we can come back to that. But I guess the basic question is, well, okay, so what about if God is if God has zero malevolence or vindictiveness? Does that reduce his value because he has 0 degree of that? And probably they're going to say, no, that doesn't reduce his value. That increases it. I'm like, well, why that and not the other thing? Why does having knowledge increase God's value, but not having vindictiveness? Or maybe even if you don't want to use examples like that, you could say, like, I don't know, ability as a soccer player or any random thing you can think of, like that plausibly God doesn't have because of his other properties. Like, basically, how do we decide what things increase God's value or the necessary being's value, again, without specifying what type of value, and which things don't? Because it seems kind of arbitrary here. We're just sort of plugging in whatever we want and then saying, well, if you don't have the maximum degree of that, then you have less value. I don't see how this is a first principles approach at all, because we haven't even discussed what makes something valuable. What are value making properties and how do we establish those?
let's think about why we have to have an explanation for arbitrary limits.
Right. So, I mean, there's a few different approaches. I mean, we could appeal, if we're in a kind of modest mode, we can appeal to just this inference to the best explanation. So in general, limited things have an explanation. And the simplest, best explanation of our observations of limited things having an explanation is that they all do, right? Another argument more from reason is just that limits, just by their very nature, mark a cutoff between the actual and the potential. So, for example, if there's a limited amount of, water, then that marks a boundary between sort of the actual water and some conceivable potential water. And if that's right, well, then another reason to think that limits would have to have a further explanation is to explain why things are actual to the degree that they are. It's about actualizing possibilities, because there could always be more. Well, why isn't the more actual? Why is this actual rather than the more? And it seems like we need a deeper explanation for that. So we're appealing again.
There seems to be directional thinking, right? Look what he just said there. If something's exemplified not to the maximum degree, it could always be more. So why isn't it more? You can run that argument in reverse. If something is exemplified to the maximal degree, it could always be less. Why isn't it less? But that doesn't need an explanation for some reason. This is exactly what I was saying before. Limits need an explanation. A limit is an absence. Absences need explanations, but presences, like actual properties, for some reason don't. Why is it that you need an explanation for why something is not exemplified more, but not why it's not exemplified less? Where does that distinction come from? It's just assumed in this argument. This is why, fundamentally, I don't understand what motivates this way of thinking about things. It seems to me completely bizarre. Like, we just arbitrarily say that certain things are acceptable for a necessary being, and other things, no, they need an explanation. Certain things are value-making, other things, for some reason, aren't. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't further discussions to be had, maybe arguments can be given, but they're pretty critical, and they're just not even addressed here, it seems to me.
Into sort of this general principle that contingent things, contingent states don't just exist. And even if people are skeptical about the general principle, they think maybe there are exceptions. I know there are some puzzles against the general principle. Still, there's the presumption that contingent things have an explanation, other things being equal. So unless we have an independent reason to think that the contingent limit in question doesn't have an explanation, the presumption would be to think that it does have an explanation. And again, anything less than perfect is going to be limited, and there can be no explanation of its limit. And so it seems like that would be a problem. Other things being equal, we should prefer to think that there's an explanation.
Okay, still thinking.
What would, from Josh's point of view, what would a reason to think that something contingent doesn't have an explanation look like?
Well, this is interesting, right? Because I don't think that you would say that the properties of a necessary being are contingent. You would say that they're necessary, or they may be brute, I suppose, but you probably just say they're necessary.
Oh, I said a contingent thing. Sorry, because Josh said you would need some reason to think that a contingent thing didn't have an explanation. And I was
but this is he did say that, but I'm a bit confused why he's talking about that, because I thought we were talking about the properties of the necessary ground of reality, right? Assuming there is one. So whatever limits or powers or properties it has, presumably it has those necessarily, right? I mean, I wouldn't have thought it could have contingent properties. Well, I guess, does God have? Well, I guess we'll put that aside. I don't know, but it seems to me that you would say that they're necessary. Its properties are necessary, because otherwise I don't see how it would be necessary.
Wait,
but the point is, if that's true,
does it? Well, it's all the same.
Well,
there's no distinction.
Yes, I don't know how to talk about it being like that, though. So I'm just going to use the word property because I don't know what else to say, right? But that's a different issue, right? The whole divine simplicity thing. But my buddy Craig and I both agree that divine simplicity is false. So if we agree on something, anyway. No, but the point is, I don't know why we're describing these putative properties of the putative necessary ground of reality as contingent. Surely they would be necessary. I think the question would be, what is the best explanation or what is the best model that we can provide of what this necessary being would be? And I think that what Josh wants to say is one that doesn't have these inexplicable limits, according to him, right? It would be a better candidate. Not that they're contingent, just that they are inexplicable. And if you want to minimize the number of things that you just have to postulate as Brute says, as necessities. So, for example, in responding to Ray Moppy, who says that the universe and its initial conditions might be necessary, perhaps Josh could say, and I don't know if he would say this, but he could say, well, yeah, but you have to postulate all of these different constants as being necessary. And I only have to postulate one being that has the maximal exemplification of greatness. And that's really just one thing, because it's not like I have all of these different properties of God that I have to set to all these different levels. No, it's just the one thing, whereas you have to set all the constants to different things. And I mean, that could be necessary, right? But it's a worse theory. It's a more complex explanation. That's what I understand Josh to be doing here. If that's not what he's doing, then I'm very confused. But if that is what he's doing, then I don't know why he talks about these properties of the putative necessary cause of everything as being contingent, because they wouldn't be contingent, right? They would just be necessary aspects of the being of that thing. I think I would have thought we're just comparing theories as to the nature of that necessary being, not trying to explain its contingent properties, because I don't know how it could have contingent properties. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding something here, but that just, I don't know if that was the wrong word or he's talking about something else that I'm missing.
Through this argument, because it's fascinating to me right now. Could we use a kind of modal principle of sufficient reason in order to defend this? So we're asking, well, like, why does this thing, assuming that it has like zero knowledge, it's less than perfectly valuable? And so we want to ask, well, it has a finite limit in how valuable it is. So what best explains this, or what's the explanation? And according to, if we adopt some kind of principle of explanation, then we'd have to have some kind of explanation for why this finite limit is being exemplified as opposed to infinite value or what have you. So could we use a kind of modal principle of explanation that, again, introduces this modal operator? Possibly there's an explanation for this.
Possibility.
Could we use is that enough? Like, could we, because that's a more modest version. We talked about that in part 1.
Yeah, so that shows up in the article you mentioned from Necessary Being of God. It also shows up in a co-author with Chris Weaver in the book, The 2 or So Arguments for God. We develop a modal version as well, where, all we need is the possibility of a deeper explanation. Again, because it's impossible for there to be an explanation that goes deeper than the ultimate explanation. So if we're talking about what are the features of the foundation of everything, the foundational explanation of everything, what are its features? Those features can't be further explained. And so all we need then is the principle that there's possibly an explanation for any.
When he says it's impossible to go deeper than the deepest explanation, I mean, say someone who is thinking of terminating explanation at some level of reality, if they just respond to him with that, I mean, I suppose he's going to provide those reasons about limits and stuff.
Yeah. Again, I'm a little lost at what Josh is even talking about here. So if we've established that there's a necessary being that grounds reality, the question is, what is the nature of that necessary being? What's the best theory of that? Any theory of that is going to say that it is necessary and has its properties necessarily. Again, I would assume. So I don't know how that distinguishes different views of what the necessary being is. Yeah, I don't have any comment on what he just said, because I don't understand its relevance.
Well, there can't possibly be an explanation for the limits of the foundation. Therefore, the foundation can't have limits. That's the idea.
Okay, so let's turn to a really common objection that you hear, and I'm curious to hear how this version, the deductive version of the supreme being hypothesis, would sort of deal with this objection, which is basically, why is this better than the universe? Like, why can't the universe be the necessary being that we're talking about?
Good question.
And maybe it's even a necessary multiverse. I think this is the view that Graham Oppy defended in your discussion with him on our YouTube channel. Why can't it just be the universe? Like, why does it have to be?
Well, I mean, at first I want to say, maybe it could be, right? So like, maybe it is the universe, but then is the universe a perfect being, right? So, well,
It's possibly necessary.
Yeah, I don't. Hang on, am I muted? I've lost.
No,
the,
you're not. You're.
Yeah,
I can
I
hear
lost the
you.
tab. What was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, so I don't know what the modal thing adds really to that. It doesn't seem that relevant here because he's making a direct argument. You don't need to make a modal one in addition. But so the point is, what Josh is saying is, look, the reason, this is what I was saying before, the reason that we should prefer God as an explanation of or God as the necessary being instead of the universe is because of the argument he gave about limits, right? And that the necessary being has to be can't have arbitrary limits and therefore must be a perfect being. So one problem with that already is that I can just say, no, the universe doesn't have any arbitrary properties. Those are all necessary. I can just stipulate that, and then that problem goes away. It's only by calling them arbitrary limits does it make it, and talking about them as contingent, does it make it seem like there's a problem, because you can just stipulate as much as you like as being necessary. Now, you might say, okay, you can do that, but is that a good theory? Is that, it seems a bit ad hoc the more you stipulate. Yeah, so I think that's the direction we should be moving in. We should say, what's a better theory of the necessary being, assuming that there is one here? Is it one where it's the universe and we stipulate a bunch of stuff that maybe is necessary, or is it God? And then we have to contrast what Josh is saying about his argument about, the limits versus, well, we have to analyze that argument. And as I've said, it seems to privilege well, apart from many other factors we've discussed, like defining perfection and things, and what sense we're talking about value, it seems to privilege limits, the fact that limits need explanations, but positive properties don't, which, as I've said multiple times, doesn't make the slightest bit of sense to me and seems undermotivated. So I think there are good reasons to be very suspicious of this appeal to perfection type of argument. And if that's true, then we don't really have a strong candidate for distinguishing between whether the universe is a better candidate for being for being necessary versus God. One thing that I would say in favor of the universe is that it's pretty much universally well, I suppose unless you're an idealist, but pretty much everyone agrees the physical universe exists, right? Whereas God is a new entity that we have to postulate in. So there's maybe one aspect there, and this is sort of Oppie's point, right? That it's going to be simpler. But I mean, I don't saying that's definitive. I'm just saying that the argument that Josh seems to be using to distinguish them is the limits argument. I think the limits argument is highly suspect. Therefore, I don't think you have much in the way of reason to prefer God over the universe or something else.
Well, if you just say it's the multiverse, here's the problem. The multiverse isn't a perfect being because, so first of all, it has arbitrary limits. So, if you think about, even if it's infinite sort of in the number of universes, it's not infinite in its density, right? Like there's space between us. For example, I can move my limbs and stuff.
Is God infinite in density? This is what I mean.
Geometry that it has.
I forgot that he said this. So this is what I was saying. What aspects of do there have to be no limit of? God is presumably not infinite in density because God doesn't have substance, right? He's not what? God doesn't have physical substance. So is that a problem? I mean, I don't think he would say it is, but then why is it a problem for the multiverse? I don't understand this. It seems arbitrary what aspects can be limited and which can't be.
Right.
The whole multiverse, and think of the entire multiverse as one giant scattered geometry. Well, that's kind of an arbitrary. I mean, there's limits in there, right? I mean, it's not itself perfect. I mean, if it were perfect, then hey, we're at the conclusion. There's a perfect being. But I mean, I wouldn't think that people would think of the universe as like having the perfections, maximum knowledge, power, goodness. But if they did, well, I mean, then God exists, and it is the universe, a person, knowledgeable, supreme being, right?
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about the fact that if we assume that the necessary being or whatever, the necessary foundation, necessary part of reality, has no knowledge, then it's not as valuable, perhaps, as it could be.
Right.
And so maybe that's another way that you would look at it. And as I'm saying this, I'm thinking now maybe we need to give some kind of defense as to why knowledge is supremely valuable or valuable at all.
Yes.
And
yes.
so how do we, and that's another
Cameron.
video. Like I'm telling you, I've watched everything that you've produced. Another video that you talk about is why the supreme being would have these properties, or why a perfect being. How do we know what a great making property is? How do we recognize it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So in this deductive form of the argument, the basic structure is the foundation of things can't be limited in its value. It's got some value because it's got supreme necessary. I mean, it's got the supreme ability to exist without being able to fall apart. So it's got some value. It can't be limited. So it's got to have supreme value. And the question is,
So that was another sentence. It's got the supreme ability to exist. I don't know that I have an ability to exist. I just sort of do exist. Yeah,
it's actually interesting. I thought about this before. So because God is necessary, I mean, that's built into the nature of necessity that you can't cease to exist. So that's something that God lacks. That's a limit, that he can't cease to exist. Is that a problem? Well, maybe, right? I mean, it's actually interesting.
Yeah, but it's by virtue of his necessity that he can't cease to
Right,
exist.
but that's the thing. You can make that argument about anything. It's by virtue of the necessity of the universe that it has the limits that it has, right? You could say that about literally anything. That's the point I was making. Why is God supposed to be better? God does have limits, and that's just one of them that I mentioned. Yeah, I mean, so why are some limits problematic but not others? I guess, and why are some properties okay but not others? Why are some forms of value an issue but not others, or relevant but not others? And I think this is just really being underexplored here. And well, what I was going to say about ceasing to exist, like, I mean, it seems to me that the ability to cease to exist is kind of a thing that you might want, right? The idea that you're sort of forced by your nature to always exist forever. I don't know. Maybe that's subjective, but it's not obvious that I would want that. Like, maybe you'd want a choice as to whether you exist or not. If that's valuable, right? I mean, especially free will is so valuable. If that's actually valuable, then that's a sort of a form of perfection that God lacks. And if that's the case, then maybe we can't actually use this argument of perfection as a criteria. I mean, that's just one of many examples like that of other forms of perfection or maximal value that God doesn't have and maybe can't have. But again, I think it really requires you to start from the endpoint and work back from there. Like, well, what's God like? So these are the things that the necessary being needs to have, rather than, well, what are all the sorts of things that it might have? Because then you just get like a mishmash of everything. It's like, well, how am I supposed to know which properties it has?
What do you do with that? Like, what does supreme value imply? Well, then I think it actually is a conceptual consequence of supreme value that is going to have just the kind of great-making properties that we associate with value: knowledge, power, goodness. If I compare two beings in my mind, and one has supreme power, supreme knowledge, moral perfection, has these sort of classic theistic attributes, and then I compare that with another being that has, let's say, infinite power, but it's a multiverse without knowledge, and maybe has some goodness, right, scattered throughout the multiverse. Like, which of these two beings or these two realities has the greater worth? You know, which is like more worth being praised if you want to praise these things, right? Well, it seems like it's the one that includes the additional great-making attributes, right? Like, has the knowledge, it's got the virtues, has everything else. And I mean, it's in a way, it's hard to argue for.
Okay, so
again, yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, worth being praised. Is that?
Yeah, praiseworthiness. That's a new one because he hadn't mentioned that before.
But I mean, I don't.
Well, why is God praiseworthy? So normally we have an idea that something is praiseworthy if it's acquired through effort.
Yeah,
if someone has something intrinsically necessarily, why praise that? You don't praise someone for being tall, do you? It doesn't make sense.
You know, like for being white or something. Like, oh, well done, you were born with white skin. Like, you know, that seems like the sort of.
We just got demonetized. Thanks, Nathan.
Yeah, well. but that's the sort of, to bring it away from the sort of abstruse metaphysics to an everyday.
Yeah. Well, I think like tallness is a good example. You don't praise someone for being tall.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I have
Aryan skull shape,
a fully fledged theory of praiseworthiness, right? But plausibly, if something exists, not even by its nature, but like necessarily has those properties, why is that praiseworthy? It seems that something's praiseworthy if it's the result of some choice or effort or something. So why would just having these things make something praiseworthy?
I can't see why either of those things, either the multiverse or the like God type being, would be praiseworthy. You know, like I wouldn't. I think there's good and bad stuff.
Well, I would say God would be praiseworthy if God does good things, but not just because he exists and he just somehow is good. I mean, that's even a further question. How can you be omnibenevolent without ever doing anything? Like, how can you actually have non-actioned ethics? I don't think that even makes sense. But that's another question, right? Like, it seems to me being good is about doing good things. And if God never does good things, and some people say God can't do good things, right? Because he doesn't have moral obligations. So like, again, it's about words that somehow mean something different only when they apply to God. But in any of our other contexts, they seem to have different meanings. So this is one of the reasons that I think that God is really bad as an explanation. It's because it doesn't explain anything, because you have to basically use words differently only in that case. But anyway, so yeah, if we're going to define greatness in terms of like praiseworthiness, it's not clear to me why this necessary being is praiseworthy in the slightest bit. And it's also not clear why, say, being omnipotent makes something praiseworthy. So think about that. Again, think about that in any other context. Throughout this video, they've brought things back to a very earthly context, and I've criticized that because I think that it's dubious, but at least let's think about it in this case, right? Because praise is something that you don't praise a tree, right? You, well, I suppose you might enjoy the tree, but I don't know you praise the tree.
Or a universe. It doesn't make sense in general. Like, I don't just think, oh, the universe is really praiseworthy because of the good that's distributed through it. Which
You might praise the gardener who planted the tree, but I don't know that you'd praise the tree. Well, I mean, you might say it's a great tree, but I don't know. I guess it depends on what you mean by that. But anyway,
then just a God that exists as well.
Well,
it doesn't seem to fare any better.
But where I was going with that, though, fucking now I've forgotten where I was going with it. Praiseworthiness. Oh yeah, right. So if you think about it in terms of people, suppose you have in terms of power specifically, because obviously you might say moral goodness is praiseworthy. But what about power? Because he specifically mentioned that. Josh specifically mentioned that. If a ruler of a country has more power, does that make them more praiseworthy? If a dictator ruled the whole world, would they be therefore more praiseworthy? I mean, even if they were morally no different, like it just doesn't seem that having more power makes you more praiseworthy. That doesn't seem right to me. So, like, is a black hole praiseworthy? It has a lot of power in some sense. Like, although people did praise the sun historically, so I don't know, maybe. But I guess you can see that there's so much ambiguity here about what it means to be praiseworthy in virtue of what something can be praiseworthy. So I think that is not a good route to try to go to ground these ideas. It seems more confusing than anything else.
Yeah, it's definitely not like this proportionality thing.
For these things, because I think that we sort of see them intuitively by example. If I'm praising my wife and I say, you are so kind and so gentle and so beautiful and so ignorant of everything, like she intuitively knows that last thing that I said was sort of
I kind of see what he's getting at here. So he's saying that because his wife has these intrinsic properties, then he's praising her for them. And then maybe what we've been saying is like, well, the only way you know she has these intrinsic properties or that you attribute them to her is through her actions or something. And so that's why you praise people whose actions you see. But I don't know, if she just had those properties and she never did anything, well, then is it just an epistemic objection? Like you'd not have any way of knowing about the properties that she has to praise them. Would he still just praise his wife even if she just never did any good things? Or like she just kind of like sat there and never did anything, and you can, I don't know that even makes sense with those.
I know, because typically, I mean, he's explicitly anthropomorphizing this, right? So I think you can legitimately ask the question, do you praise people for things that they can't control? I mean, sometimes we might, right? But in general, that's not thought to be the best way. You should praise people for things that are under their control, like that they work for and that take the effort and skill, not just things that are like character, skin color, for example, or height, or even intelligence, although intelligence can be honed as well. So that's a complicated one.
It's all I mean, it's quite a difficult topic in general because
exactly. So it doesn't provide a clear answer to this. Yeah. But the other thing I was going to say is that remember, this is supposed to be an argument for why the necessary being is personal, but we're assuming that the criteria that we can use to establish the properties of that being is praiseworthiness, with reference to how we would praise a significant other, like his wife in this case. Why are we assuming that's the relevant criteria? It may be relevant if we already know that the necessary cause is a person, but we don't know that it's supposed to be the thing we're trying to establish. So I don't want to say it's circular per se, but it's a bit dangerous there, because why are we grabbing that criteria? Like where does that come from? Why praiseworthiness? And why praiseworthiness with respect to people specifically? Maybe you can praise, I don't know if you can praise a tree. We were sort of unclear about that, but what does that have to do with anything? Why are we picking that criterion? It seems we're assuming there that the thing in question is a person. And so you'd want to consider praiseworthiness with respect to how we praise other people. But how do you know it's a person? Like, I don't get, that seems, again, we're putting the cart before the horse. Why pick a criteria that applies to people before we've established that this necessary being is a person? In addition to the problem of, would you praise someone for something that they don't even do or control? They just sort of are, which is also suspect.
I would step with the first thing that I said, right? Like, I don't have to make an argument for that. Or if you call like a skeptic of the argument we're giving an ignorant fool, like they're not going to take that as a compliment, right? Because intuitively they understand that we're not attributing worth. There's something greater about having.
I've just realized I didn't get very much sleep last night, and I just realized I was getting a headache from the light through the window, and just closing the curtain. It's like water has poured over my head.
Have you increased in value or praiseworthiness as a result of that?
I mean, that's for the audience to decide.
I mean, that's another example, right? So it seems to me value has really nothing to do with praiseworthiness. Being depressed is, I think, pretty much an objective, well, I mean, it's subjective, but the fact that it is bad to be depressed is, I think, objective. but that doesn't have anything to do with praiseworthiness. Like, you don't praise someone for not being depressed or vice versa. Like, it seems to me that that's just entirely independent of praiseworthiness, the state of depression. But that's, I think, clearly a state of, like, it's really valuable not to be depressed. It really sucks to be depressed. Like, likewise with many other things.
Not having shell shock.
Yeah, I think that just is I mean, there's many things like this, but establishes that praiseworthiness really doesn't have much to do with value. Maybe it has something to do with it, right? But there's many other things going on there.
Yeah.
To use it as a foundation, I think, is just bizarre.
It's definitely valuable to not have shell shock, but not praiseworthy.
Not praiseworthy, yeah, exactly.
But then that also gets into the kind of like negative property thing as well. You know,
yes.
Because it's like you don't have the property, so it's that like. Anyway.
Having knowledge, not having knowledge. Yeah. So by example, right? I think we intuitively understand these things by example, and I mean, I think there is this kind of emphasis in our culture on the five senses, seeing things and touching things, hearing things. But right, like we have these other senses, like we have the sense of our own thoughts, and we have the sense that allows us to distinguish good emotions from bad emotions, right? I mean, and that's a real sense. And the way to elicit that sense, I think, is just through example, the way that we would elicit any of our senses. So, you know, one way that one might respond to this kind of argument is to say, well, we can't trust this sense of value at all. But my response to that is that, well, if we can't trust that sense, then how can we trust any of our other senses? I mean, part of what we need to do is just like recognize the senses that we have. And we need to do that through examples. If I insult someone and I say, well, you're just so silly and dumb, it's like, well, there's a sense about what I'm doing there, right? Like, and so that plays into the argument. We can appeal to that sense.
All right. So as you were talking, I'm thinking more about how to best simplify this and how
we need to discuss,
really see what's
we need to discuss calling the ability to understand you know, people's emotional responses and appropriate use of language and things. Calling that a sense is, I think, really bizarre. Like, that's not a sense in anything.
I thought it was strange because a sense
like,
is like
sight or sound or sensory. I mean, there are other senses like proprioception. So he's right that we can't just restrict it to the five. But I would say that ain't one of them. Like, cognition isn't a sense, or emotional intelligence isn't a sense. I mean, it's I don't know, cognitive faculties, sets of behaviors. That's like calling memory a sense. That's just wrong. I think that's not how we use the word sense. Sense needs to be an interaction. Well, no, I was going to say something, but I don't think that would actually
between the environment.
Well, yeah, but I guess you could say, yeah. And I guess what we're saying here is obviously making these sorts of judgments involves sensory information, but understanding people's reactions to an insult or a compliment isn't itself a sensory. That's not a sensory perception, right? That's emotional intelligence, relying on memory, judgment, something like that. I just think it's clearly the wrong word to use. I suppose we say, I sense that you're upset. I think what we mean by that is we infer that you're upset based on what we actually sense. I guess we could just, you know, we could.
It sounds kind of a strange way of
philosophy of perception. It is a bit strange, but I mean,
that you're upset.
Yeah,
it's kind of like,
just it occurred to me that is, yeah, yeah. It occurs to me that you could say that, right? Like, I've heard people say, but it is a bit odd, right? Because normally, you wouldn't phrase it that way because you say like,
"Are you upset?" rather than like, "I sense through the."
Or you look upset, right? Because that's a much more natural way. Of how we know that they're upset. You don't just sort of sense it, even though perhaps we say that in a more metaphorical way. But yeah, and so the reason this annoys me as a good card-carrying empiricist is it seems like he wants to eliminate the distinction between rationalism and empiricism by saying that actually all of these, what would normally be thought of as rational cognitive faculties like intuition or emotional intelligence or whatever, they're actually just senses somehow. And so we should put them in the same categories like sight and sound. I'm like, no, they're I mean, obviously there's connections. They both happen in the brain, right? But they're very much different things. They're not sensory in anything like the same way because they involve much higher forms of cognition than just sensory perception. I mean, again, that's complicated itself, but I don't accept that you can just say, well, we trust our sight, so therefore you could trust your judgment about what's praiseworthy. What? that doesn't follow at all. They're very different things. I mean, honestly, even if they were senses, it doesn't follow that we should trust them, right? All it establishes is that they share something relevantly in common with like sight and sound. I mean, they share some things in common, sure. There's a cognitive substrate that exists there, but that like supports those abilities. But just because one sense is reliable in certain conditions doesn't mean that the other one is. Why would we say that because we often trust our sight, that therefore we should also trust everything else that you could describe as a sense? That's I think a strange inference. Even if these things are senses, which again I don't think that. I mean, if they are senses, they're clearly very different types of senses than the sort of traditional ones. And so I just think that we have very good reasons to be suspicious of this. I mean, how often do we misread the situation? I mean, I'm probably worse at this. I'm not very good with reading social situations. Some people may have guessed, but like even people who are good at that get it wrong a lot because it's very complicated and subtle. And it's like we can just, if it seems like to you that that the person is upset or is praiseworthy or whatever, then that's just right? Because you should trust your senses here. That's a terrible argument. These things are actually difficult, and you need to argue it out based on the specifics. Not that you should just kind of trust your gut judgment here. Isn't that the whole point about like consent
really going on here.
and communication and things like that? Like you need to make sure that you're on the same page with someone, because we don't just have this like telepathic. I don't know. It just seems a bizarre argument to me to say that we can just sort of trust our judgment about these things. If it seems like something to you is praiseworthy, that you would say to your wife that therefore that is a relevant criteria that you should assess for determining the nature of the necessary ground of all of reality. Like, how do you get to that? How do you get to that point? That's just so ridiculous to me.
I'm thinking now about people versus objects. Okay, so people, we generally, most people understand intuitively that people are valuable. Other people that we love, especially our family members and our close friends, we can see that these people are valuable. But objects, on the other hand, are not as valuable. They're valuable to some extent, but they're not as valuable. Think about when you see a news story and a home has been destroyed, and the family, through some miraculous intervention, has.
But this is what it really does depend what you mean, how you're using value, because in terms of monetary value, it's my understanding that slaves were cheaper than like ships, right? But,
I think he says that, so it might be useful to
okay,
because I think he clarifies this.
Survived, and they're all hugging each other, and they're thinking, at least we're still here. Like everything else can be replaced, but we can't be replaced. And I think that shows you that everybody pretty much understands that physical, material things that are not people are not as valuable as people. And then we can start to question, well, why is that the case? Why do we value people? Why do we automatically assume that people are the things that are most valuable in the universe? And then we can see, well, they have thoughts, they have feelings, they're conscious. And you can also see that you're talking about ignorance. We tend to value people, I think, and maybe this is wrong.
Notice none of the things he just referred to were God's attitudes.
Yes, and that's critical because, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't know if Cameron's big into the moral argument. So if so, then that's good, because I think like typical forms of the moral argument, at least, which like the Craig version is what I have in mind there. Because Craig actually doesn't think that humans have inherent moral value. He's been explicit about this, and he can't, right? Because if Craig were to say that humans are valuable in virtue of the sort of things that Cameron just said, then that would pertain regardless of God's attitude towards them. Obviously, we had a long discussion of this with Rebecca, like week or so ago, right? And this was the point I was trying to make, that these properties of people pertain irrespective of any person's attitudes, and they pertain irrespective of God's attitude. And if these are value making properties, which I think that they are, then it sort of doesn't matter what God's attitude is towards it. And this is sort of interesting, because I think that, well, as I said, it sort of shoots in the foot any of a Craigian type of moral argument. But yeah, it also raises questions about God's moral standing as well, because God is very different to us in many of these respects. Many things that you would say about a person, like a human being, you wouldn't say about God. Like, can God feel pain? I mean, probably not. I mean, does God feel joy? That's an interesting question.
Because impassible, isn't he? So.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, does God have ambitions and desires? I guess depends who you ask there. But and does God form relationships with other people? Well, this whole Trinity thing. And so I guess the point is, it kind of depends who you ask about all these things, but there are many differences between God and humans. So it is interesting that if you think that these are good making properties, you'd want to ask how they apply to God and how we sort of assess that. But they go into this a little bit more. So if we can keep playing that.
Of us to do so, but we tend to value people that have more knowledge in a certain area. Depending on the situation that you find yourself in, I'm going to value a doctor with a PhD in medicine over some random person that just walks into a doctor's office. I'm going to value the doctor over the other person. In that situation, that context, I don't know. I'm thinking about out loud at this point.
Yeah, but they're not morally more valuable, Cameron. That's the problem.
Extrinsic value, right?
Oh yeah, sorry, he's just saying that.
You might think that as you gain more knowledge, you gain more extrinsic value, but that your intrinsic value doesn't change even as you increase in knowledge. But the point that you're making, the central point, is that people seem to be the locus of value, right? And it doesn't seem.
I'm sorry, we got to pause there because that's if knowledge is not a value making property, then why is God having all knowledge a value making property? Which he literally said that a few minutes ago. God having all knowledge as well as all power makes God more valuable, and so he has to have those, because otherwise there'd be arbitrary limits. But now when we apply it to people,
extrinsic.
He knows that he doesn't want to say that smarter people or more knowledgeable or more powerful people are actually more morally valuable than less, because that's not, he's not going to want to claim that, right? So now he has to say, well, actually that's a different type of thing. But it seems that actually follows from what he just said, that power and knowledge are value making properties in people, unless somehow the properties that make God good are entirely different or separate from the ones that make people good. But then that seems entirely arbitrary as to why we should, again, it's the whole language thing again. Words mean a different thing when they apply to God than the rest of the domain, which I regard as unsatisfactory. I couldn't let him slip on that point because he just said a few minutes ago that in the God's case, power and knowledge are good, like value making, good making properties, but now applied to a person, somehow they're not. They're only extrinsic, like relative to a situation or a particular interest, like, you know, if you need a doctor's advice, not intrinsically. But in God's case, they were intrinsically obvious because God doesn't have extrinsic value relative to something else. Like it's just his own internal value. So I think that seems to me a contradiction there, or at least a deep tension in how we assess what's a value making property.
Would it be consistent for Josh to say that, well, God's extrinsically more valuable for having knowledge, right? Because he did differentiate between you're intrinsically the same amount of value, but when you gain more knowledge, you become extrinsically more valuable. So,
but that has to be in relation to something, right? What's God valuable in relation to?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know that works.
But then we don't really have access. The reason that being more
but then
knowledgeable
couldn't God be
increases...
more valuable? But then you get the finite limit thing again. Like if God could be more valuable in virtue of other things, then that's a limit on his value. So then it's arbitrary, right? And then that's Josh's argument's going to cut against that.
Yeah.
So it seems to me the only way you can get around this, from what he said, or what I've understood of what he said, is to say that the great making or the value making properties that as they apply to God are different to those as they apply to people, which seems to me just arbitrary and unmotivated.
Value, but we have an additional sense, which is the sense that a person would have value even if they were not valued. Like even if nobody knew about some 4-year-old who was just lost in the woods, and let's imagine the 4-year-old herself has become unconscious or something, so she doesn't even have a value for herself. There's no sense of herself. But we have the sense that even if no one valued someone, that person would still have value just by being a person. And I think that does say something about people being a locus of value, that we have a sense that senses are evident, so that they're pointers. And so here I think our sense of value is a pointer to the reality of value. And so the universe, if it's impersonal at its foundational layer, then we'd be missing something of great value, namely the kind of value that belongs to persons.
And I think just one more point of clarification here is that humans are not necessarily things that are valuable. It's persons, being a person. Because if we can imagine any other race, and I mean, all you got to do is think about Star Trek or Star Wars.
I love this
there are
point.
other races that we can imagine. Maybe even in our universe, there are other aliens or whatever that exist, and they're persons in the sense that everyone I think understands what a person is. We would then see them as valuable, or at least we'd have no reason to think that they were less than valuable if they exhibited personhood. So I don't think it's human that necessarily is the thing that distinguishes value here as being a person.
Yeah.
So when we apply that to the universe, or we apply this in the broader
here,
context of what we're talking about, the necessary foundation, as long as it's...
So this is very interesting because I know that Cameron believes in objective aesthetic value. So it seems to me that he would want to say that, like, I don't know, grand scenes of nature have objective intrinsic value. Maybe not moral, maybe aesthetic. I'm not exactly sure how he would pass that out. But it seems to me that is going to be an example of the sort of the broader point, which is that is it true that persons are the only locus of value? Clearly, well, according I agree that persons have objective moral value in virtue of the fact that they exemplify those value-making properties that you mentioned. But I don't think that they're the only thing that are the locus of value. I think animals also, or at least some animals, we could argue about how far it goes down, right? But at least some types of animals also have moral value because they can experience pleasure and pain and other things like that, or something similar to pleasure and pain. I mean, those words are a bit tricky themselves, but you know, they can suffer and they can experience good states as well. So I don't know that that's critical to this argument. I think it might be, because remember, they're trying to establish that God is a person, not merely like some sort of animalistic being. But if an animal can exemplify the maximal states of value, then that particular justification for why God has to be a person is eliminated. But the way they're defining it here is that it's persons that are the locus of value, so God has to be a person in order for him not to have the arbitrary limit of having zero value, which for some reason is better than, doesn't need to be explained. But yeah, it gets all that point again. But yeah, I just think it's interesting that they sort of don't even mention the point that like non-human or non-person animals could have value as well, or even other things like non-living objects that maybe would follow if you go down an objective aesthetic value line. But yeah, I think that that's an issue. You're going to ground morality in personhood, that you then have to say that animals don't have value, which I think is wrong.
It's a person, doesn't have to be a human, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It can just, as long as it sort of exhibits these attributes that we typically associate with persons.
Yeah. So let me just add a note here. So here we're talking about a pathway through value. The basic argument is that the foundation has some value. How much? Well, the simplest answer, the answer that's the least arbitrary, the least ad hoc, is that it has supreme value. And then from supreme value, we uncover other attributes like personhood, knowledge, even power. You can go from value to power. A different route that doesn't go through value first is to go to supreme power and then unpack from supreme power the power to know everything. Because the power to know everything is a power. And if something had maximal conceivable power but was missing in the power to know everything, then it would be missing in a conceivable power. And so then its power would have
What about the power to be
cutoff.
evil, the power to cease to exist, the power to forget?
Because it has less than maximal
What about all these
conceivable. So then it
powers?
comes back to that question, well, why that much rather than more? So there's a path through value, but there's also just a path through power. And that's different from the path that I took in the article you cited from Necessary Being to God, where I looked at each attribute individually. I took a path to power and a different path to knowledge, a different path to goodness. But here we're talking about paths through value and then a path through power. And so here we see there's different lines to explore. Does that make sense?
I feel a little bit like everyone crazy staring at these blocks.
Yeah, I think we're actually about to finish the part of it that I want to cover. Or maybe there's...
I'm just thinking, when he's talking about like the path to power and the intrinsic value of white people.
I think there's about 10 more minutes before they get into the problem of evil, which I'm happy to skip. So, yeah, but I mean, you can maximize us or something. These dots do get a bit trippy when you look at them for too long. I do not understand why Cameron made the choice to put these in a 3-hour video. It really is a strange choice.
It's so strange.
That is really, really helpful. Yeah, very, very helpful.
And they're all deductive lines. These are all the deductive lines for exploration.
And in the article that I have,
Logically and
it's the same kind of
inescapably.
thing that you were saying, where everything is sort of built on top of each other.
Yeah.
I go from infinite power to volition to unity to infinite knowledge, and then finally to perfect goodness, and everything is sort of built on top of each other.
Yeah.
So I don't argue for them independently. I argue that they're all sort of connected in a way. Let's turn to another objection, and this is going to be more the layman is going to raise this type of objection. Layman, just the ordinary person who might be hearing this for the first time, and it's something that actually bothers me in one sense. It's like, we know that the universe exists, so isn't it safer to posit things that we know exist, like the universe? Isn't that way more modest? Why would we need to invoke something so far removed from our experience, like a supreme perfect being, right? Because we don't have any experience with perfect beings.
Yeah, I was thinking about this again recently.
This is something that's quite strange. The idea that speculating about some entity as opposed to like just more of the same stuff that we can point to, like what is the justification going to be for why speculating something is better than some theory that's more of the same stuff we can point to? I mean, there's obviously some tipping point where you're sort of forced to speculate some entity. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see what they've got to say.
It's actually kind of ironic because this theory, the Supreme Foundation theory, or the I call it perfect theory or whatever, is what you might think of as the least arbitrary account of the foundation conceivable. Because, I mean, every other account of the foundation has, by definition, some arbitrary limit or boundary. I mean, the least arbitrary theory of the foundation is the one in which it is simply perfect. It has its value without limit. And so there's a certain irony in a way in thinking that a more arbitrary account of the foundation, one that posits arbitrary boundaries, cutoffs, or limitations, would be more probable. But, you know, it's interesting because I was thinking again about my exchange with Graham, and I mean, he is right about something. So it's always safer, like, not to believe something, like, no matter what it is. So, like, for example, just to make this point very clear, imagine there's a proposition P, and imagine P is the most probable theory. It's more probable than its negation, and it's more probable than any competitor. Let's say it's, I don't know, from your perspective, given all your data, let's say it's 85% likely to be true. Still, here's a theory that's even more probable than P or not P. So, like, if I just kind of take the more modest position and don't almost like quote, take the risk of accepting P, sort of leave it open, I have a more probable theory, just P or not P. And I was thinking about that actually with respect to my conversation with Graham, because it struck me that my account, or this supreme theory account of the foundation, is fully compatible with his account. It wasn't like he was giving an alternative theory. He wasn't. His theory was that the foundation is a necessarily existing thing and it has power. He left open whether its power was maximal. He just left it open. He declined to to actually have a view on that. And so his view wasn't incompatible with mine. It's almost like his view, this is maybe a crude way of putting it, is his view of the foundation would be a version of P or not P. Like, either the foundation has maximal power or it has less than maximal power, and I'm going to leave that open. But still, that's consistent. Okay, the fact that his view then would be more modest and then more probable than my view is consistent with my view being more probable than its negation. That is to say, just to make sure this is clear, the theory that the foundation is supreme, that could be more probable than any other theory, including just its negation, the most probable of the theories, even if it's even more probable to say that either it's supreme or not. Does that make sense? So, I mean, it's like you're taking a little bit of a risk if you accept something that's even the most probable theory, but it's still going to be the most reasonable of all the alternatives. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be less probable to think the foundation is the least arbitrary and that it's the simplest conceivable, that is, its nature is just perfect, rather than something else more complicated, like a multiverse or something else.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring it back to reality for a second. I think what you were explaining there was really...
I think Cameron's getting lost again. That was, well, to be fair, that was a bit weird. That was a really strange thing to say there. So obviously to assert P rather than P or not P is strictly less probable, right? But So, like, the question is, are you justified in breaking the stalemate and asserting one of the two disjuncts, right? Generally, what we would say is that if we know that it has to be one or the other, you need a good enough reason. You need sufficient basis, justification for breaking the stalemate and asserting, look, it's actually this one. If I think Oppie's position is that we don't have that, and so we should stick with just not having a view. Somehow Josh appeared to be making a virtue of the fact that he's chosen one of the two disjuncts, and he thinks it's the more likely one. But that's not really the issue. The issue is it likely enough to grant grant our credence to it? I mean, I guess I would typically like to think about things in terms of gradations. Like, so from my point of view, you should have credences that align with the all things considered amounts of evidence either way. So if there's slightly more evidence for P than not P, then you should have slightly more credence in P than not P. I don't really buy the whole idea that all of our beliefs have to be like one or the other. But I mean, even if you think there are thresholds, I mean, that's just a basic point. Like, you need enough evidence to make a claim of something. If there's not enough, then you really shouldn't, or you should be very modest in your claim. I don't think Josh is being very modest in his claim, and I think you saw that immediately prior to making to discussing the anecdote about Oppie, where he was just asserting, and I think that he was sort of losing the losing a bit of the what was I thinking? Losing the self-awareness here, when he was just saying, "Oh, look, it's my view was still this arbitrary, and every other view has arbitrary things." Well, that's his view, but in what he was saying there, he just made these assertions without qualifications, which I think is just poor form. I think we should always be aware of when we're making these controversial claims. And I know that's what he's arguing for, right? But he's sort of saying, well, I've got this great view, and it's just sort of objectively better on all of these grounds, and every other view has to have arbitrary stipulations. But that, I mean, people who disagree with you aren't going to accept that, right? So I think that it's important to be clear about exactly how strong we think the arguments are, because from all of what he said there, it seemed that Josh thought his arguments are really, really strong, and you kind of really shouldn't disagree with him. If his arguments are that strong, then sure, he should be willing to say, look, we can break the disjunct and say it's P, it's God, or the necessary being has maximal power. So he should be willing to say that. But if Oppie's saying he's not willing to say that, that's Oppie's that's effectively the Oppie saying he doesn't think your arguments are very good. So I just don't get what that whole thing was about. If Oppie doesn't want to comment on whether the necessary cause had all power or not all power, that's effectively saying he's not convinced by your arguments. So let's just analyze how good the arguments are, instead of asserting, as I feel like he did in that section there, how amazing they were without like these qualifications, and then telling a story about why Oppie's kind of maybe doing something dodgy by picking the safe option. I just don't get what that was in aid of. But I don't know, Nathan, did you get something different out of that? Because I found it very strange.
I found it pretty strange. I don't really see what Josh thinks the virtue is of his position in comparison. Maybe let's go back a bit.
Either the foundation has maximal power or it has less than maximal power, and I'm going to leave that open. But still, that's consistent. Okay, the fact that his view then would be more modest and then more probable than my view is consistent with my view.
His view being more modest than more probable than my view is consistent.
You being more probable than its negation.
With my view being more probable than its negation.
Like, so what? The point is, Oppie doesn't think your arguments for your view are very good. Like, that's the point. Let's talk about that. I don't know what this adds to anything.
Just to make sure this is clear, the theory that the foundation is supreme, that could be more probable than any other theory, including just its negation, the most probable of the theories, even if it's even more probable to say that either it's supreme or not. Does that make sense? So, I mean, it's like you're taking a little bit of a risk if you accept something that's even the most probable theory, but it's still going to be the most reasonable of all the alternatives.
It's still going to be the most
I don't
reasonable.
think Oppie agrees that your view is the most reasonable, and that's kind of the point, right? I don't understand what this is in aid of. Like, it makes it sound like he's won some sort of victory over Oppie, or I don't know if that's what he was implying. I just don't know what the point of this was.
It's going to be the most
Let's just assess who's got the better arguments. That's the point, right? Not...
Why is it more reasonable to go with one of the disjuncts, than...
Well, because he says the fact that it's more likely that it's P or not P, which obviously has a probability of 1 because it has to be one of the two,
right,
is consistent with saying that it's more likely to be P than not P. In fact, that's true for any probability distribution you give.
Right.
I mean, that's true, yes. That is absolutely correct. And that's true for any propositions and any distribution of probabilities over them. The question is, so what? I don't understand why he's telling us this. Oppie, I think, Oppie's position is that Josh's and similar arguments for why the necessary being has to be an all-powerful God, he doesn't think they're good arguments. So he doesn't agree with Josh that Josh has the more likely position. So then why is Josh telling us that saying it's one or the other is always more likely than either of the conjuncts? What does that have to do with anything? I just don't get it. I don't understand the point being made.
Neither do I, really. That being said,
he seems to be thinking that there's some sort of tacit victory here. I just don't get what it's supposed to be.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be less probable to think the foundation is the least arbitrary and that it's the simplest conceivable. That is, its nature is just perfect, rather than something else more complicated, like a multiverse or something else.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring it back to reality for a second. I think what you were explaining there was
that's just to assert. So that was the relevant part of reasoning, right? I don't think it's any less probable to think that the foundation of reality is going to be perfect rather than a multiverse or something else. But that is just his conclusion, right?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. This is where I feel like because he's explicitly talking here about disagreement with Oppie in particular, obviously a very prestigious and thoughtful philosopher. In a case like that, I think it's important in general, but especially in that case, to be clear about what you're saying. It's fine if Josh wants to say, I think I have good reasons for preferring my view over Oppie's, and maybe he can mention some of them, or doesn't have to. But instead, he says that, he says something like, it makes sense to prefer the view that is simpler and doesn't have these arbitrary things in them. Well, obviously, that's just his view. So he's really just saying that he thinks that the view that, like, his view is better. Well, we know that, but he's saying it as if it's also an argument for his view. Like, obviously, the person who thinks, say, the multiverse is necessary doesn't accept what Josh just said. So why is he then just reiterating it as if it's an argument for his view? He may think it is, right? But it's sort of like he mentions the fact that people disagree, even thoughtful people, but then kind of doesn't grant that anything. It seems to be the opposite of what he was talking about before about, might have to learn from other people and listen to what they're saying. And the minimal there is acknowledging that they thoughtful disagreement. And I do try to do this. I may not always succeed, but like say, look, here's my view about, I don't know, abstract objects. I don't think Platonism's true, right? But obviously there's people who disagree about that. That's just what I think. So then we can talk about this other thing. And not just like assert that your reasons, that like when disagreement comes up as relevant, assert that, well, you're just right because your reasons are better. Like that I think that that's an unsatisfactory way of kind of discoursing about that. And I don't even know what point Josh is exactly trying to make here, other than he just sounds like he's just super confident in his position, so much so that like it doesn't really matter if Oppie or other people disagree. Like, well, they're just holding an inferior view. Like that's almost sounds like what he's saying here, because his reasons are just that good. Instead of saying, look, here are the reasons that I have. Here is what I think is lacking about what they've said. And then let's, that's where the discussion should continue or something like that, which I think would be a better thing to say here.
Good. It was a great way to put it, in the sense that I understood it, and I'm sure that people who are listening and might be familiar with like more formal logic and stuff might be able to grasp that. But I think another way of putting it, that's a more common way, and a way that I'm going to refer to J. Warner Wallace. I don't know if you're familiar with his work, but one of the things that he does, and that he's so great at, and explain. And I wish I had the superpower. He has the superpower of being able to explain complex ideas, even philosophically rigorously, in a way that anybody can understand. And I'm not trying to put you down, Josh. I'm just saying that this is maybe another way to think about this.
I need help here. This is good. I appreciate it. These are easy concepts.
No, they're not. But one of the things that he does, he uses the language of reasonable versus possible. And it blew my mind. It's such a simple distinction that he makes here. Instead of what I would typically do is talk about probable versus possible. But those two combined together really put this idea as like, well, wait a second, now I've got to really think philosophically about probable versus possible. And it's like too much going on. So instead we can make this distinction between what's reasonable and what's possible. And I think that gets more at the heart of what you're saying. It's like you have either P or not P, or P or Q, or whatever you're saying. And that's basically another way, a more complex way of just saying, well, it's still possible that some other explanation is correct. And so therefore we should just sort of be in doubt about it. And so that's a thing that he talks about, is that, well, anything is really possible. Yes. But what we should care about is what's most reasonable. I mean, it's possible that during the course of our entire discussion right now, recording these two episodes, it's possible that both of us have been influenced by aliens and we're not actually here. We've actually been killed and we're just having these experiences post-mortem or something. I don't know. Anything is possible. But really what we should care about is what is most reasonable. So I think maybe that's another way of framing it that's going to hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, if we're taking the probabilistic route, there are alternative possibilities. But the question is, what's the most reasonable account of the foundation? And I mean, it seems to me that, like, how could it not be the most reasonable to think of the foundation as the least arbitrary, the least limited, the simplest? Like, how could that not be the most reasonable? How could that not? Especially when it has high predictive power, it explains the effects. We didn't get into this, but I mean, if you have a foundation that's the least limited, and so it's got value to perfection, and so therefore has the valuable attributes of knowledge, power, and goodness, well, that also gives it the resources to produce other beings that have knowledge, power, value, goodness, beings like us, right? So it then becomes much less surprising that our universe, just happens to be finely tuned for conscious beings like us. And so it's intrinsically probable. It explains the effects. And I like the way you put it. That's a helpful way of sorting this, the reasonable versus the possible. There are other possible theories. Well, I mean, if we take the probabilistic approach, we can grant that there are other possible theories versus the argument.
I was
mean,
hoping
yeah,
he'd finish so I could underline that, but now he's going on. But what was the word they used? What's possible versus what's reasonable? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, do we think that Graham Oppy thinks that his view is just possible or that it's more reasonable? I'll leave that as an exercise for the audience, right? What does this distinction do for us here? I mean, obviously, yes, it's fine. There's a difference between possible and reasonable. Obviously, there are possible things that are not reasonable to think. I completely agree with that, such as saying that a man rose from the dead after 3 days. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I wasn't supposed to say that one. But anyway, yes, it's a distinction, right? But what does it do here? Do you think that people like Oppy and others who disagree with the conclusion don't think that their view is the most reasonable? So I mean, obviously they do, right? So therefore, what distinction are we trying? Like, who is this for the benefit of? What they're implying by saying this is that the skeptics are just saying that they're just throwing out wild possibilities that they don't think are reasonable, just
That's
to
the
get
framing.
around it. And that's just not the case. That's clearly a straw man. I would say that's just not what the skeptics are doing. Certainly not what Oppy is doing. So I don't. Why are they talking about this? The other thing then that Josh goes on to do, and again, I think that his the ideals that he mentioned at the start of the discussion are slipping a bit here, because you saw him saying it's just obvious to him. He started by saying it seems clear to me, and I was like, well, okay, that's fine. But then he says that, but then he went beyond that and said it's just clear that his view is that what has fewer limits and all of this other stuff just has to be the best thing. And then he said all these great things about it, and he even like kind of chuckled a little bit there. And I was just, I mean, it's not the chuckling itself; it's just that the kind of like, but you were just talking to one of the best philosophers about this who doesn't agree with what you've just said. So how can you then a few seconds later say you can't even imagine how someone wouldn't agree with your position? Like, it's just obvious. It's just so obvious that what you've said is the correct explanation. Not just that you think it is, that's fine, right? But that it's so obvious that, like, how could you not agree? And and all of the things that he said, and it predicts all this stuff, and it's just like there seems to be a lack of. It's like I don't know what it is. It's like a split mind here. On the other hand, we have to take people seriously and listen to their objections and think about that they may know things that we don't. All the stuff that he said before, which was great. But now that seems to have gone out the window, right? It's just like, my argument's so amazing. How could anyone disagree with it? Oh, like, it's just the best. It predicts everything and it has all these good aspects. Like, I don't know. We get enamored by our own arguments, but I hope you won't hear me saying about those sorts of things about like the RHBS model. I think it's a pretty good model, but like I wouldn't go that far about it, because that's just not to acknowledge that there's going to be disagreed about things and that there are going to be limitations and that people can have different perspectives on things. And so I just think that really kind of undermines what he was saying before. It's fine for him to say, look, I disagree with Oppy on this, and I think that I've got this and that reason he hasn't thought about as much, or I think that he should reconsider this. That would be all right, but he doesn't do that. And I know people think I'm being too harsh. Re-listen to that section and sort of, I don't know, think for yourselves about how he was presenting like his level of confidence and the quality of his argument, and how much, I guess, scope he was giving for reasonable disagreement and other things like that. I just was not impressed by that. Nathan, I've been talking a lot. What do you think?
It's okay. I'm also slightly dying. I've got this sort of like no sleep headache, and
oh yeah, I see you're the chat dying.
Yeah, I agree that it seems more like a sort of narrative framing device. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe it is true that distinguishing between reasonable and what's possible is useful for some people. I don't think it is.
Well, in some context, right? But is it here useful, given what they were just discussing?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know that it is all that useful overall, right? Because we could talk about possibility and probability, and it just seems to me that they mean the same. But maybe that I don't think that I'm saying like I'm just this paradigm of rationality where I use the right terminology. So I just think for most people it's easy enough to sort of make those distinctions. But that, putting that aside, I think what the points that you've raised are really good ones. Like, I think that the sort of story that Oppy goes with seems to me to be more probable. I don't think it's just this sort of reach to, like, some logically possible state of affairs that you just can't show a contradiction for, but that just could be the case just to get naturalism to work and avoid the power of the arbitrary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the narrative, and that's used against skeptics in other contexts as well, such as resurrection accounts or fine-tuning accounts, or I call it cosmological arguments, but or other forms, I suppose, of cosmological arguments. But even things like the pixie argument, which I've sort of adopted and given sometimes. Like, obviously, that's in a sense not supposed to be taken seriously as a legitimate as a plausible explanation. But the point of it is supposed to be a reductio against theistic explanations, and the idea that it's not a good explanation, but it shows in not being good because it shares many properties of the theistic one, that theistic one is also not very good. So I think that there is this is the steel man that I can give of what they're saying here, that skeptics sometimes do appeal to implausible, like the Jesus had a twin one for the resurrection would be another thing. But the thing is, in all of those that I'm aware of, they're usually advanced not as plausible theories, but as more plausible than what's being asserted by the theist or the apologist or whatever. And that's sort of the relevant, I guess, important, right? That you don't have to have, the explanation doesn't have to necessarily be plausible in order to make the point that it's more plausible than another alternative. But I don't think that's the case in Oppie's case. I don't think it's even of that sort, right? I'm just saying that in other cases, skeptics do talk about outlandish possibilities, but there's usually a specific purpose in mind there, not just a mere possibility. I can't think of any examples where skeptics use mere possibilities in this way. Like just to show that it's not logically impossible to be something else.
I think your view here is incredibly more probable than mine, but there's a possibility. There's a possibility.
Yeah, like
naturalism could be true.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, I don't think there's really many people who are doing that either. Yeah, it seems that at least when it comes to the sort of everyday skeptic people who aren't that interested in philosophy and stuff, their objection basically comes down to having a really, really low prior probability on any of the things that are the claims that are included in theism. And so the antecedent probability after the apologists have said all their stuff is still pretty low, no matter what has kind of been done. It doesn't seem to me that there's this, well, there's a possibility, you've not shown me where the contradiction is, and like that the word naturalism entails a contradiction or something. There's your burden.
Yeah.
And I think, no, it's actually not possible for the foundation to be limited, because I think necessarily any limit is going to have a further explanation. So, I mean, I think, in fact, it's just not even possible for the foundation to be anything but perfect. I do think that. But I can grant, for sake of argument, okay, well, maybe
it's not even possible for the foundation to be anything but perfect.
Well, again, I don't see what that's supposed to add, because aren't these necessary beings, right? So it's going to be, anyone's argument is going to be, it's either
not possible
necessary or impossible. Maybe he means, the thing is, if he means epistemically possible, then that's a ridiculously strong claim. Like, it's not even conceivable to him, like, epistemically, that it could be different. But surely he doesn't mean that, right? That would be ridiculously strong. But I guess that's the problem. It seems either he's making that ridiculous claim, or he's making an empty claim, which is to say that it was just metaphysically, well, obviously, because we're talking about necessity here. So it's, again, I think that's, I don't know why he said that.
Maybe there are other possible theories,
and
then we can look at, okay, what's the most reasonable, what's the most...
It was probably meant rhetorically, I guess. It was like,
as a sort of thinking
coup de grace on the 2.5 hours of argumentation or whatever.
Well, again, I'm not saying I'm always perfect, right? But I don't think you'll catch me saying things like, oh, there's no other possibilities of things like that. I do try to be careful, because I think it's important, right? I do think it's important.
I'm trying to think of an example where you can be caught out, but
oh, well, if you do, then call me out, right? And then I'll be rightly chastened.
Well, I think an example of where you do things like that would be like just before when you said like a man rising from the dead or something, where that's kind of that it's tongue in cheek.
Oh yeah, well that's me being a dick. Yeah.
So,
I didn't say it was impossible though. I said that you should that was a possibility versus plausibility thing.
But I don't think you do it in the sense of the sort of the confidence that you put in your conclusions is like, I can't even imagine that I'm wrong, sort of thing. Like where what you're saying amounts to that. Whereas
it just seems too strong to me. Yeah, sometimes I will make quips like that. I usually try to signpost them as like, here's me being cheeky, just so it's clear. I don't mind people doing that, right? But I don't think that's what Josh is doing here. So.
About a million different things right now as you're talking. This is opening up a lot of different areas for me to think about, which is so great. And I hope that listeners are also really benefiting from this, because it's really fascinating. Okay, so J. Warner Wallace, thanks. I don't know if you're ever going to listen to this.
I just find Cameron's commentary so strange. Like, he's always just saying random stuff. Like, I hope that listeners are going to listen to this or whatever.
So thanks for that help for both of us. And let's turn to an objection to the perfect being hypothesis, which is a very big objection. And it is basically just the problem of evil. If a perfect being exists, then why is there so much suffering in the world and pain and evil?
And
why are there tsunamis? Why are there tornadoes?
This, if you can, because they talk about this for about 20-something minutes, and it's really a separate argument. So I'm happy to just sort of skip through this, and I've got a time post here too, around 2:52, which is just sort of closing out the video, and we can finish on that then.
Conclusion that there has to be some reason.
All right. Well, what we're again coming up, I think, on an hour and a half in this the second episode, which is crazy, and there's so much more we could talk about, especially just getting into the problem of evil. But let me just ask you: do you have like another summary that you want to give of stage 2?
Have the cubes become more blurry throughout the video? Or
I think it's just
genuinely, I'm not even sure I can see anymore. Like I actually can't focus on the screen.
Stop looking at them, mate.
Do you have any other closing thoughts here before we sort of close out this 2-part series?
Well, maybe I could summarize with that picture of a castle. So if you think of reality as a castle, stage 1 gives us a foundation of the castle. And stage 2 tells us that this is a very special castle indeed, because its foundation is supreme, it's perfect. And I guess that's it. I just wanted to close with that picture, that the perfect foundation provides even a foundation for understanding the elements within the castle, because whatever those elements are, they have to be consistent with its ultimate explanation. They have to be consistent with its work.
I'm just not sure this analogy holds. Like, I can know all sorts of things about this building without knowing anything about its foundation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the castle is supposed to be, actually. Is it supposed to be reality or our knowledge of reality, our models of reality? Oh, well, no, it's got to be reality, right? Because he says it's perfect.
I think it's the physical reality.
Not reality.
Yeah. I think it's the universe, Like, But I'm saying that I don't think that there is an analogy there, because like I'm in a building now, and I can sort of look around and learn facts about it and stuff, and I can talk about those things without having any clue what the foundation is made of. So I don't really get what's being said here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole castle analogy is just painting a nice picture. I don't know that it does. I think it's rhetorical rather than anything else. So I have an issue with some of the phrasing, like the whole idea of, you mentioned the castle analogy before, the whole idea of it needs a foundation. Like, well, you can't have a castle that's floating in air, can you? Because I'm not a foundationalist, right? So that sort of language, that picture presupposes a certain way of thinking about things, which I'm like, well, hang on, we can discuss that. That's why I think that actually these sort of metaphors and comparisons matter, like the everyday objects that they keep referencing throughout the discussion. It matters that you're using those because they prime a certain way of thinking about things, which can be misleading, which can lead you to certain ways. And remember how the properties of God or the necessary being that they keep talking about are just so happen to be those ones that we associate with God, right? Focusing on those and not considering other ones, again, tries to lead you down a way of thinking about, an all-powerful instead of like, maximally great baseball player or whatever.
I think you misspoke. You said those properties of God just happen to be God. Like, I think you meant good. Yeah.
I think that. Well, obviously that's not what I wanted to say. But so the properties of God happens to the ones that just so happen to be the ones that we know that God has, right? Instead of thinking about it more collectively. So I guess the point I'm making is that this sort of imagery actually does shape the way we think about things, and that's one of the reasons why I actually don't like using it very often. I know some philosophers, particularly like to, scientists for that matter, like to wax very lyrical and a bit poetic about things. Richard Dawkins likes to do this sometimes, and then people always quote him about the pitiless indifference thing, where I think he was just sort of getting a bit carried away. I don't think he was making any substantive, because I don't even think that that's what he thinks. But anyway, but the point is, I think we should be actually really careful about this because it can be misleading for these sorts of reasons.
Yeah, I do always find that quote, "The universe at bottom is blind, pitiless indifference," and it's like, I mean, that's just what sort of source physicalism might mean, though, right? Like, I guess Richard Dawkins could become a panpsychist, and then.
But if you interpret that literally, even theists agree with that. Like the universe doesn't. Right. God does, but God isn't the universe unless you're a pantheist, right? So again, there's all sorts of anyway, it's really unclear what's meant by that, which is why I don't like to use that sort of imagery, because it is unclear, and I don't actually think it helps a lot of the time. You have to be very careful.
Anyway, the castle.
And so that can be then a guiding light for your life and also for further inquiry about things. If you're, of course, persuaded by the argument from contingency, right? Then that can help you on other questions.
Throughout these 2 episodes, you mentioned a book that you're working on. And I even mentioned reading parts of it. Can you tell us anything about it?
Yeah, so I've got this book coming out. It's called How Reason Can Lead to God.
Yeah, this must have been a while ago, because this was before. This looks to be before the book was released, and that was released about 2 years ago.
I'm just looking at the date.
And I begin by sharing my story of losing my own belief in God and what that was like, and then the pathway of reason that I discovered, and I unpack that in a lot of detail, step by step. And so the purpose of the book is to help people to see a pathway to a treasure where, and this is for people who really want the truth. This isn't for people who are just looking for, I don't know, like a way of supporting something that they already believe. I mean, it's a resource for that, but it's for people who really want the truth. And I put my heart and soul into this book, and I'm very excited about it. But yeah, that should be coming out next summer.
Awesome. And so where can listeners go to find out more of your work? You already mentioned your website, but I still want to talk about your YouTube channel. What do you have coming up there?
So I am upgrading it. We have a new studio. I'm just beginning to make some new videos, and I almost hesitate to talk about it because I want to create these new and improved videos and then begin to release them week by week. So if people were following that, I was releasing them week by week, and I've taken a break to upgrade it. But yeah, it's called Worldview Design, and the whole purpose of it is to empower people, to equip people to develop their own worldview. And I think that I'll just tell you this, I think that I've made a little bit of a shift. So in the beginning, when I was creating the videos, it was just experimental. I just started making videos, and I went by the philosophy of let's just produce and learn as we go. And so that was good, and I'm proud of the videos that I made. But I feel like as I was producing those videos, I concentrated a lot on giving these particular arguments, and that's fine. But I really want to emphasize the empowerment piece, that the worldview design is for empowering people who maybe they feel a little bit lost in the world. Maybe it's hard to see clearly, and it's to give them tools to help them to build out their own worldview. Like each person has to take responsibility for building their own worldview in their own terms. It's not about me trying to give my worldview, but it's about empowering people to build their worldview. So I want to give people tools and principles and strategies for doing that successfully. So that's what that's about.
And then tell us about your website as well.
So JoshuaLRasmussen.com. People can go there for additional resources. I have some of my published articles there and links to things that I've created that they can find at that website.
Cool. Yeah. And then in addition to that, I mean, you and I plan, or I foresee us working a lot together in the future. And so if you're listening, you're probably going to see Josh again. We may have him on for a discussion. We may have him on for more podcast. I don't know. The sky's the limit. So, well, Josh, thanks for coming on. Thanks for spending so much time with us.
Thank you.
These 2 episodes. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise. It's been fun. Thank you.
Yeah. And so if you're listening and you want to learn more about us, go to capturingchristianity.com. That's the easiest way to do it. Don't forget to check out the shop. We have a bunch of different t-shirts and stuff. There's actually one that says, by the way, Christianity is true. That's our slogan. So you can go there. You can buy t-shirts, and we also have some PDFs there. We're starting to put those up on the shop there. And then if you haven't subscribed, make sure to do that too. So when you go to the website, you'll see a button down at the bottom. And what you can do actually is get a free PDF copy of our book. It's a ebook called The Rationality of Christian Theism. That's free to you if you just sign up and subscribe there, put in your email. But before we get too long here, I'll just say thanks, guys, for joining us, and I hope that you enjoyed these 2 episodes. The contingency argument is something that I really have a big passion for, and you can see that Josh does too. So if you have any questions, comments, feel free to leave them in the comments. Feel free to go to the website and leave them there, or go to the Facebook page, whatever you want to do. But anyways, we'll see you guys later. All right, peace. Hey, it's me again. Actually, don't leave yet. I've got something super, super important to tell you. So first of all,
Stop.
What's got something important to tell us, Nathan?
I'm sure.
Yeah, so I just looked up that video. So that was the book that was published. No, I just had the date here. It was like July 2019. So this must have been recorded over 2 years ago.
Yeah, that sounds
which is interesting.
right.
I wonder why he's publishing it now, but whatever.
Probably a lack of content, because I don't know. There's like maybe 2 videos a week. Oh, but some of these are clips, aren't they? Yeah. But it seems to me he does like 1 or 2 videos a week, which I guess being full time as well.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty standard for a channel.
Yeah.
What was I going to say about? Oh yeah, so just looking at that book, I haven't read it. I guess I probably need to, and we can maybe talk about that. But I'm looking at the cover, and it really bothers me because if you read it from the title from top to bottom, which is how normally you would read it, it's God to lead can reason how. Like what? For some reason, it's bottom to top. I don't understand why.
I think he wanted it that way because he wanted it to be like the foundation building up to God. Right?
Yeah, but you don't read that way. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like you build a. Yeah, I understand. I have the same issue with reading that title because it's been done that way. But
well, there you go. Yeah, what are you looking for here?
Just a type. I used to really like Cameron's old theme tune. That it used to be really good. I thought.
Oh right.
And now he's kind of changed it to these weird jingles. But maybe it's.
Speaking of jingles, did you see that Pologia put up the Bible Tells Me So jingle as a standalone video on a green screen, so other people could use it now? I thought that was funny.
Yeah. Is it at the end of this video?
There. Oh, and
bloody ad.
by the way, Christianity is true. See ya.
No, it's not this one. It was the one that was like. I used to like that one. I don't know.
I don't know if I've heard that one, or at least I can't recall it.
But this is why I've got to find it. You see, the Apologetics Empire 12. Have they met since they did that?
If they have, I haven't seen it.
Whether we can identify more a bit about.
I was also really reviews on this to be able to spend some time when you want to cut it off.
Phaser.
Yeah, Phaser's attacked Joe Schmid now as well.
Oh, really? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, in a blog post, he was like, "This young upstart doesn't understand the Catholic faith." Where is it? Has he just got rid of like all the? Wait, did Alex O'Connor talk to
Things in my
Josh?
arms, but
When did that happen? Let's see. I'm just not going to find it. I'll stop.
That's not that one. That's a different one.
Yeah, this looks like this one's Alex O'Connor talking to Josh, which is weird. I can't remember that having happened, but there we go. Josh looks kind of sleepy in that one. Anyway, I'll stop.
Oh, well, we can't find the nice closing music. So, closing thoughts, Nathan. Good apologetics, bad apologetics, middling apologetics.
Yeah, I mean, I like Josh's character and at least his second order desires to engage in the dialectic in a particular way. And in general, I do find his approach far less abrasive than other people's. And I think he is genuinely convinced of the kind of positions that he talks about. But I
don't
do
find
think
him
that there are
obnoxious
these
to listen to like other apologists. Well, I mean,
But
I
it-
found some of his claims obnoxious, but like the way he talks and phrases things generally, apart from some of the issues that I mentioned at the end there, I think generally it was quite good.
I do think I mean, I wouldn't really personally class him as an apologist per se, but I do think that I think he's being framed in that context by Cameron, and that is obviously a factor to him sort of being an apologist, I guess, because he's aware of that and happy for it to happen and things. But maybe he doesn't view it that way. I don't know. But I'd view Josh as more of like a Christian philosopher. But even so, I think there are these big methodological differences in just how the kind of conclusions we think we can draw from deductive argumentation, kind of sat in an armchair and thinking about the world, and doing metaphysics just sort of without considering physics very much, and making these kind of grand conclusions about the nature of explanation and causation stuff. That I just kind of, I get off the train somewhere. I think there's a bunch of sort of risky. There's a lot of jumps that are needed inferentially, and I'm just not on board with all of them. And I think maybe it's like a probabilistic thing where if you just multiply out whatever credence it is that I assign to each of those, and it just comes out really low overall because there's so many of them or something. But I'm not at all convinced of the argument for some reason. Now maybe that's just because I've got very different intuitions, but it just doesn't really move me. I'm not like, this is so compelling, I've got to think about a perfect foundation of reality or something. So that those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I found the to start off with some positives. As I said, I think the tone of the discussion for the most part was really cordial and not nearly as obnoxious or nasty or anything as some of the other people we've covered. So that's good. And I really like what he said at this. Well, I can't remember where he said it, but about about the importance of listening to others and of genuine dialogue and all that stuff. So that's really good stuff. I think that wasn't always, those virtues weren't always exemplified, especially a bit near the end where I exemplified some of those. Although, we can all get carried away a bit at some time, so I don't want to read too much into that, but I do think it's important to mention. Perhaps more directly relevant, though, in terms of the actual arguments offered, I mean, I think I said this before, I think they were quite bad. And partly that's going to be, obviously, there's a restriction in terms of how much you can go into in this amount of time and how much detail is expected. That being said, in 3 hours, I would expect a reasonable development of the key ideas of the arguments and some defense of those.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think that we got that very clearly. Like, it's not even clear what the argument is.
What the premises are,
Yeah, I mean, that's not essential, but it does help a lot, especially when it's sort of confusing and addresses many issues. So one of the things that there's just a lack of clarity, lack of development. And a related point there is that I feel like we didn't get enough discussion of potential issues or different
Counters,
points of view that
yeah.
people, I don't even know if counter is the right word to say it, but I guess
Different
in a sense it
ways
is.
of
It's more just
interpreting
like
what
other
you-
ways that people would go on these sorts of issues, which again, I think is important. And I try to emphasize when there's points of divergence, they say, oh, look, there's these views and here's the one I think is better here, or in this case, we're going to operate under this framework for the sake of argument. I don't think that those were discussed sort of throughout the video, and obviously I made comments about those. So I might just mention a few of those here with respect to specific issues. So one of the issues was the notion of modality, right? Because the whole issue here is talking about necessity versus contingency, and the idea of like what that brief definitions were given. I think they were actually not very well defined in terms of, I think it was a bit confusing because they linked that into the notion of what was it, foundation or no, ultimacy it was, which is, I think it was ultimacy, something like that.
As well.
Well, yeah, that came later. But other things that are not the same and muddied the water a bit. But like critical issues of modality weren't really addressed, especially the epistemology of modality. Like, how do you know if something's necessary or contingent? Which is a really hard question to answer, I think. Obviously, I'm not saying that you need to go into all details there, but some acknowledgement of these things, some sort of signposting of what framework's being taken here, or that there's these issues which we won't discuss today. Like that's, I think, important for making it seem like it's a genuine critical analysis and a genuine attempt to have to present a view rather than just trying to kind of breeze past you with a particular way of looking at things and not address some of the problems. So I felt that was lacking, sort of an explanation of the notions of modality and necessity and what grounds those and how all that works under Josh's view or plausible things that he thinks are plausible. The principle of sufficient reason was mentioned, and again, I don't think it was defined that clearly. I think there was a brief definition they gave of the principle of sufficient reason. I don't think it was really defended much. It was sort of presented as being kind of obvious when it's highly well, there's many different versions. I'm okay with not getting into all of the variants, and he did mention that, but he didn't really explain, Josh, that is, didn't really explain why people accept it and why others don't. Like what's the state of play there? Is it a risky move? Like how do we think about that? Because I'm not convinced by the principle of sufficient reason. So I seem off the bus already at this point, right? And again, I feel like that's a relevant point there that needed a bit more discussion. Then so later on we came to discussion about the sort of nature of the necessary being. There was talk about supreme being and having maximal exemplification of properties. And as we discussed, I don't think that these concepts were really worked out very well or well motivated. Like, why does the necessary cause have to have certain properties exemplified maximally, but not others? There was the issue of why limits, why there's a problem with having limits, but not a problem with having powers. So why is it that we're privileging absences over presences, as absences need explanation, but presences don't? I don't think that was well developed at all, or really acknowledge that sort of distinction was being made here. There was the notion of what types of value were being discussed here. Like, is it moral value? Is it aesthetic value? Is it intellectual value or epistemic value? There's many different types of value in different domains, and that wasn't really mentioned much or acknowledged. And I think that there was a lack of clarity and a lack of consistency about the way that was being deployed, particularly when we had the discussion about, when Cameron mentioned that persons have moral value, and then there seemed to be a shift in the way that was being deployed, because before it seemed to be saying that having all power and all knowledge is something that in virtue of which God was good or praiseworthy, whereas later when that applied to humans, it wasn't necessarily the case, because you don't want to say that a person is morally more valuable because they're more intelligent, but somehow that applies to God. So I think there were cases like that where there was just a lack of consistency and a lack of acknowledgement that there's a lot of issues here that need to be really need to be addressed, as well as whether these things even admit of maximal degrees, and whether it makes sense to maximally exemplify all of these properties at once, and aren't there things that conflict, like being maximally innocent or being the best baseball player, or these other sorts of things, or being maximally evil for that matter. And for someone who doesn't share the general worldview that Josh has, it seems pretty clear that these sort of objections are going to come up, that we're just not going to agree with all of these disparate particular approaches that are being taken. And there seemed to be a lack of acknowledgement of that, and just sort of an expectation that the choices that were being made about what criteria are relevant and what things to look at would just sort of be accepted uncritically, which I think that those are actually fundamental to the argument, and so should have been discussed more. I remember from earlier, I should have mentioned this before, there was also a long discussion about whether it's satisfactory to have to have infinite chains of explanations of contingent things, or potentially describe contingent things in terms of other contingent things in a sort of circular way. And I don't think that the types and remember the repeated analogies to ordinary middle-sized objects and all of that we talked about, which I think was really unsatisfactory. There was a lack of critical consideration of the limits of these analogies and our intuitions here, and whether the relevant thought experiments, or like remember the box that just causes its other parts, whether that's a relevant comparison or whether that's even possible. I think that a lot of these things weren't developed well, and they weren't considered from different viewpoints. And again, I don't want to say that everything that they could have said should have been said in 3 hours, but I think I would have expected more for the time that they had. Like, I think we've gone on for a bit over twice as long, but I think we've covered way more than twice as much in terms of like some of the substances of some of these issues. And that's without having like written papers and stuff on it. So I think that there was a lot. That's why I think that it wasn't well done overall, because there was so much that needed to be added to make it really substantive and carry through people who don't already agree. And apparently that was the target audience. Like, it's not people who already agree. It's truth seeking. But there were so many aspects of it. Like, well, if you were really seeking truth here, wouldn't you consider this? Like, at least mention it. Like, at least give us something there. And I think that the biggest aspect of that was the last thing that I'll mention, which is the question as to whether freely willed actions need an explanation. And that really wasn't addressed at all, and I think often isn't addressed by apologists. And I think that is a big problem, because if you think that freely willed actions of like a libertarian agent are contingent, then plausibly those need just the sort of explanation that we're supposed to be trying to get around. There's obviously a discussion to be had there about, if there are relevant differences or if different types of things need explanations. But like, that's a big issue. Like, that's not subsidiary, and it's disappointing to see that wasn't even mentioned. So overall, because of these issues that were brushed over, or I think discussed confusingly or inconsistently or just ignored, I wasn't really persuaded by much of anything that was said here. I will say that I think contingency arguments are interesting. I think they're more plausible than certain forms of argumentation, maybe like the Kalam, although perhaps I understand the Kalam better. There's many forms of contingency arguments, so it's a bit hard to say, but it seems that there's maybe something there about, like, what is it that explains everything else? That there's some intuition there about, or I don't know, some connection to how we think about things scientifically, that, well, things have explanations, right? So that I think there's a starting point there, but I don't know that any of the versions of the argument that I've seen really carry it through very well, because they seem to have to appeal to all of these assumptions that are questionable, and I don't know that they have very good answers to offer. But anyway, so that's sort of my take on it. Again, I think it's bad apologetics, but not a bad apologist, if you grant that distinction. So yeah, I think that's about all I have to say. Any other final words or?
Well, I think that the first part of the argument, I don't know what my credence is. Like, it's difficult. I find it really difficult to assign, but I probably accept it over, not the conclusion, right? But that second part of the argument, the identifying it with theism, I really struggle with. Like, it all just comes off the rails for me at that point. It's probably like really, really low credence for me. Like, and that's where I think a lot of the weirdness starts to be introduced as well into the metaphysics about trying to establish these properties of a theistic deity from the things that have been established before.
Yeah, I think that the second part of the argument is definitely harder than the first. Although I think that they're both quite difficult and involve a lot of potentially risky positions. It's also, at a more meta level, it's hard to, we talked about this before, it's hard for me to link this to Christianity. I know that nothing they said explicitly was supposed to link it to Christianity. I don't mean that. It's just more in the meta sense of, like, did Jesus care about any of this stuff? Or why would he care about any of this stuff? Right. How does this connect to, like, Christianity as you would think about it in terms of Jesus's ministry, or even like first century? Maybe everything doesn't have to, but this is more of a reflection. I'm not saying that it's necessarily an argument, but it's part of a broader point where, like, so much of it seems just so far removed from what Christians talk about when they talk about Jesus and stuff like that. It's like, well, why are we doing this?
I think it makes more sense under a sort of Catholic interpretation of what Christianity is, where, there's these keys to the kingdom, as it were, and so the church is this institution that has to intellectually defend the faith or whatever. But I do think it makes far less sense from a Protestant.
Josh isn't Catholic, is he?
No, he's not. And this is what, and so from the Protestant point of view of, well, we're just kind of getting at, the core of the gospel, which is, Jesus goes and finds these fishermen, and he's, like, love everybody and sharing bread, and then dies on the cross. And there's no real philosophy or stuff involved in there. And it's like, if that's the truth that we're getting at, the simplicity of that gospel, then it does seem a bit sort of strange to fixate on all this stuff. But whereas I think it does make more sense under like a Catholic interpretation. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure Josh has his sort of reasons why he thinks it's important or a Christian thing to do. But I agree. I sort of find them I think I find those reasons a bit labored under a Protestant interpretation of Christianity.
Yeah, I guess I was surprised when Josh said that he knows a few people who've been persuaded by this argument or similar arguments. How to put this? I don't want to imply that he's speaking in bad faith there, but I'm a bit skeptical about those stories in the sense of how important was these arguments specifically.
Yeah, me too.
It doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't sit well with my own experiences and talking to people. It's impossible to say, but
it doesn't fit for me with my understanding of things I've seen people change their minds on. I don't really think that people just sort of are presented with an argument and then change their mind.
Especially about this argument, which is so abstract.
Yeah, that's true as well. I would say any of the, I would say actually the most successful arguments are probably bad arguments, like really bad arguments, like, the Ray Comfort, like a book can't write itself. Therefore got,
yeah, well, because those are
on
more intuitive in some ways, right? And this is sort of what I mean, that this argument, I mean, I guess all those aspects of it rely on intuition. I wouldn't say the argument as a whole is intuitive. It's quite labored and a bit confusing and complicated in different ways, and so many aspects of it that are quite deeply philosophical, which is why I find it very hard. I mean, there's the moral argument I think does have persuasive power for some people, especially, dare I say, cruder forms of it, because that's more sort of intuitive and relatable compared to this, which I don't think is. Not if you're already not a theist, at least. But anyway, yeah. So I find that quite strange, because I don't think many people are going to find this is going to be like a difference maker with respect to their beliefs. Maybe it will confirm what they already think one way or the other. And so this is one of the reasons I actually don't like these sort of, dare I say, grandiose philosophical arguments. Grandiose in the sense that they were saying this at the start, like, we're trying to get to the real foundations of reality and understand things. Like, that's pretty grandiose from my point of view. And maybe it's my Humeanism coming in again, but I'm just very skeptical of that sort of metaphysics. I mean, metaphysics is, we can't get away from any sort of metaphysics, but like this sort of metaphysics, I'm like, I don't think so. So color me skeptical, but I'm just not convinced by this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm in a sort of similar boat there, where I just don't think I think that there are these auxiliary beliefs that are a part of that web that are informing like how you think about how you should do philosophy, what it is to come to like a conclusion about metaphysics and stuff like that. And I just don't think I share them. And I think that they probably play quite a big role in the sort of plausibility of some of those premises as well.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, shall we wrap this one up?
Let's end it there.
Thank you everyone for watching. And also, I mean, I'll reach out to Josh and see if he wants to have a conversation at some point.
More than happy to.
Not that he's probably really busy and not going to watch this, but he, like, I think it would be a productive conversation at the least. But I don't want these videos to be like, we attacked you, so now like, now you've got to discuss with us.
No, it's just an invitation.
Yeah, it's just like, I think it's more productive to have these conversations with the people who disagree, but just very
absolutely. And we've talked about this many times. I think that's the best way to make progress and to help people understand as well. I'm sure there's aspects of his view that I would understand better if he could explain it, where I was like, how can you make this argument? It's like, well, probably he's got something to say there.
Like the box, the infinite. I have questions about the box.
Is weird. Yeah, but anyway, so that would be great. Maybe sometime in the future we can get something organized. Thanks everyone for watching as well. Hopefully you found it entertaining.
Yeah. Hopefully
7 hours well spent.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Enjoy the remainder of your weekend. Bye.
See ya.